Well, let's talk a little bit of Arsenal and a bit more as well in the company of our chief reporter, Kaveh Solokol, who is alongside me. Good afternoon. Let's start with Arsenal then. A lot of chat about their need for a striker, but it could be a midfielder's arrival that's imminent.
Yes, good news for Arsenal supporters because they're closing in on signing Martin Zubimendi from Real Sociedad. Now, he won't actually join until the summer, but he is a player who's got a €60 million release clause. That's about £51 million. Lots of other clubs have been interested in signing him. For instance, he was close to joining Liverpool last summer before that deal collapsed at the last minute. But Arsenal have been in talks to sign him. I think Mikel Arteta has played a big part in convincing the player that Arsenal is the right move for him. And I think it makes sense for Arsenal as well because there are question marks over the long-term future of midfielders like Jorginho, Thomas Partey, who are out of contract in the summer. So it looks like Arsenal just doing a little bit of forward planning. I think it would have helped them if he was able to move this month, but it looks like Real Sociedad is saying, no, we want him to stay until the summer. But it looks like in the summer they will be getting Martin Zubimendi. Of course, they've done a lot of business with Real Sociedad in the past as well. Mikel Merino, they signed. They've also had players like Martin Odegaard, who used to play for Real Sociedad as well. So good news for Arsenal fans. Perhaps not the news they wanted because they want a forward, but they will be getting a very, very good midfielder if this deal is completed. And this was a development that was first reported by Sami Mokbel in the Daily Mail earlier today.
We now know the deadline for any potential breaches of profit and sustainability rules was today. It's understood one club who might have faced a breach and a charge was Leicester City. And I think if memory serves me right, Simon, you thought they were in trouble.
Yeah.
It seems now they will face no charge.
Indeed.
What's your thinking?
Well, I'm not entirely sure on what basis they've managed to evade it. If they've breached the governance, they've breached the governance. I suspect it falls into the Bermuda Triangle of jurisdiction again. Yeah. Their lawyers are worth their weight in gold. The rules that the league are trying to impose on clubs seem to be circumnavigatable, and that may just have kept Leicester City in the division.
I mean, it's a sigh of relief for Leicester.
Yeah.
Probably to Forest, Everton, Chelsea. They were all thought to be at risk.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't quite know how. I mean, we haven't got the detail. I mean, Leicester will be thrilled. They've done it, 3 times now? They've evaded consequence when they dropped into the Football League because it went under their governance. They evaded the obligation of providing the Football League with ongoing forecasts about what they were likely to be losing or achieving in the Football League during the period of time that they were there. They evaded that. They've evaded the Premier League. They've evaded the Premier League again. Yeah. Look, I think the rules have proven, and I think the governance of the game is flawed. But the governance that currently exists is being circumnavigated by legal construct. And I'm not entirely sure I'm comfortable with it. I think Leicester should be sanctioned. And the fact that they may well have gotten out under jurisdiction will be scant consolation to those that have previously been sanctioned. We have to get more detail on it. Yeah. But I think most conventional wisdom felt that this time round it was going to stick. I think most people felt that the Premier League had the bit between their teeth because they got made to look like fools, as did the Football League, by the fact that Leicester drove a bus through it. This is the challenge that football has. You've seen a situation in Spain where Barcelona have overcome La Liga's regulations and registered a player, irrespective of the fact they're in breach of the league's rules.
Dani Olmo. For now.
Well, you have business colliding with sport. And the orthodoxy of sport, it has to create a structure that's enforceable under commercial law, not the la-la land that football exists in. Right. And so this is the framework for football administrators to look at what they're trying to impose upon people and see if it stands up.
Sure. Well, what we know, no breach, no charge, no points deduction for Leicester. It's a bit of a win really for Ruud van Nistelrooy, and that means they've all got until February the 3rd to do some business in this season of deadline day signings. The Premier League have said in a statement, Simon, it's a bit cloak and and dagger. Issues as to the jurisdiction of the Premier League over Leicester City Football Club in relation to PSR compliance are currently the subject of confidential arbitration proceedings. Accordingly, neither the league nor the club will make any further comment at this stage about the aspect of the club's compliance or otherwise with PSR or related rules. Safe to say that no complaint has been brought against Leicester. Well, the key line's the end line. Safe to say no complaint has been brought against Leicester by the league for any breach of PSR.
Yeah. Well, they either breached PSR or they haven't. The governance is pretty simple. We know what the regulations are. We know that you're allowed to lose a certain amount of money. If they've lost more than that, then the jurisdiction part and component parts of it, and maybe someone like Stephen Borson or Kieran Maguire coming on and explaining what they think they understand by it might be useful.
Well, Stephen's going to join us about midday.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, ultimately, the key component part of that is jurisdiction. So they have to sophisticate their thinking. If they want to enforce governance, then they've got to have governance that's enforceable.
Yeah.
It's all well and good creating frameworks and saying, it's about anything. Well, we want to do this, but how do you enforce it? Oh, we want to do that, but how do you enforce it?
Yeah, but the clubs are learning, Simon. That's what it tells me at the moment. Are they not? They're coming into line.
No,
because they know they have to.
Well, they are and they aren't, yeah. I mean, in this instance, Leicester didn't, did they? I don't think there's any debate Leicester came into line. Leicester told the Football League to go do one last year. And basically, part of the Football League responsibility is you provide the financial forecasts for the ensuing year. Leicester went, do one. We weren't in your jurisdiction. What do you mean? Do one. We're going to do precisely what we want. There's nothing you can do about it.
But it appears
and that's what they did.
But it's worked in their favour.
Yes, and that tells you that
no breach, no charge.
That tells you the thinking. There's a balance. I remember coming into football and being told by the Football League, the FA, that I had to pay a player's contract who was not given a work permit in this country. It was illegal to pay him in this country. And the Football League, the FA, and the PFA sat in an arbitration hearing and said to me, "You got to pay Craig Foster £600,000 a year." Even though the country that he's going to work in will not allow him a work permit. I said, but that's illegal. That can't work. And it's only because I wheeled QCs into a room and shut the Football League down, shut the FA down, and shut the PFA down, and said, listen, this is the legality of it all, that I wasn't forced to pay that money.
Right.
And now what you've got is Man City going, hold on, you lot with your APT rules. They don't fit the commercial reality of the real world. So we're going to challenge them. If you want to bring rules into a game, it's either a sport or a business. If it's a business, let it arrange itself as a business. If it's a sport, let it arrange itself as a sport.
But you lot have made it a business, haven't you?
Well, the money side of things has made it into a business. The nature of the beast, the broadcasters, the revenue, the opportunity that sport presents has made it into it doesn't attract the cook, the candlestick maker and the baker anymore. It attracts nation states and hedge funds and private equity players and oligarchs and billionaires. And so with that comes a new set of thinking. That's why the Richard Masters of the world and those sort of people that are in positions of influence have got to get their houses in order and make sure that what they introduce as governance is able to do the job. Otherwise, pack it in.
Well, ironically, Simon, these rules are going next year, aren't they? So they'll all have to contend with a new set of rules. What they're doing is... So this is kind of goodbye PSR and good riddance.
Well, they're repackaging it. What they're trying to do is say, how does this work? Okay, we're learning lessons like we learn lessons from VAR, like we learn lessons from everything. Okay, what do we evolve into? Do we evolve into anchoring, which basically makes it more of a level playing field? Is it really? I'm not sure that it does. Do we evolve in squad capping? Up comes the PFA with their bloody nonsense about what their players are entitled to.
Yeah.
And around it goes. And it's about sophisticated blue sky thinking. And that's why Man City were right to say to the Premier League, pack it in with your market store mentality.
Yeah.
You can't just change the rules on the hoof. You need to think it through.
But Simon, is this not good? Do we not breathe a sigh of relief?
I think by the governance of the game,
no
Leicester should be sanctioned.
No, but no asterisks beside club names now in the league standings.
But it's not asterisks. It's basically these are the
rules.
We
had that last year. It was a joke, wasn't it?
I mean, years ago you had Middlesbrough relegated. Because they decided not to field a group of players in a particular game. They got sanctioned, they lost points, and I think they got relegated.
There's Tony, a message, one of many messages coming in this morning. Leicester not charged, no breach. They will face no charge, so no points deduction for Leicester. And obviously, we're pleased for Leicester City this morning. But Simon feels it, nonetheless, Leicester City breached. It appears, Simon, they didn't. Tony is sending a message in. He's listening avidly. The Premier League board are incompetent fools.
Agreed.
Clubs are running rings around them.
They are.
It's obvious.
They are. And that's exactly right. I don't think it makes them fools. I think it's a bloody difficult job. I mean, how do you deal, just for the case in point, and not because I'm singling them out, how do you deal with Manchester City? If I wanted to start a business again, what I'd do is I'd start a legal firm that worked in sports. You make more money. Because Manchester City have got a cottage industry of legal advisors that can dwarf the economics of what the Premier League can produce in terms of bringing charges against them. So the resources that are available to these club owners and these commercial men that run business, I'm telling you, Jim, sometimes it's la-la land in the construct. What other industry, if you turned up late here, right, would you expect to get fined a week's wages? No, you wouldn't. You'd go, oh, you can't find me a week's wages. But in football, they can find you a week's wages because it lives in some historic Dickensian past of what you could and couldn't do. You know, if Lloyd's,
did you find your players for being late?
Very much so, and enjoyed it. If Lloyd's Bank wanted to take the bank manager from Barclays Bank, you wouldn't see Barclays Bank running off to a commissioner saying, "I want someone to get hold of them for tapping up."
No,
you just wouldn't, would you?
We're heading to a break, but many messages coming into this, and I stress we're going to be speaking to Stefan Borson, who's going to stop by and join us live here in studio from 12 noon. There's another message. Jim, can you ask Simon here and now? Forest and Everton, how do they feel about Leicester dodging it this morning?
But it's a different argument. Forest and Everton were banged to rights. They were in the Premier League. There was no argument about the jurisdiction.
But you say Leicester are banged to rights.
But they've cited a jurisdiction argument. How did they get around? Because the rules said in the Football League you have to be in the Football League in March to provide your financial accounts. Leicester didn't get relegated until April, so they went to the Football League. Well, when these rules say that we've got to provide our forecast, we weren't in your jurisdiction. But then the Premier League said, well, we relegated you, so you weren't in our jurisdiction. So they've got to get their act together.
Right, but that's the fault of the rules, isn't it?
And of course it
you
is.
would do the same as Leicester.
Well, of course I would. Of course I would. I don't admire it in terms of the governance of the game not being effective, but I understand and appreciate the commercial reality of what Leicester have done. Do they deserve to be sanctioned by the governance of the game? Do I think the governance of the game is effective and fit for the purpose? No, I don't. But by the governance of the game, they should be sanctioned. They've got away with it. And I hope they get relegated.
FFP steady now. FFP expert Stefan Borson will join us live at 12 noon. Do you want to take that one back before we go any further?
No, I don't.
All right, that's kind of you. A lot to get through this morning. We will return to this. No clubs charged with PSR. That's the news this morning. Good news for the clubs. But it's really, a botch up with the rules that has brought this about. And Stefan Borson will put more meat in the bones when he joins us at 12 noon.
Jim White and Simon Jordan. Monday to Friday mornings from 10 on AM, on DAB, via the TalkSport app and on your smart speaker. TalkSport.
Let's talk about what happened, shall we, in North London yesterday. Arsenal taking on Manchester United. A familiar tale maybe for Arsenal fans over recent weeks. Plenty of possession, but not taking their chances. And in the end, it would be Manchester United who advance thanks to a penalty shootout victory. And Mario, I really want to start with you because I want to take you through your emotions as a Dutchman, seeing Xerxes go up and take that all-important fifth penalty. We know the struggles that he's had since he arrived at Old Trafford, what happened in the Newcastle game. How are you feeling? We've lost Mario. We were talking before. I think everyone...
I was nervous.
Everyone was going...
Never mind Mario.
Oh, no.
Listen, you feel for Xerxes. Arrived at the club as a young player. I'm not sure what the expectation was, but we've all been young players once upon a time, and no one wants to see any young player kind of be handed the booing from your own, the treatment from your own fans as he did a couple of weeks ago. And then, so you feel that this is a moment that you are very nervous, that if he doesn't score, that treatment doubles down. And again, he's a young player, and we have to keep reminding ourselves of that. So, with no horse in the race, I just wanted Xerxes to score for just that reason. Because I felt that he didn't deserve that treatment, certainly wouldn't have deserved it twice on. I was as nervous as anybody for him stepping up.
Yeah, I was watching with Kieran and Craig, and it was almost a collective groan from us, Frank, going, oh, no!
No, the thing is, I go back to your question about Xerxes. I don't understand why everybody thinks that because you shoot the fifth, that you have the most pressure, that you have more pressure than the others. I mean, don't you think that the first four, they didn't have any pressure, and if, as they missed, they wouldn't have any problem with that. It's all important, and because you are the last, the star position, as we call, because Ronaldo and Messi and some others, Mbappe wanted to shoot the last to get all the lights, the limelight. So I'm fed up with that. I mean,
no,
the guy who shoot the
Frank,
first.
This is a kid who's been under a lot of pressure. He could have quite easily not made eye contact. I don't want to take it. I don't want to put myself in that position. Yeah, he's got the character.
Yeah, but it would have been without the first four. It would have been useless.
I know, but why are you? It's a nice story, and you're turning it into. I don't know why people made a big fuss about this. Anyone can take a fifth penalty.
You want to create a nice story about nothing. I mean, that doesn't exist for me. I'm sorry. You know, I've been shooting penalty the first. I was shooting penalty the first. I always scored, but I would have missed. I would have missed. The fifth one would have been useless. We would have lost. So I'm sorry. This story, your beautiful fairy tale, is useless.
Frank's got his jersey on. He's ready to go, man.
I know. It's his Pelly jersey.
Frank's on an island, didn't he?
And Mario, I imagine Frank is very much in the minority in that this was a nice story, isn't it?
I think it's an important story for him, the way he took that penalty, you know, because him being the last, you understand, I know what Frank says, you can count it out or whatever, but for him, we have to remember, Sirkse was the kid that was taken off after 30 minutes, walked into the dressing room, walked back, was a good thing that he did, and it comes in a moment like this, you know, taking the winning penalty. Amaran, he said it himself as well, he said that's the game that we're playing. Football can change you really quickly. You either go up, or you go down really, you know, for a certain period of time, and then you get into a crucial moment, because you also have to remember the FA Cup. I mean, Frank and I won it together, and winning the FA Cup, you don't know, it might be the only trophy that Man United can win this season. And that is why it's so important. So I understand we can jump about it, but this penalty was a heavy penalty to take, to go into the third round and making sure you knock out Arsenal.
Even I wanted him to score.
Wow, Stevie.
As he's walking up, I've got the wee guy on the shoulder going, oh, I don't want him to score. And I've got the other wee guy going, oh no, if he misses this, it'll be a disaster.
Yeah.
So even I, at the end of the day, was like, you know what, I don't mind if he scores.
No.
I felt it. The whole watch.
You know, who would even...
We've all been young players.
Stevie, overall, what does this mean for Manchester United, if anything, going forward?
Well, I think the biggest thing over the last two games is that United have found a group of players that will run hard for each other.
Right.
That's the only thing we've found. If you want to start talking about the way they play the game and all the other technical things, then, you know, they're not much different. But the one thing that they have shown is that they're going to run an extra yard for each other. This group of players, he seems to have kind of relied on, certainly in the last couple of games, they've got some pride.
And that's a good starting point.
That's the only place you start. You don't get anywhere unless you've got a group together that's willing to back each other up when it matters and run for each other when it matters. And that's what they've found over the last couple of games.
Mario?
Yeah, no, he's right. Because they played like the system that they played, it was identical to the system they played against Look. They did well the Liverpool game. They come into this game, did well. We know what they did against City, and it took them, maybe 4 games of, conceding 2 goals in each game they played. So now coming into this game, I knew the way they played the tactic, everybody knew. They're going to sit, they're going to wait. Arsenal had a tactic of trying to pull them out, going all the way deep in and try to make them open up. And you saw that there were moments where Man United could push all the way to press, and they just waited. And they waited and waited for the break, and the way he took that goal was incredible, Fernandes. And just the way they played, everything worked out. I think there was a game where the 2 captains were very important, and we could see how they demonstrated that. Odegaard in picking the ball up in the first half, trying to get to the pockets, and then Fernandes sitting and waiting and being very disciplined. And that's probably the hardest thing that he's playing right now, being disciplined, because he's not a player that likes to sit. He wants to go all over the field. But at this point with Amorim, he's not allowing him. He said, you sit and you wait. And when you wait, your moment will come. And he clearly took it.
Meanwhile, for Arteta, another frustrating night. Of course, this game off the back of that defeat against Newcastle in the first leg of the Carabao Cup. It's quite extraordinary. You take a look, they had 49 shots in the last 2 matches, and out of that, they just mustered 1 single goal. This is what Arteta had to say about that.
Incredible how you don't win a game. That's basically to sum up. The dominance, the superiority in relation to your opposition, and everything that we did to try to win the game, and that's it. That we didn't deserve, we didn't get what we deserved clearly, but there is an element that is about putting the ball in the back of the net. They did it once, and with the amount of situations, chances, penalties that we had, we didn't, and we go home extremely sad. But I cannot be prouder of my players on the team, individual, collectively, what they produce. Like on Wednesday against Newcastle, against 2 top teams, it is incredible. But we haven't got rewarded, and that's the downside to it.
Do you feel sorry for him, Frank?
Yes, for the first time I feel sorry, because first he doesn't try to find any excuses. He didn't find that the ball was too light, that the grass was too high, or the ref was too bad, whatever it could have been. But he accepted the what happened to his team, and they were unfortunate. They should have won because of the chances that they had. But we go back and we still have to blame him for the fact that he didn't get a striker. And we all agreed, all pundits for ESPN FC show mentioned that he needed a striker. And now he pays the price of not getting the right striker. And that's maybe why he didn't win against Newcastle and yesterday against Manchester United.
But is this not like when you shake up a bottle of Coke, Shaq? Inevitably, at some stage, the lid's going to come off and all these goals are going to come spurting out.
Yeah, but if you don't have a lid, then all you're doing is just wetting yourself down in the end.
What a lovely analogy. Clip that off the Emmys.
I don't get it. I don't feel sorry for Arteta at all. He had to know he needed a striker. Everybody knew Arsenal needed a striker in the summer. Arsenal signed. Yeah. Listen, and to Stevie's point, Jesus comes in, starts a couple of seasons ago, does really well, gets injured, never rediscovers that form. It is glaringly obvious that Arsenal need a striker. You sign Marino. You sign Calafiori, you sign Raheem Sterling. You do not sign a striker. You sign players to cover in positions that you are already well looked after, that you already have similarly styled players playing in. Okay, if you want to make the argument that you need depth and you need competition, fine. But you've got no depth, you've got no competition at centre forward. And now all of a sudden, we're surprised that you get 49 chances but score 1. Because you don't have a goal scorer. It's as simple as that. So for me, while to Frank's point, yes, it's at least refreshing to not have some other crazy excuse to try to dissect. The Arsenal's need was glaringly obvious and was not addressed. And that's down to one person.
Right then, Shaq, I'm glad you're on today. What was Raya doing during the penalty shootout?
I'm not sure. I thought, and I watched that penalty shootout a couple of times, and I thought a lot of his actions were really odd. Not only was he going early, but it seemed to be 2 movements. That he was taking a step early, and then had this big dive. It wasn't even fluent.
Right.
So you telegraph which side you're going early, way too early. And then you commit to it with this big dive, and at this level, okay, maybe the argument is if you go that side and you're right in the corner, he's going to make that brilliant save. But at this level, those players stepping up, see you go early, could just roll the ball into the other side. And rolling into the other side, you don't have to hit side netting. So I watched that penalty shootout a couple of times, and I really am struggling to understand what Raya's thinking was. And I've spoken about the mentality about penalty shootouts and what goalkeepers, how they approach it. On the one hand, you want to say five penalties, you probably have 2 regular takers in there, 3 who are nervous.
Yeah.
And those are the 3 you're playing for. You're playing for those 3 who are nervous, who are unsure, Xerxes.
But if you rolled out the red carpet.
Exactly. But if you commit to one side, that early, you're in a hiding, you're in absolute hiding to nothing. So it was, I really can't speak because I can't speak to what his mentality going in was, or what that, as I say, it was really a kind of 2-movement dive that was just, you're not going to save anything that way.
Frank, why were you laughing so much at that?
Because I think that was the funniest penalty shootout I ever seen from a goalkeeper. Because, I mean, the third, just look at the third penalty. I think Raya is already outside of the goal when the guy shoots. It's amazing. I never seen that in my life where, even the worst penalty taker would have been surprised to see the empty net, the empty goal. That was crazy. The third one is amazing. I don't know what he was doing. It's crazy because he's one of the best goalkeepers this season so far. But on penalty shootout, look at the third one. Look, bye-bye, he's already out. That's absolutely crazy. I can see that. When I was shooting penalties, I had an eye on the ball, but of course it was like a rhythm, it's like a music. You feel the goalkeeper. And if it goes one way, just before, your second step, it's going to go left, right, left. Or maybe it's going to go left, right because it's your third step. It's like a music, it's like a rhythm. And he was going like away 10 steps before. And that was, okay, where is it going to go? It's going to be easy. And you just have to put where you choose because it's not there anymore. That's absolutely crazy.
Mario, do you want to add anything?
I saw this, you know what? He would give me some confidence by shooting, I'm telling you right now. Yeah. Because I'm not a good penalty shooter. I will not try, but this guy will really help me out. I would be really grateful because he went early. It was really early seeing that. And the way Shaka highlighted, I didn't even look at it like that, but he really made, that was too early for me.
An incredible performance from Barcelona, a 5-2 victory over Real Madrid, meaning they've scored 9 goals against their arch rivals, of course, in their last 2 meetings. Taking a look at the Spanish newspapers, and inevitably it's all about Barcelona, of course, being crowned champions. The first bit of silverware for Hansi Flick since taking over at Barca. So much to discuss from this. Let's welcome in, shall we? Mario Malchior joins us, as does Frank Leboeuf, but we'll kick things off with Sid Lowe in Spain. Sid, when these sort of things traditionally happen, maybe it's laziness, maybe it's just brilliant journalism from me, I'll ask you, who's the person who's getting blamed the most for this result? I imagine on this occasion, everyone's getting it, aren't they?
That is top-class journalism from you, Dan. Yeah. As you can imagine, the focus has been spread wide. But I think in terms of the kind of the post-game analysis, immediately after the game, it gets spread a little bit more. And I think what happens is that people come together in their analyses the following day. As you can probably imagine, there's a big question mark about the strength of the squad for Real Madrid, and in particular, the fact that of the back four yesterday, 2 of them are actually midfielders, with Lucas Vazquez and Tchouameni, of course. The other focus has been on Carlo Ancelotti and whether or not he's been getting it wrong this season. Because bear in mind, if you look at Real Madrid's performances while they've been reasonably good in the last few weeks, each time they've had a really big game, they haven't really responded. They were beaten and dominated by Liverpool. They've been beaten twice by Barcelona. They were beaten by AC Milan. They had to come back from 2 goals down in the first half against Dortmund. They were beaten away in Bilbao. And so I think there is a sense that there is something missing from Real Madrid, and that it's not just about last night, but all of that, of course, in the context of a very, very good performance from Barcelona.
Yeah, and of course we'll give Barcelona its due later on in the show, Stevie, but you look at this performance from Real Madrid and it was schoolboyish, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, from a defensive point of view, absolutely and utterly schoolboyish. I think you've got to look at, we always talk about starting from the back, but most teams these days, the best teams start at the front, and there is no help on the defensive side from that front three. Rodrigo, probably out of the three of them, was the one that tries to come back the most. But the problem is he has no instinct for danger, and he ends up running back when it's too late. And of course, if you get through the middle, I mean, Sid said two of the four aren't defenders. I'm sorry. In my opinion, Mendy is nowhere near a top-class defender. So when teams as good as Barcelona, with the quality they have going forward, get a back three like that, then you shouldn't be surprised that you're losing goals. So the sooner they figure out the back four in particular, the sooner they'll start competing with the best teams.
But of course, a lack of personnel in the tower. We know Dali Alba is still on his way back, and it's what Carlo Ancelotti was asked, obviously, inevitably, about his defence after the game. This is what the Real Madrid manager had to say about conceding 5. We have to look at the reality. We didn't defend well. We tried to press high and defend with a low block. They scored the goals easily, and we didn't work collectively or individually. Frank, it is interesting when you look at this, and Barcelona, as well as they finished, and obviously we'll talk about them later, they did make it look so easy against this Real Madrid defence.
Yes, because again, and Stevie alluded it, they work together. They work together defensively, offensively, they worked as a team, which is the contrary with Real Madrid. So yeah, you can spot on, some players who tried to do well. Mbappe offensively did well. But again, as Stevie mentioned, the four at front, because Bellingham is included in it, didn't work defensively. On top of having the problem defensively, they're not helped by the forward players, and that's the problem. They are back into reality, and Ancelotti said that. He made miracle with the players last season, with all injury that he had, but at the end of the day, this season, they go back to reality. On the other hand, I'm very impressed with Barcelona, because we can see that they are very inexperienced players, but they have the guts, they have the stamina, they want to do well, they want to be spot on. I mean, the first goal from Lamine Yamal is like easy. I'm going to show you. He's like 17 years old. I mean, the guy looked like I have 200, 300 games behind me and in my pocket, and I know exactly what I'm going to do against Real Madrid. It was too easy.
The amazing thing for me with this, certainly this Real Madrid performance, is you've seen it before against Barcelona at the Bernabeu. You think that they'd get those adjustments. And while, we can go through Real Madrid, their players individually, nobody had a great game. On the sidelines, you have who I believe is one of the top 2 coaches in world football. And I thought Carlo Ancelotti got it desperately wrong. Now, even with the opening goal scored by Real Madrid, you see the threat of Kylian Mbappe and Vinny Jr. running in behind a back four, a Barcelona back four that we saw in that first leg, likes to press high. So I don't understand Carlo Ancelotti setting up to press Barcelona high up the park. Let the game be stretched. So for me, and again, and I'm sure we'll go through individuals, but I thought Carlo Ancelotti, and again, for my money, one of the top 2 coaches in world football, couldn't have got this more wrong on the day.
Yeah, and that's the thing, Sid, isn't it? Inevitably, questions are going to be asked of Ancelotti, which is strange, obviously, considering what he's achieved and the fact they're sitting, second in La Liga. But it's the fact that almost it was doing exactly the same against the same opposition and hoping for a different result.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, isn't it? There's a couple of things as well to pick up on. Ancelotti talking about pressing high but playing with a low block. Well, those two things don't normally go hand in hand. If your defence is low and you're pressing high, you're creating a huge gap in the middle of the pitch. In particular, as something Frank mentioned, of course, you're talking about a midfield that's totally exposed, because you've got 3 forwards plus Bellingham, who's there almost as a forward. So you've got 2 midfielders trying to cover a huge amount of space on their own. And some of those problems happened earlier in the season, and it seemed like Real Madrid had dealt with them. If nothing else, at least because they were aware of them. They didn't need to do a huge amount more than just be aware of them and have that degree of solidarity and that degree of kind of teamwork that they hadn't had earlier in the season. And it felt like they got there, but this time they really didn't. Now, obviously, there are problems when you look at the back four as a back four, but when you look at it collectively, as Stevie was mentioning, you don't have the pressure at the top of the pitch. The back four isn't playing particularly well, and the midfield is really and truly just a 2, and neither of those 2 are naturally a deep-lying defensive midfielder or even a deep-lying playmaking midfielder. And so they don't have that positional midfielder, which, of course, you look at the Barcelona team, And it feels like their entire midfield knows where to be positionally. Now, they have other flaws, of course, but positionally, they're so much stronger.
He started very well, and he had nothing to complain about. Where we always can complain about the fact that he doesn't really defend, even if he tried to force hard. I think it's not natural for him. But what he brings offensively, every time he had the ball yesterday, was something important and should have been and has been underlined. But it's not enough. It's not enough because, again, we can see that the top team in Europe, everybody works hard. And you can be a star, you have to make sure you defend and you attack. It's like, I was thinking about when I was watching the game, what would be my part of not doing if I was a defender and not attacking, not bringing the man over, and what would be my not working hard segment. That's what we do as defenders or midfielder. We try to bring something else. We have our function, but we have something above our function. And forward players have the tendency, some of them, to just do what they have to do, meaning playing when they have the ball. And that's where Mbappe still have to work. Even if he had a good game yesterday, for me, it's still not enough because I know that he can bring something. And they are so much unbalanced because if Vini is not good, if Bellingham is not good, on top of Rodrigo, that's becoming a big and huge issue for Real Madrid.
Sid, you watch this game and you sit back and you think, how the heck did Barcelona lose at home against Las Palmas and Leganés?
Well, bear in mind, they lost at home 3 games in a row, didn't they? Las Palmas, Leganés and Atletico Madrid. An extraordinarily bad run. That lead that they had after the Clásico is completely gone. They're now trailing both Atletico and Real Madrid in La Liga. I think the answer to that question is partly actually what Frank's saying about Real Madrid. That sense of the kind of the work rate, the commitment, the sense that you have to fight for every single ball in every game. And I think that at some subconscious level, perhaps not entirely consciously, but at some subconscious level, I think when Barcelona got to the Clásico and beat Real Madrid, I think there was a decompression. I think there was a sense of, right, we've done the hard bit now, we're there. And I actually think that didn't do them any favours. They then went and lost to Real Sociedad. Then they had those 3 defeats at home. They only won 1 of the last 7 games going into the final weekend of the year, of the calendar year, and they kind of slipped away from it. I think there is probably a tactical element as well, which is, of course, one of the things that this Barcelona team is doing is having that incision to run beyond teams into space, which isn't traditionally a quality that we associate with Barcelona. So they can keep possession, they can carry the game to you, but they've become really, really good at being incisive and killing you on the break, as we saw, for example, from a Real Madrid corner in yesterday's game.
I don't think we saw this coming, did we, Shaq? At the start of the season, so much speculation about Williams coming in to replace him after being hot at the Euros. But the response you've got from Rafinha is exactly what you want, isn't it?
It's been incredible to witness, in all honesty. And I know you're right. I don't think anybody saw this coming, not just because of speculation, but just because you felt that maybe it wasn't a great fit with Rafinha and Barcelona, and then all of a sudden Hansi Flick comes in, this change of style, this pace that Barcelona are able to employ in behind defences, and Rafinha is key to that. Not only his pace. I don't mean to make him sound like a one-trick pony here. Rafinha technically has been as good as anybody we've seen for Barcelona for quite some time. And that, again, is speaking to a player that seemed almost surplus to requirements a few months ago.
Right, Steve, you're Hansi Flick. You've been here, you've done that. You won at the Bernabeu, and then everything went horribly wrong. How do you stop that happening again here?
Well, listen, it's about... It really mostly is about the players, because I don't think Hansi Flick's message from the start of the season to now will have been any really much different.
Right.
So a lot of this is down to the players, in my opinion. If there was one thing I would suggest Hansi Flick does, is he probably sits a little deeper and doesn't go squeezing people, because you can see what they can do with a bit of time and space. You know, Shaq is talking about Real Madrid try to go high. They should have done the opposite. I think if Barcelona do that, they'll end up scoring way more goals. Just don't go so high. Encourage the opposition to come forward a little bit. And that way, when you don't have the ball, you're a little more solid, because they've lost too many goals this last period. But then you can still have that space to run into.
Well, when he thinks about that too, and this kind of amazed me, Robert Lewandowski dropping deep. For the opening goal, the ball into Lamine Yamal. I can't tell you last time I've seen Lewandowski drop that deep back to goal, drawing centre-backs with him and waiting for those runners to come in behind. Lewandowski has made a career of playing on the shoulders of centre-backs. Now all of a sudden he's dropping deep and inviting those runs in behind from Rafinha, from Lamine Yamal.
Coming together and making sure the youngsters don't get complacent about, right, here we go, this is the path that we're on. We don't want to do what we've done over the last couple of months and repeat ourselves.
Yeah, because, you know, Hansi Flick said after the game as well, I got a young side, and sometimes we got that, you know, the performance go great, and then it goes steady for a long time. And he wants to walk away from that. And that situation is very important because, what is it, the middle of the park is like early 20s for them. So if you play a middle of the park like that, and the way they handled it was beautiful, you know, like Caicedo and Pedri, the way they played. And then what Shaka just said, the way Lewandowski, just the way he dropped, even when some of the midfielders, like let's say they play 3 in a line, he could drop in and make the other 2 squeeze in. And that's what happened, because that's how Rafinha scored the header, and that's how Yamal scored that goal that, what was it, the 1-1? The way he tracked it. But you could see the movement was already planned. It wasn't like something that happens in the game out of nothing. It was a plan. Like he drops short and then the rest starts running quickly. And I think he just have to make more, how you say it, automatic stuff, in the sense of like it should be, the discipline should be there all the time and not just for one-off games, or I mean not one-off, but just for this big game. And that is very important for Flick.
Just one last thing on this tie, Sid. Will this be a catalyst for Real Madrid to do something in the transfer window?
Yeah, well, inevitably, that's part of the reaction to this game, is that this is something now that maybe pushes them towards making a decision that they didn't want to make. Or more to the point, they've made the decision that they didn't want to go into the window. They want to do their big business in the summer. Of course, they would like that to be Trent Alexander-Arnold. They would like that to be Davies as well. But they don't really want to do it now, partly because they've got to wait for those players. Now, Ancelotti has asked the club and done it more than once and said that he would like some players brought in. The club has resisted it. This is the kind of game, as you say, that kind of pushes you a little bit, that forces your hand a little bit. And while Real Madrid generally try and avoid winter signings as often as they possibly can, they try really hard not to be pushed into it. Even when they feel like that they could probably do with it, they would rather wait normally. I wouldn't be that surprised if they tried to find themselves a short-term solution at either centre-back or right-back between now and the end of January.
One last thing on all of this, which you may have missed with everything. Go on, Frank. Go on, Frank.
I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you. Now, I just want to say that it's very strange because we've been talking for 20 minutes that the fact that Real Madrid needs to reinforce their defense, and with the recruitment that we are talking about is Davies, who is a very much forward fullback, and TAA with the same on the other side, where defensively they're not at their top, and so I don't see where they want to go with that. They really have to change their way of thinking if they want to reinforce their defense. I don't think those 2 players will do the job they are expecting.
They should get Araujo, Sid. He's available.
Well, I mean, just to speak to Frank's point, I mean, you know, initially at least there was a degree of resistance within Real Madrid to the idea of Trent Alexander-Arnold for that very, very basic, and really is stripped down to the most basic point of all, which is they looked at it and said, we want our right back to be a defender. But then, of course, the quality of Trent, the fact he becomes available, the fact that Dani Carvajal gets an injury, doesn't so much force them to change their mind, but makes them kind of waver a little bit on that idea, and that this is an opportunity that they feel that they shouldn't let escape them.
Very, very, very good save from the Manchester United goalkeeper. But if you're going to challenge the Liverpools and the Cities for the Premier League, you need a player in the front line that is way more effective than this guy is. And I know there are people who, and obviously Arteta's one of them, he sort of can't see past him, it seems. And I know they don't really have many other options, but that's his choice. It's his choice. He's had transfer windows to address this. He hasn't done it. He's unlikely to do it in January, unless they panic. Maybe he will with the Jesus injury, I don't know. But what we do know is Chelsea were willing to sell the player because he wasn't prolific and consistent enough. And let's not forget, Arsenal buy him as a midfielder. That didn't work. So it was another mistake from Arteta. Now he plays him up front and he works hard and he runs and he's a good guy and he's got a great attitude. But in terms of being good enough for Arsenal to go to the next level, whether it be the FA Cup, the Champions League, or tracking this Liverpool team down, if they don't get a goal scorer in that position, they're not winning the Premier League. End of story.
Is that fair?
I think at this point it's fair to say that. You know, I've watched them for the last 6 months, and you kind of feel that we're waiting for the Arsenal of the previous 2 seasons to come out in them, and you know it's there. You know it's there in them, but obviously, you know, for whatever reason, this season we haven't seen it so far. And so at that point, you know, you have to either go into the market and freshen things up. You know, we're missing big players at the moment, and listen, putting the ball in the back of the net is the hardest thing to do as a football player. It's very fine margins, and at the moment those margins we're missing out on. And listen, it doesn't help that we go and play against Newcastle the week before, who have a striker that we're heavily linked with. It's January, the window's open, and then we come and play in the FA Cup against United. You know, they go down to 10 men, we have so many chances, we can't score. All of these things coming in the same week, it doesn't help Mikel. You know, it doesn't help Arteta at all. And it only highlights and sheds light on the fact that, you know, they need firepower.
I'm not having this discussion about any player, if it's just 1 or 2 games. That would be ridiculous. But there's a pattern here, and there has been for a while. But he's not the only one. You know, Marino, ineffective.
Yeah.
Gabriel, you know, bit of a mistake for the Jesus goal, for the Fernandes goal. Tries to be too clever with the header on the halfway line, gets caught out. Declan Rice missing chances when he comes off the bench, an easy header should have. So there are many other factors, but that's the biggest one. I think the biggest one for me, because when everybody's fit, the back four will take care of itself. Young Lewis Skelly's a good player, Calafiore's a good player, Timber's a good player, centre halves are strong, keeper's been strong for the most part. Midfield can be strong when everybody's fit. It's up here. That's where there's a gaping problem.
I think that's where the frustration comes from, is because, you know, it took Mikel a while to really build a framework and get the club back to, you know, challenging for the title. And you're so close, you know, and it must have been agonising last year to have missed out on, you know, a point or 2. And when you feel that close and you just miss out, and you realise that there's just a couple of pieces, you know, two maximum pieces to complete the puzzle, that's where the frustration comes from. And I think that's what we're seeing now, you know, and where the pressure is going to mount.
But you have to be ruthless, don't you, as a manager? These guys have done well for me, but we have to make a decision here. Where's the money need to be spent? Yeah. I'm sorry, but you're going to be a squad player because we're going to go in the market for this guy who's prolific.
And how long's Jesus out for as well is another question after we saw him go down.
Yeah, but we just don't know what that injury is. I mean, it looks so innocuous. But so these are all the questions for Arteta. But on the other side of the coin, it's been a brilliant story because Bruno Fernandes was a player who was getting sent off in his discipline, and was he a leader for them? Well, you have to say, and this is only a small sample, because we know he's a good player. We know that. But his attitude and his performances in the Liverpool game and in this game, I think, dragged the team alongside him.
I'm going to interrupt you because I want to go to the Manchester United managers. We've got Ruben Amorim standing by.
Ruben, have you gathered your thoughts after that match? From the second half, it seemed to have everything, and eventually you were able to come out victorious on penalties.
Yeah. Thankfully, the players were there. They fight. What we talk about sometimes is not tactical, technical before the match is this. So we have to compete no matter what the situation, and we compete today. I think they had more chances, but I think we deserved the win. It's not Arsenal didn't deserve the lose, but we deserved the win. The way we play, the way we fight was really tough since the beginning. We didn't have the ball too much, but we controlled without the ball. So I want also say thank you to the fans. It was unbelievable. I didn't understand that all that area was our supporters. So it was a good day for us. But now we have to rest the players. I'm already thinking in the next game. They are really tired, so we need to win. Let's see.
So Bruno Fernandes put your side ahead in the second half, and then Diego Dallo went off with the second yellow. Were you sensing that potentially there was, you know, scope for Arsenal to really kind of push on from there? Were you confident that the players could withstand that?
Sometimes we have the feeling that everything in the end is going to be okay. I felt that since the beginning of the second half, even and after the penalty, I feel it, and I think also that the Arsenal team felt that maybe today is not their day. But I'm really pleased for the way they control the game without the ball. They defend very well. Set pieces, we were really strong. So, like I said, it was a good day. But now I'm thinking about the next game and worry about the next game.
And particularly your defence, considering the amount of opportunities that Arsenal had. You know, are you seeing that improving, especially after Liverpool last week as well?
Yes, because we were facing a great team, and then it was not just 90 minutes, it was more than that. And then you feel that the players are really tired. They put new players, they control the ball all the time, and then was like a sacrifice for my players. But like I said, we deserved to pass through this round because we suffered all together and we show character, and that's a very important thing.
And just a couple of final things, picking out two players in particular, goalkeeper Bayindir, you know, second choice coming in and putting in a big performance, but also Joshua Zirkzee scoring the winning penalty, and I suppose the pressure that he has also been under.
Yeah, but he's a good guy. He works a lot, and then life has these beautiful things. A few weeks ago, we were suffering a difficult moment. Now he was like a game changer for us. You go through with the Joshua Zirkzee goal, and then also Altay. All the players in this team will have the opportunity, and they are lucky because they are playing for Manchester United. It doesn't matter if you play one game or 90 games. Is always a joy to play for this club.
So Manchester United play Leicester City. Go over to our ESPN FC page for the full draw, which has now been made. We've Van Nistelrooy.
I think it's very exciting watching people put their hand. In you go, out you come.
Nathan, my man, extra time. You love that more than anything. Looking at this, obviously Manchester United turning a corner a bit, but really I think the boys are. The big story today is Arsenal, isn't it?
To be honest, I think it's quite balanced. I think when you look at this Arsenal team here and the fact that they weren't able to break down this Manchester United side after having an extra player for 60 minutes, I think that's a concern. You look at some of the quality of the chances that they had and they weren't great. I think for some you'll probably mention, say, people like Saka being out. But as Craig was saying, you know, there are a lot of eyes on Kai Havertz. And I think the misses that he has, I think after this game's done now, you know, they're out of the competition which they would have believed that they could go on and win. In reality, I'm sure everyone's been in the situation that's played the game before. If you play for a team that has aspirations to win it, you can't just say, oh, it doesn't matter, next time, Kai. These are serious conversations, these are serious moments. These are game-changing moments for players who should be doing better. And as a consequence, today it's cost them. You know, obviously, I'm not talking about the penalty because, as Craig said, you know, people miss penalties. Me, myself, I'd be hiding if there was a chance to take a penalty. But he needs to take those chances. And there's so much disappointment that exists in the stands when the chances don't happen. And with that, now to talk about United, the more chances you see them miss, the higher your confidence is. And I've been very, very impressed. The last two games going away to Liverpool, going away to Arsenal, United essentially defensively have looked very good, but they've looked very good in terms of their individual talent, their collective in terms of the way that the team want to play, and the desire and the willingness to suffer and to look around and know that other people are suffering with you. Whatever's being asked of these players at this moment in time, they're willing to do it, even though it's not necessarily something that they want to do. They understand the value to the team, and we've not necessarily seen their best form of football in attack. But to draw at Anfield and to come here and get this result whilst being down to 10 players, so much credit needs to go out to them. And I think even listening to Amorim there in his press conference, the way he's talking about the club, the fans are getting on side, the players getting on side, and he's starting to build what I believe is going to be a strong culture for the club going forward. And best of all, you know, they're in the hat for the next round of the FA Cup and they've got a home tie, so more power to them. I didn't necessarily see it coming when Dallo got sent off, but the fact is, they dug in, they gave themselves a chance. They took the chance and now they can celebrate as they travel back up to Manchester.
Nathan, what's changed in these last two matches compared to those 4 consecutive defeats after the City match?
That's a good question. I think for Amorim himself, he'll say that like training time on the pitch is a key issue, and maybe he has had more time to be able to do that, and as a consequence you can see more in terms of an identity. But I would still argue the case that their identity in terms of attack is not as great as it could be at this moment. but their identity in terms of how they wanted to defend is definitely there. The desire to get back into position, which, realistically should always happen anyway. But you see it because now you see not just players, but a manager that demands it. They get in there, they know their roles, they know their positions, they know that you have to throw yourself at the ball, they know that everything has to be done in a way whereby you're doing everything you can to make sure the ball doesn't go into your net. And also, Altay having a good day in goal for them today, that's what you need. At times, De Ligt is making clearances, Martinez is making clearances, people doing well in 1v1s. There's a spell where Garnacho's wing back, but penned in on a back five, but he's doing the best that he can against Martinelli, and that's the expectation, that's the standard. And I think those players have bought into that. Yes, you could make the case that maybe in these last 2 games they've been exceptional because they've been significant underdogs, but the fact is they still needed to do it. We've seen United for the last 2 years, maybe longer, let themselves down in the biggest moments on the biggest occasions, but in these last 2, when people have watched them, almost expected them to collapse. They've shown the exact opposite. They'll be disappointed to have not gotten the 3 points against Liverpool the other day, even though Liverpool obviously had chances. And for today, they'll be wondering, well, what happens if we can sort our attack out? What happened if we had 11 players for the entirety of the game? And now, considering they've just played the top 2 teams in English football, why would they be worried about anybody else in this division? And maybe they can finish the season off in a way that they probably think they should be.
I think they were so shambolic in those 2 or 3 games, particularly Bournemouth and Newcastle, to Nedum's point, that I think he's decided clearly that it's all about shape and it's about defending. And we worry about the other side of the game once we've figured out this side of the game. And certainly in the Liverpool and this Arsenal game, you have to say there's more to come in the attack. But defensively, in those 2 games, in terms of the shape, from midfield to wing backs to the 3 centre backs, it was night and day.
Solokal as well. Look, you told us before the break, didn't you, about Cristiano Ronaldo. What more can you tell us about the situation?
Well, Al Nassr are in talks about extending Cristiano Ronaldo's contract. His current deal, which is reported to be worth £3 million a week, is due to run out at the end of this season. Now, he's made such a big impact in the Saudi Pro League that I think Al Nassr feel that they want him to stay. Even though he's going to be 40 next month, he believes that he can still carry on playing at a high level. He's done very well in the Saudi Pro League, even though Al Nassr haven't won the title.
Yeah.
They're third at the moment, I think something like 9 points behind the leaders and the champions, Al Hilal. But he's having a good time in Riyadh. He's enjoying it there. I'm sure he's enjoying his tax-free salary as well.
You'd think.
And he wants to carry on playing for Al Nassr, and also he wants to carry on playing for Portugal because the World Cup is coming up, not this summer, next summer. He wants to play in that, even though he's going to be 41. And he has really sort of revitalised his career after what happened at Manchester United. He left there under a cloud in December 2022. He didn't have very many good things to say about the way United were being run, but I think he sort of rediscovered that spark and love for football back in Saudi Arabia, and it looks like Al Nassr really want him to stay for longer.
Are they ambitious enough? Because I think they've only won 1 cup, is that right? And they've not won the domestic title with him there at the moment. Are they ambitious enough for Cristiano Ronaldo, somebody of his stature?
Well, I mean, sometimes you think that, Cristiano Ronaldo, arguably the greatest player of all time, maybe he would want to be playing for the best team in Saudi Arabia, who are Al Hilal. They're the ones who are sort of winning all the trophies, but he still is at a very, very big club. They are one of the biggest clubs in Saudi Arabia. They're based in the capital, Riyadh. He seems to be happy there. I don't think it's all just about winning trophies. I think he's got his eye on carrying on playing for as long as possible, also playing in the World Cup again, maybe, who knows, playing in the Club World Cup, even though Al Nassr are not in it. His great rival, Lionel Messi, will be playing for Inter Miami this summer. I don't know, thinking off the top of my head, could he potentially sign a short-term contract to play for one of the 32 teams who are playing in that tournament? I don't know. Let's wait and see. And of course, looking even further forward, he said he's got bigger ambitions. I think last month he was on stage giving an interview saying that he wants to buy a club. And I think he was even asked about the possibility of buying Manchester United. If he carries on if he carries on earning £3 million
he could
a
probably
week
afford it.
tax-free,
Wow.
he could probably afford to buy himself a Premier League club pretty soon.
Goodness me. Thank you as always, Carve. Brilliant. 3 million reasons as to why he's there at the moment.
Welcome back. I just want to reiterate that breaking news, and that is that Gabriel Jesus has suffered a rupture to his ACL. We know what happens with ACL injuries. It looks like he is going to be out for at least the rest of the season. I mean, James, we spoke about it, we touched on it a little bit, but for Gabriel Jesus to have got back in the Arsenal side, to be playing well, scoring goals, timing is everything in football, and this just feels like such bad timing, not just for the player, but for the club as well.
Yeah, he looks in such brilliant form in those games against Crystal Palace. He looked like he could be that short-term fix for Arsenal. I think when Arsenal signed Zinchenko and Jesus 2.5 years ago now, it felt they could be the missing pieces in the jigsaw, and that title-winning experience would take Arsenal to the next level. Unfortunately, we've not seen that, but in recent weeks we have seen Jesus return to the sort of player that Arsenal thought they'd sign. But I think when you look at the last two matches, Arsenal failed to score from 23 attempts against Newcastle last week, 26 shots to go ahead against Manchester United at the weekend. So when Jesus and Havertz have been in the team, they've not been scoring those chances. Arsenal do need a proven goal scorer now. I think they showed 2 seasons ago. We had Ødegaard, we had Martinelli and Saka all overperforming in terms of their XG, and they all each scored between 10 and 15 goals, and that got Arsenal so close to winning the title. But Martinelli and Ødegaard haven't shown that level of performance from an attacking point of view for the last 18 months when it comes to Martinelli. Ødegaard has been slightly different. He's sometimes laying on the assist before the assist. But I think they need somebody who's going to bury those chances now. It's simple as that. Somebody who scores 20 goals a season. The difficulty in January is there's not many of those around, and those that are around, it's going to cost a serious amount of money. Of course, Arsenal have lost Edu. They've got somebody acting as their sporting director now. They're recruiting for the sporting director. So that's playing a part as well. Clearly, Arsenal fans will feel that perhaps we've invested too heavily in goalkeepers, defenders and defensively minded midfielders rather than focusing on the attack, because ultimately it's been those same players who've been asked to go again the last 3 years for Arsenal.
Obviously with Saka's injury as well, Dan, how much pressure is now on that man Kai Havertz? Because it does feel like he's their only option now, and he's their only man that they can rely on sort of in that number 9.
Yeah, I mean, he's the only recognised number 9.
And
you could argue he's not number 9, couldn't you? So it's a difficult situation for him, a lot of pressure on his shoulders, a lot of pressure on Arteta and Arsenal now as well. You just wonder, what kind of striker is it that Arsenal are looking for? I wrote a list earlier of players that have either moved in the summer or could have moved in the summer. So Osimhen, Tony, John Duran, Solanke, Guirassy. What Arsenal weren't in for any of those. Obviously there was murmurs with Tony at times, but Arsenal weren't ever in for any of those strikers. What profile of striker is it that Arsenal are looking for? Because I genuinely do believe that if the right striker was out there and had been available in the last 2 or 3 windows, I think Arsenal would have backed Arteta and they'd have gone and got them. This is just my own personal feeling. I think Arteta hasn't found that striker available or that's gettable that he thinks suits the way Arsenal play. And you can talk about the way Arsenal have changed this season, and maybe they're a bit slower, maybe they're a bit more predictable. But they've turned themselves into an elite team over the last few seasons, which then makes it harder to take that next step and sign that right centre forward. But I just wondered, who is that forward? Is it Isak, who obviously isn't available? Who is that striker that Arsenal
It's got to be Isak, hasn't it? But you look in this window, it would cost possibly as much as £150 million. Would Newcastle even let him go if a bid over £100 million came in this window? We know Newcastle have battled with PSR constraints, but in the form they're in right now, the form Isak's in right now, they're not going to let him go in this window. Potentially in the summer, as they look to try and comply with the rules once again. We know the rules are going to change next season, but he's the man Arsenal need. They need someone who's going to guarantee you 20 goals a season. He's so handy linking up play as well. He's such a brilliantly gifted player. Arsenal have tried loads of different ways of trying to score goals over the course of the last few seasons. There's times it's worked, but at the moment, with Saka missing, you really do see how frail this side is from an attacking point of view. It feels like we're almost relying on the set pieces now for Arsenal to score those goals. And when they're not scoring from set pieces, from open play, you are struggling a little bit, because even when they're getting the chances, they don't have that man there that's burying them.
Do you feel like Arsenal are going to panic? They didn't panic in the summer when everyone said they needed a striker and they didn't get one. Then the summer when this sort of desperation, I should say, has probably gone up a little bit more with that injury. But do you see Arteta panicking at all?
No, I think they've been pretty sensible in terms of their spending over the last couple of years. And look, I think everyone. Everyone loves a hot take, don't they, at the moment? But I think we just need to have a little step back and look at the realism of the situation. I mean, at the start of the season, Kai Havertz was the second coming. Do you know what I mean? And Now it's been almost laid bare in a game in the FA Cup that the story is completely the opposite. So Arsenal are capable of scoring goals. They have had a bit of a rough patch, but they weren't that far away from Manchester City last season, 6 points. And I think everyone's been a little bit surprised at the uptick in Liverpool. I don't think anybody really expected them to be this good at this point in the season. So do I think we just need to take a step back and have a bit of realism? Probably yes.
Good afternoon to you at home, to James Savundra, Dan Bardell and Dave Reed. Arsenal manager Mikel Arteta wouldn't be drawn on the length of time Gabriel Jesus could be out for. The forward suffered a suspected ACL injury in the FA Cup defeat to Manchester United on Sunday.
Yeah, we know more now, and it's not looking good at all. But we need to review one more specialist, so probably we'll have the total information this afternoon. Don't want to confirm anything again till we have the final report this afternoon, and I think it's the doctor's job to do that. But yeah, we were very worried straight away after the game, and we are very worried today.
So I don't want to be a pessimist, but there's a chance it could be a season-ending injury.
Well, again, let's wait till this afternoon.
Obviously, with this injury to Jesus, potentially quite serious, does that change your thinking about the transfer window?
We are actively looking in the market to improve the squad, and that's been since day one. We will be naive not to do that, because it's an opportunity always to evolve the team, to improve the squad, and especially with the circumstance that we have. So yes, we are looking and we are trying, and let's see what we are able to do.
Mikel Arteta talking there. Dan, I'm going to start with you. Suspected ACL injury. We know players likely to miss large periods of time. How big of a blow is this, not just for Gabriel Jesus, but for Arsenal as well?
Yeah, obviously, first off, for the player, it's bad news. Just when he's starting to get back into some form, he's been in the goals recently, got himself back in the team, and now just as he'll feel he's got himself going, potentially his season's over. So sad news for the player. From an Arsenal perspective, it feels pretty big to me. It feels like something that might end up shaping their January, because whereas before maybe they were just looking for opportunities like they have done previously in Januaries with Jorginho and Trossard, for example, a few Januaries ago, it now feels like they might need to move away from opportunistic signings, and that this is now a necessity. This is something that they have to do, because there's no doubt with injuries, and maybe even without the injuries, they're short in the forward positions. They've only got Havertz in the squad that can play centre forward. They've let players go in the summer that can play in that position. It feels now that, they've got 2 weeks here. It's not a case of, if something comes up, that they need something to come up now, Arsenal, because they are short. And if they want to maintain the challenges on all fronts, the Champions League, the Premier League, possibly still the Carabao Cup, if they can turn the second leg around, they're going to need another forward option, because there's a long way to go yet in this season.
Yeah, so Jesus out for a while. Dave, how Arsenal fans would love for one of these players to be still at the club.
I know. Arsenal have had some iconic forwards down the years, and we wanted to pick out a few of them for you this afternoon. All of these players you see here have won major honours at the club, and all brought something a little bit different as well to the Arsenal teams that they played in. We've got, deep lying forwards here. We've got creative players. We've got penalty box strikers. We've got off-the-shoulder players. We've got physicality as well amongst the players on the video wall here. Front-line pace. Most of all, though, for Arsenal supporters, they loved the lethal finishing that these players brought to the Arsenal front line. So what about the options Mikel Arteta has at his disposal now? Well, Gabriel Jesus has suffered that serious knee injury. We expect full confirmation of that this afternoon. And Bukayo Saka is out until at least March, we think. It leaves Arsenal with Kai Havertz, Raheem Sterling, Gabriel Martinelli and Leandro Trossard as the forward options for the manager.
Yeah, James, they let go. Dan sort of vaguely mentioned it earlier. They let go of attacking players in the summer. I know hindsight's a wonderful thing, and they would never have known that Saka was going to be out for a long time, and this was going to happen to Jesus. But do you think Arsenal had enough forward options in the summer?
Well, it's important to reflect on what they did in the summer with Emile Smith-Rowe and Eddie Nketiah leaving the club for serious money, it must be said, and pure profit, because they're academy graduates, so that helped them massively from a business point of view and in terms of profit and sustainability. Fabio Vieira and Reece Nelson both went out on loan as well. All four of those players didn't get enough minutes last season, so it was understandable for Arsenal to move those players on, but they didn't really make any replacements in that forward area. Mikel Merino was the most advanced signing in terms of players up the pitch that they brought in, but he's a number 8. So they've not really strengthened that area of the pitch, the front line, for 3 or 4 years, really. When you look at what they've done, they've spent £140 million on 6 forwards over the last 5 years, compared to nearly £300 million on 16 defenders and goalkeepers over the course of Arteta's tenure. You can understand what they've done, and they've really been rewarded in terms of those foundations being really strong. Arsenal have the best defence in the Premier League by some distance. Yes, they've been shipping the odd goal in recent matches, but overall, we saw last season, we've seen this season, that is a really strong foundation they have. The issue is, if Saka, and he's unfit at the moment, Martinelli and Ødegaard aren't firing and almost overperforming in front of goal, that's when they're really going to struggle, and that's when they are reliant on the set pieces. I guess the encouraging sign is that they have been creating chances in the last 2 matches. 20-odd shots against Newcastle, 20...
Hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night. Good whatever time it might be in your location. God is good all the time. Smile, say hi to us. Who is in the building? Show up, say hi. You hear me? You see me? Everything walking good from your side of the world? Okay, guys, so we are here for Premier League games and also for transfer talk and all the good stuff. Feel free to join us if you have time to do so. If you don't have time, no problem. No problem at all. All right. Fixing everything on the screen. Just making sure that everything's working. I'm very, very early. I'm like 30 minutes earlier than I wanted, but it's cool. So let's check on the games that happened today. So we have Brentford against Manchester City, Chelsea against Bournemouth, West Ham against Fulham, Nottingham Forest against Liverpool. So gonna start at 2:30 p.m. Eastern time, and the Liverpool game is gonna start 30 minutes after the first game. So I don't know, for like TV commercial reasons, but nobody cares. So I think in 20 minutes from now, we're gonna have the lineups for some teams coming up. Now is the day you find the lineup a little earlier than before. It used to be like only 1 hour before the kickoff, but now you can even find the lineup a little earlier. So let's see what's gonna happen with this one. So how everybody is feeling? Give me some feedbacks, man. Tell me if you can hear me. I don't wanna be talking to myself without knowing that somebody can hear. This is the most important. All right, so you have the link that's been provided there somewhere. You wanna call? Time to do so. Okay. Twitter flash score. So let's see what is trending right now. The transfer market been very, very crazy. Very crazy. To be honest. A lot of craziness, and what the transfer window will be without Chelsea. Always Chelsea all the time. They dominate in every aspect of window. So this is me here on my page, Green Turf. I made some videos early on. Waka. 60 million down the drain. Kai Havertz. All right, so you go there, you're gonna find some funny stuff, some cool stuff. Mikhailo Mudryk. Did you know that today is like the 3rd year that since we signed this brother, since we hijacked him from Arsenal? 100 million down the drain. We can sing about Kai Havertz 60 million down the drain, but keep in mind that Mikhailo Mudryk money also, well, it's a package though. Some of the clauses will never be activated because there are clauses like the Ballon d'Or clause, and if he score more than 20 goals a season, stuff like that. Not gonna happen. But still a lot of money, still getting paid now. 100k a week for 7 years. Lord have mercy. Anyways, so let me double check very quickly if lineup. Oh, I continue. Not yet, we're still waiting for the official announcement from Chelsea. Only 15 minutes to go, so not long before we know everything. Ladies and gentlemen, it's match day. And remember the last game for Thiago Silva at Chelsea was against Bournemouth at Stamford Bridge. 2-1 to Chelsea. Moises Caicedo with that wonder goal from halfway. What a goal that was, huh? Amazing goal. Let me check on some headlines before go any. Let's check on Mr. Romano. So on his page here, he pinned this tweet here, or post. They don't call them post anymore. It's not a tweet, it's X. Come on, X. Okay, so Chelsea head talks about Matisse de Ligt. Why I always call him Matisse de Ligt? Matisse Tel. His name is like very short. Tel. It's like Ba, Bemba Ba, BA only. And then you have some names like very long. Arisa Balaga, Aspilicueta, you know, Gilo Boji, Chukwuemeka. There are some names that are very long. Anyway, so Matisse Tel, Chelsea are showing interest. Bayern Munich don't want to sell him. Tel don't want to go somewhere else unless if there is a lot of convincing from Chelsea. Christopher Nkunku want to go to Bayern Munich to play football. Vincent Kompany really want him. But for Tel, nothing is done yet unless if Todd Boehly flies his private jet and goes hijack him the way we know how. We did it for Mudryk. We did it for Enzo Fernandez. We can also do it for Tel. 19 years old only. Very good. Looks good on YouTube, just like anybody else. Just like me on YouTube, I will look like Ronaldinho Prime, right? So we got excited, which is good. You know, you have to get excited, and then you bring a young kid, and then you don't give him time to play, and then you jump and start scouting other people and starting like blaming the player. You have Mark Guiu there. You have David Washington, Dusan Sterling. Tons of those kids that you spent a fortune to bring in the team, they're not playing, and you are going for other kids. It doesn't make sense to me. I think we should have gone for people who are more mature now, like plug and play, because we have so many of those kids that we don't give a chance because they're still young. I don't believe in the age. Age is just a number. Yamal at Chelsea will never ever have even 30 seconds in the first team because he's 17. But that brother got at Bayern Munich, at Barcelona, since the age of 15. And that Xavier's, man, you are good enough, get there. Look at him today. But at Chelsea, we have some kind of mindset. You have to be a certain age. You have to be such and such. You have to cost 100 million. You have to be from Monaco, a Lamborghini. Stuff like that. But that is not football. Football could be just the guy that you neglect. It's the guy that will win you the Champions League. Football is a funny game. Huh? So tell to Chelsea and Kunku to Bayern Munich, we have to keep an eye open on this. And we're going to go slowly and surely talk about other topics. But let me say hi to Mr. Le Français Dev. Mr. Dev, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Happy New Year, Mr. Oaks. Happy
Yes,
New Year.
sir. Been long time. I haven't seen you for a year.
Yes,
Since 2024. Wow, that's been like long ago, man. How you been?
I'm doing good. I had a kid. I think I told you. I told everyone about it.
Yeah.
I just became a father. Time goes fast. It was our first Christmas.
Okay.
Man, I was so inexperienced. With you also know with this Chelsea just trying to donate points. What do we used to call this team? Charity FC. Yeah. Charity FC. Yeah. So yeah, it's been a long time. And I also don't know if maybe you've changed your schedule on when you go live. But mostly you used to do it before the game start. So it's been hard to catch on because I think you have like 4 channels.
Yeah, stuff like that. I'm all over the place. I don't know how many channels, like 10 of them. I don't know. Yeah. So yeah, I've been busy. So also like sometime I take a break like around Christmas or something, and you have to go to the countryside, and you know all the commercials about Christmas and stuff. So yeah.
Absolutely. But what a big game is it about to be today? It's funny that even I have to see that the Premier League have shifted, because 2 years ago we played against Bournemouth. The first thing we were thinking about is an easy 3 points. But Bournemouth today has become a very difficult team to defeat. Bournemouth and what's the other team's name? Nottingham Forest. It's like all of a sudden there's more teams growing around this middle table team. They've all figured out how to make top 4, which is draw against the top 4 and beat the middle and then the bottom teams. So it's made it very difficult for the Premier League top clubs to gain 3 points. I don't know how Liverpool's doing it, but their time will come soon too, for them to stop dropping points. But
you have to beat other teams, though. You have to beat.
Yeah, and then that's where the problem is that. I was saying, I think I said it maybe the last time before we left, that for the moment, we are not being humbled by all the team yet. They're looking at us and going with the mindset like, I want to be the first team to defeat Chelsea, giving us all the attack, and then they were getting defeated. So finally, one team decided to give us respect, and I think it all started with Everton. Everton decided to say, you know what, this Chelsea team, they have a talented squad. We need to show these guys respect, and from there on, they will drop points. And ever since we drew against Everton, did we drew? I don't know. It feels like a loss. Yeah. Ever since we drew, every club decided to do the same thing. Just pack. It's not even a bus no more. It's a tsunami. At one point, you see 6 at the back. And nobody's talking about that. But if a big club like Chelsea or Arsenal or Liverpool will have 7 defenders at the back, all of a sudden ESPN will be the first account to post it on social media. And also, why is nobody saying Nottingham Forest are in the title race? You know, that's another thing right there that a lot of people did not want to say. But when it came to Chelsea, yeah, I understand it's Chelsea Football Club, but use the same energy on Nottingham Forest and watch them start dropping points. Yep. But as for the transfer window, Mr. Oaks, it's dramatic. It's very dramatic. Like I've seen a lot of links left and right that makes no sense. Vega, I don't know if I said his name right, the left back, Roberto Vega, right?
Yeah, Renato Vega.
The brother's only be here for 6 months and he wants to leave. And then I'm reading posts saying that he's actually a CB, but he didn't mind coming to Chelsea to play in different position, and it's like all over the place.
Okay, so let me just remind people the lineup so we can go back and talk about the transfer. So Robert Sanchez in goal, Caicedo, Anchampong, Powell, Kukurea, Lavia, Enzo Fernandez, Noni Madueke, Cole Palmer, Sancho, and Jackson. On the bench, Jorgensen, Tosin, Vega, Gusto, James, Neto, Joao Felix, Nkunku, and Mark Guiu. So this young man is having his second game in the Premier League now. 90 minutes. That's how you make legend. And that's why I don't believe in age. Because you can be a kid. Of course he's gonna get undone. Of course he's gonna make stupid mistakes and even score on goal. He's gonna panic. But that is the only way a young man can learn, is to play with men and get the beating that you deserve, and then you learn from that. Without this, you don't develop anybody. So I'm so happy for the young man. Josh, he did very good against Crystal Palace, marking somebody like Jean-Philippe Mateta was almost an impossible task for a young kid, but he managed really, really well. And when Mateta scored, it wasn't his fault. It was a bloody Malo Gusto and everybody all over the place. Not marking and letting space and everybody running everywhere. So the kid did pretty good against Mateta. I was very, very impressed. And today again, good luck to him, because he need to face some very tough team, experienced team like Bournemouth.
And Mr. Oaks, if it wasn't for him not extending his contract anyhow, he wouldn't have gotten this opportunity. I believe it was him, right, who he didn't want to extend his contract, and then it was a little bit like months, and they took him out of the team list or something like that. And if it wasn't for him actually trying to fight for a move because he's looking for minutes, he wouldn't have been in the squad.
That's the problem, because when people were pointing finger, or look at your Cobham, oh, they don't love the club, he's a kid, what do you think, who do you think you are, blah, 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 blah. Because you never played football, you don't understand anything about real football. The kid knows that he's good, and he doesn't see any path to the development. And he was fighting for his life, and he got what he wanted. So I don't want anybody to come now and say, oh, now you force a new contract, and now you are making mistake. Thiago Silva made a lot of mistake. John Terry got undone how many times? All the big defenders, Van Dijk or whatever. You will never see anybody that will be perfect. It's a learning process for your entire career. So this kid is gonna make mistakes. Like the last time, he almost scored a header, like a free header. That is okay. It's okay. You go and watch the video again and you learn. You're like, man, I should have taken that chance. That's the way it is. I'm so happy for the kid. Mr. Caesar, I will take you right now, because you're going to cut me off when I'm trying to talk. So I'm gonna have to finish the little things to settle my show, so I can put you, because you always jump like from one topic to another one to another one to another one, and finally we're gonna.
But Mr. Oaks, I wanted to ask also, it's about Disasi. Has Disasi been treated right on his position play?
Nope. I made a lot of videos. I got to a fight
Exactly.
online with many people. I'm not saying that he's world class. He's just a certain level. He can just give you solid games here and there, especially big games. You know, he got like 3 times man of the match in the Premier League against Haaland, against Liverpool.
Thank you. Yep.
What is called Salah and all the big guys. He got 3 men of the match last season. I still respect the guy. I don't think he's world class or anything. He's a solid player that can give you something if you play him from the center back position where he feels comfortable.
Absolutely. And I think it was politic. It was politic on his situation.
Yeah.
I believe that the head masters or the people on top told Maresca to play was the brother who got injured, who played next to Liverpool. Fofana. Play Fofana over Disasi. I just never saw Fofana playing over Disasi because of the type of injury that he came from last season. He missed an entire season. With the way he had to come back, it was great. But why was Disasi not after Fofana? For me, I've always questioned that. Why was he playing as a right back? A lot of people will say like, well, right back, CB, it's almost the same thing. All you had to do was shift here and shift there. But if you play the game, it also takes you time mentally to play a certain position and, you know, see the whole picture. Not everybody's built the same. Not everybody's built the same. And I remember, was it Thomas Tuchel or someone in the past play a certain player out of position? What's his name? It was Liverpool. It was Pochettino. He was playing Liverpool as a left back. What's the difference between that treatment that Liverpool was playing as a left back and Disasi as a right back?
That is the problem. Like, people don't understand. If you never played football, you play only FIFA in your room or your grandmother's basement, you know everything. You think that you know everything. You got there on that pitch, you see the pitch differently depending on the position that you are in. You see the pitch completely different. You have a different technique of shooting from every angle, like depending on where you are. You are a right back, you are a center back, you are in the midfield, you see the pitch differently. You have different tactics, different techniques of shooting.
And different angles. Like
different
everything.
angles. Now, some people can adapt easily. Some people can be versatile. It's not a problem, but few of them. The majority of the players on this earth, they feel comfortable from their natural position where they've been playing for years. And then from there, if you are lacking somebody or somebody's injured, you can understand. But when you have Kukureya, you have Ben Chilwell, and then you have Jan Madsen on the bench, and you play bloody Levi Colwill as a left back, and you know that he doesn't have the pace, he can't cross the damn ball, he's awful from that position, and you continue doing it over and over again in the name of he needs to learn. I want versatile. It's going to help his game, blah, blah, blah. And you are losing and losing games. You are stupid because you are doing the same thing over and over again. Or you're trying to make a message. You are setting people to failure or something. You have a certain agenda by doing that. There is a reason we have professionals in every aspect of life. You're going to find professional, you're going to find level and level. And you're going to force people out of position. For what really? Because if you put them from their normal positions, even without complicating things, or you invert, you do this, you do that, just tell them to cook. They're going to cook because they feel comfortable. 4-3-3. Okay, Ben Chilwell, bombing from the left side. Reece James, do your thing in the space, okay? Overlap, cross, bam. You're going to win games. I don't understand what is this obsession about you have to be a certain way and my way only. and I'm going to put you from a very uncomfortable situation just to show people that I'm a genius. No, it doesn't work that way.
And some positions for you to be played out of position is also a way of saying, I don't want you in my starting 11. I don't want you in my squad. Because I know over there you will struggle. I know over there, okay, if we all see that you're the weakest link, it will be easily to point the finger at you. Because I have to say, imagine how this has to feel, asking himself, why am I not playing as a CB?
Yeah.
I know I'm at Chelsea Football Club, but if a coach like Maresca says, Desasi, you playing right back, it's like, I have no choice to say yes, because it's his world or highway. If I say no, I'm probably not even going to see the pitch. You see,
That's the problem.
so I think he's been set up a little bit here, not even a little bit. It's been so obvious.
Yeah, he passed the ball to a mistake. That it was a mistake, but also the midfield. Where was our midfield? Everybody was out of position. We also had enough time to correct that mistake, but people are gonna point just that mistake and forget like 99% of good things that he does. No, it doesn't count. People are just looking for that single moment so we can make narrative and start drama on social media, because drama is what people want to see. And we want to blame somebody. If you don't blame and point finger and insult somebody, you're not going to sell. That's the reality of this business. So I feel sorry for Disasi. I feel sorry sometimes even for Nkunku for being played as a number 9. He's not a number 9, and Maresca said it 1,000 times in the press conference. But you keep doing the same freaking thing. You're saying it and you continue to do it. To prove what, really? So there are certain things that, I don't know. Maresca was so flexible at the beginning and then started changing a little bit, going back to the stubbornness of, okay, I know better than anybody. Nobody's going to tell me what to do. Let me try this and that. It's just so complicated.
I think he's also being political to try to throw a message to the board that, look, I give you the guys this style of play, we're winning games. And then all of a sudden, when the window transfer started getting closer, boom, the guy changed things. He did this on purpose. It's not coincidence. As soon as we got closer to the window of January, he did it at the perfect time. Yes, it was small. Maybe yes, it was Everton. It was Nottingham Forest. It was these teams that we will probably say we're supposed to win. But playing players out of position, these little things matter, because these small B team that you call B team, they use the best guns against our so-called player out of position. So I think he did this on purpose. And I've noticed that about Chelsea. Every December near to the January transfer window, coaches like to do that a lot. They change their tactics, and then they put the player that they haven't used for decades or whatever, play them out of position just to say, oh, if we lose, we can all point fingers and say, oh, it makes sense why we're not playing this and that at a certain position. So I think
which is stupid
which
because
worked, though.
you are throwing away
points.
The opportunity to fight for the title, because you like it or not, we were there. We were close than ever. If we won those games, and they were all of them winnable. If we won all of them right now, we were going to be like two points behind Liverpool. And you never know. They might drop a few more points and you find yourself in a very, surprising position. Nobody said that we are ready, but looks like he's making sure that to say, oh, I told you we are not ready yet. I need this.
Exactly.
Like, what the hell?
Yep.
You don't have to be ready all the time. Take opportunity. I've seen Chelsea win in years that we were not supposed to win, like the Champions League, out of the blue, aging team, 1,000 suspension, injuries here and there, and you find yourself like, oh man, I'm here already. So it looks like the manager wanted to make sure that I told you so. We are not ready yet. I need this, and I just don't understand that level of stupidity. But yeah, man, I'm done. Tob said that bigger people, Madueke is back in the team. Yeah. You are happy for Madueke?
And Mr. Uggs, right? Do you remember the game against Fulham when we lost? We conceded the second goal at the very last minute. That was a confirmation that told me that he's doing this on purpose, that he's changed his style of play. When we scored one, it didn't even look like we wanted to keep the ball. Because if you watch the game, all we did was kept clearing the ball, just boom, clear it away, and then we would hope to run away with the points. Cole Palmer was not even after he scored that goal, he didn't even look like he wanted anything else. And when I look at even the body language of everybody, it was very questionable. It was like it's as if they've received this instruction from the coach.
Yeah.
That we're gonna learn how to defend or do something. It was weird. That was so not Chelsea. And even at first half, you could sniff that we were either gonna draw. That's all I saw coming. But losing, no, that went further.
Yeah,
it went too far.
That guy really, he makes me really, really, really mad. Like the interview after the Everton game when he came in, like kind of celebrating, like this is the best defense in Europe right now, and kind of we are happy that we got the draw here. I'm like, bloody hell, there are so many teams that come here. We know there are some bogey ground, that is normal, but it doesn't mean that you're gonna just continue not to win against them. No, it could happen that you win. You could be the first person to break the curse or whatever. And he was like, you see, he was very cautious, didn't make any kind of change, wanted to keep the same team, the same rhythm, so they stay like defensively the same shape, so they don't concede. But we're not gonna take any kind of risk. We have options there, physical people that we needed to score a goal. No, I'm not gonna take risk. We're not gonna push anything. And the way he celebrated that draw, I was so angry. Like, look, this is Chelsea we're talking about here. Tobbs, again, I really love the use of Felix and Kunku playing that attacking number 8 in the B team. It's so offensively fluid. So you might not see it anymore because Nkunku is trying to go to Bayern Munich to play more football. And the B team, there are so many good players in the B team. The manager just can't find a way to play them or make a proper rotation. I understand that.
I feel like he can. He's just choosing not to because of our weak defense. Too much attack expose our defense. That's
but
another
also
thing.
Sometimes your attack could be the best way to defend because you destroy them in the first half or something, and then you make defensive changes and you try to close the game. Close the door. That's the problem.
Because,
he doesn't know how to close the freaking door until the last second. You know that you can concede.
And here is the thing that's scary about this Chelsea that I've learned is that if our attackers don't score, we are in trouble. Because of our defense is not solid either.
Yeah.
I don't remember the last time we've actually won like a 1-0 consistency. Every time that we scored one, the game will end with a draw.
Yeah.
We've only won one match, scoring 1-0. It's as if our Chelsea squad right now is very dependent on our forward players.
Yeah.
Because if Cole Palmer doesn't score, we all look into the next person is Jackson. And then that's not enough. We shouldn't just be looking at Palmer and Jackson. We should also be looking Pedro, Sancho, Madueke to do something. Because unfortunately, if our squad doesn't score a goal, that means we are in big trouble defensively also. Because each and every time that we haven't been able to score, what happened? We've lost the game.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, in this window, we should be looking to actually buy. I wouldn't even say buy because enough is enough. But we should have been addressed this a long time ago. That we should get a solid defense, because Thomas Tuchel once said, "You win team with good defenders. You win the league with good defenders." That's how he won the Champions League. When we had Rudiger, Christensen, the guy that we kept putting under the bus because he always had stomach pain whenever it was a final. You see, now looking at where he's at and looking at what we have, we should very be appreciated with what he was doing for the club.
That's the problem, though. You don't know what you got until you spend 1 billion on a bunch of crap. Like there are certain players that we had there for free that you could have give a good contract, like Rudiger or Christensen or some other guys that just went. And then
Exactly. Because Disasi and Badiashile are nowhere near to what Christensen did for Chelsea.
Yeah, or Rudiger, or even Tomori. Tomori didn't play a lot, but you can, even
was
Mark
throwing his body on the
Mark
line.
Gueye and stuff like that. Like, you just spent a lot of money on a bunch of players that are not even in the same level than the players that you just let go. But always on social media, it's always the narrative. It's always vibes. Yes, get rid, buy. And then they start playing football and you are like, why? Because they can't even tie the shoes. You spend 88 million on Mikhailo Mudryk, and then you let go somebody like Kalim Hudson-Odoi, you let go Christian Pulisic, who could have played from that position. It's all good. It's all vibes. Get rid, they are flop. And then you bring your perfect players that's been twerking with Arsenal for the entire summer. You hijack the deal. Okay. Now what? On the pitch, nothing. Now off the pitch, having some trouble. And then why did you spend that kind of money? So sometimes people need to think outside the box instead of all the time narrative and copy paste. It's just annoying.
Imagine Chelsea trying to go back for Hudson-Odoi.
Yeah.
They were selling back to us for 70-something mil or 80.
Yeah, Chelsea got rid of that guy like for 3 million or
3 million. And look at him, he's on top of our club. He's on top of the table.
Like right now, he's unplayable. And that's why I always tell people, like, you have to be patient a little bit, with young players. It's not everybody that's gonna be Yamal or Mbappe or Haaland. Those are exceptional players. Most of us, we will follow the normal development of a human being. We go to college normally, you spend a lot of money, you fail, you go up and you grow up. Slowly and surely you become mature. But there are certain kids, they are 7 years old, 10 years old, they are so smart, more than anybody else, and they send them to Massa, they send them to special university, a kid, because they are exceptional. Football is the same. You can be flop today, and then next year you are growing and you are learning, and then that's why you got to your prime. That's what is called prime. And then you're not gonna just reject every kid, call them flop, get rid of my club, just because of one bad season or few bad games. And if you go to Kalim Hudson-Odoi, he played most of the time as a left wing, like playing out of position all the time. 20 minutes here, the guy come on and then being taken off immediately by Thomas Tuchel, kills his confidence, changing him from the right back, from the left back. It's just so much. The guy can't focus, and he's coming from a bad injury that took him out for more than a year. Achilles injury is kind of career-ending injury, and people don't care about those little details, and it's always like everything need to be black or white, now, or never, Look at Yamal. Hello, how many Yamal are out there? Name me 10 players that are like him. No, other players are gonna be like that. Up and down until they reach their prime and maturity. So, okay, Caesar. Yo.
How are you doing?
We're doing good. We're waiting for Chelsea to play.
Big Chelsea win on Saturday, 5-0.
Yeah, still a win. A win is a win. It was against...
Was a good game. I watched again sometimes, but I think we're good.
Say it again.
I think I say to myself, I'm not watching the game. It's gonna be 5-0, and I got right, 5-0.
Yeah, it's 5-0. You have to beat.
Who did we got in the next round?
I think Brighton against
Yes,
Chelsea.
Brighton.
It's gonna be
But I'm an Ajax fan.
tough game. Yeah.
But I'm an Ajax fan. Now Ajax playing the cup game in Alsace and we are losing 1-0.
You playing right now?
Ajax is playing right now. Second half has started, but we are 1-0 down.
Okay, so Club Brugge are losing 1-0.
No, it's Ajax.
Ajax?
Yes, in the Netherlands Dutch Cup.
Oh, okay.
But
So-
tomorrow, the Club Brugge game against Henk.
Oh, Henk against Club Brugge. Okay.
The
good.
first game is in Bruges and then in Genk.
Okay.
My predictions are 4-0
4-0 for what team?
for Club Brugge.
Okay. Good.
And
Good
I got
luck.
some transfer news.
Yes, sir. Go.
Don Jamal is going to Aston Villa. Good transfer?
Oh, Milan to Aston Villa. Yes, it's been confirmed, and I think it's gonna be a good transfer for Aston Villa.
Yes, he's a very good player. The Netherlands.
Yeah, the problem is you can be as good as you be in other leagues, but sometimes the Premier League is a different animal. You have just to confirm because we've seen a lot of players from the Bundesliga and they came to the Premier League and they flopped. So it's 50-50 all the time, not...
But I got some transfers out of the Belgium league.
Okay, let's go.
KVM got the new goalie, Nacho Mira, 17-20 Spanish goalkeeper.
Okay.
He's coming off the fight. Cam Escaldense is bankrupt.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Nacho Miras is...
Okay.
He gonna taking a contract to the end of the season, but with a year extra.
All right.
And the second transfer is a young striker to Leuven, 20-year striker out of the Netherlands.
What's his name?
Lingel Zeefuik.
Zeefuik. Okay, so he's signing for what team?
For OHL on a loan deal, but they used to they permanent going to there. He's a 20 years striker out of the Netherlands.
Striker from the Netherlands. All right. I will be checking and see how good he will be.
Yes, and Holstenkiel is destroying Dortmund.
They are playing right now.
Yes, 3-0 Holstenkiel.
Dortmund are losing 3-0.
Yes.
And that's why they want our player Renato Vega, because they don't have a center backs. They have a lot of injuries right now. That's why they are trying to push and buy.
I know Jean Butet as a Club Brugge fan. He's now playing with Como against AC Milan.
Okay.
The stand there is 0-0.
Let me double check here very quickly. German Super League. So yeah. So Holstenkiel are leading 3-0 in the Bundesliga against Dortmund. That is true.
Good question. What is your prediction for Chelsea today?
Let me just finish what I was going to say. So after that, it's gonna be Bayern Leverkusen against Mainz. And then it's gonna be Frankfurt against Freiburg. I don't even know if Omar Mamouche is gonna play for Frankfurt because he might join Manchester City, so we don't know. And then it will be Wolfsburg against Mönchengladbach. So those are the games that coming in like 37 minutes from now in the Bundesliga. And then we can go for the Premier League. Also, it's gonna start in 37.
But my friend, I see now the lineup for Manchester City.
if you let me finish what I was going to say, and
Yeah.
I'm gonna come back to you. Okay. So Brentford against Manchester City is gonna happen, and Chelsea against Bournemouth. I think you asked me what is my score, so I will answer you and say my score is gonna be 2-1 to Chelsea. It's a tough game. West Ham against Fulham is a London derby. Graham Potter, Mr. Magician himself, is back in the management, so I think he might win this game. It's gonna be his first win. I think it's gonna be 2-1 West Ham. Nottingham Forest against Liverpool. Forest actually beat Liverpool away at Anfield Stadium in the first leg, and I think they're gonna cause a lot of issues today. I just don't think Liverpool are gonna lose, so I think it's gonna be a 2-2 draw. And I think Manchester City are going to beat Brentford 2-1. I think it's gonna be a tough game, but City are going to win 2-1. My prediction. Right.
Yes.
Yeah, go on.
But my prediction for Brentford Man City, but I'm a Man City fan. I go, but I'm saying we're not really back. After this game, I think we're really back. We won against Southampton 8-0. We won against Leicester and West Ham, but I have some. I'm gonna say the option. Ortega in goal. Moreno Nunez. Akanji Ake. Guardio Kovacic. Kevin De Bruyne, our captain. Bernardo Silva, Savinho, Foden and Haaland.
Mm-hmm. So what is your score prediction?
I think it's a tough game at Brentford. They lose this weekend against Plymouth.
That was in the cup. That was in the FA Cup. And they rested a lot of players.
Yes.
To play against City. So it means nothing. This is football.
But I'm saying 0-3 to City.
Okay. Good luck. 0-3 to City against Brentford. Now let me structure something and I will come back to you. Okay. Let me Mr. Zero said that Maresca is a puppet, but pretend he makes decision. He moaned Chilwell is out because he can't invert. Okay, so why did you sell Maatsen and bring no suitable player who can invert? Because you don't have any? You don't? What do you mean? So you have any? I don't know what you mean by that, but I got your point. He's a puppet, just listening to what the owners are saying. All right. That is your opinion, and we have to respect your opinion. Let me read here. Mr. Marge, Host Trend TV said that Maresca, Madueke politics are not allowing for excellence moving forward. Oh, all right. That is not a surprise. Football is psychological. All right. And he says again, these guys are selling the core of the football club. Fofana reportedly said he ain't injured. They're trying to reduce the wage bill like an account firm. Yeah, Chelsea also is a business, so you have to reduce also your bills if you can. It doesn't mean that if you have the highest bid or the highest bills, and then you're gonna win everything. You can still have top of the top paying people crazy amount of money like Sterling, 350k a week, and you're not getting anything. So I don't see anything wrong by them trying to reduce the cost of operation at Chelsea Football Club. We are not Abramovich era anymore. Abramovich didn't care about money because he had so many businesses that were bringing money, and he didn't care. It was just like his pocket money to give to Chelsea. Now the reality is Chelsea needs to make money in order to spend money. So I don't see anything wrong with that. Fofana dropping affected the performance. No. He didn't drop Fofana. Fofana is injured. He said that he's fit, but it doesn't mean that he's fit. That brother been injured for years. He was out for one season, the entire season. Didn't even kick the ball. So your conspiracy theory is like Maresca is lying. What the point? He's gonna lie about somebody who is seriously injured. Just because you said I'm gonna be back in 4 weeks doesn't mean you're gonna come back in 4 weeks. The doctor said that he's gonna be out for a long period of time, and even for the rest of the season, we don't know. And you say that, oh, I'm gonna come back in 4 weeks. What is the difference? Just because you are positive about something doesn't mean that it's true. Being positive means nothing. You can even come back in 4 weeks. It doesn't mean that you are much fit, because you have to play also. How many times that brother he comes and after a few days he's already out already. So it makes no sense. I don't know where this conspiracy theory is coming from, but I don't think Maresca on purpose is like, I'm gonna leave this guy out. For what, really? He's getting paid 200k a week because he's one of the first people that we signed. Okay? We signed him, I think he was under Thomas Tuchel or something. One of the few people that we bought there. Almost 80 million that we spent on him. We put him on a crazy contract, 7 years. What is the point? Like leaving him out on purpose for what? What really? What the conspiracy theory is all about? It makes no sense. At least the conspiracy theory need to make a sense. What Chelsea are gonna benefit from letting Fofana out? What that is gonna help? Because we need defenders. Fofana is better than other defenders that we have. If he is fit, he need to be there. So I don't understand your conspiracy theory. Anyways, 29 minutes to go. Christopher Nkunku and Disasi are on the bench, but I don't know if they're gonna risk them. They're gonna play them because Chelsea might sell them. So if they got injured, I don't think they're gonna I don't think they're gonna be sold anymore. So I don't know if they're gonna have any minute on the pitch today. But they still need to walk, though. Technically, you are working for Chelsea. If you are called upon, you have to do your job no matter what your personal issue is. Because you're still getting paid a lot of money, bro. A lot of money. Let's go. Flash. Go back to this screen here. Okay, any breaking news? Let's go back and see the lineup. This game is gonna be very tough, man. Very, very tough. Sanchez in goal. Caicedo, Anchapong, Cowell, Kukurea, Lavia, Enzo Madueke, Palma, Sancho, Jackson. So technically, I think somebody is gonna play out of position. So who's gonna play out of position? I think it's gonna be Caicedo, right? So Caicedo is playing as a right back, which is the position that he played a lot. So this is different than using somebody like Disasi from that position. Caicedo is better. He's defensively solid. He's very fast, and he can do many things from that. That is the position he's been playing. But if you play Disasi, you are setting him to failure. You want to make your point because it makes no sense. If you play Josh from there, understandable, because the boy been playing that position his entire life, and he also plays as a center back. You know, but you force somebody like Disasi, you are setting him to failure. That is the truth. So yeah, but why not use Reece James? Why not Reece? You have to use Reece James or Malo Gusto, you know. Why? Why use some people out of positions when you have specialists who can do a better job from that position? The inverting thing. You have to invert, you have to do this and that. So many players are limited under Maresca because they can't do this, they can't do that. Which I don't understand. Like the video that I made earlier on, I said, John Terry won't play in this Maresca's team. Peter Cech, ever. Ashley Cole, no. Claude Makelele, no. But they were absolutely ballers at Chelsea. But because they can't do this, they can't invert, they can't play 1,000 positions, in today's generation, you are flop. You don't know what to do. You don't know anything about football just because you can't kick the ball from the back. But Peter Cech is arguably the best goalkeeper for Chelsea ever. But he didn't play from the back. Fofana is fit. Fofana is not fit. That is your narrative. It makes no sense. He's not fit. I don't know where you're getting your news. But even Fofana himself said that he's gonna be ready in February. That's what he claimed himself on Instagram. Like, I will be ready. I will be ready by February. But you are telling us here that he's fit. But the body, the guy who owns the body told us by February I will be fine. That is his estimation. The doctor estimations is gonna be longer than that. Because you need to heal. You're coming from an ACL injury, you're coming from a broken leg, and you have a bad hamstring injury. They wanted even to operate. He refused operation. So you think this is gonna be just, people are lying. I don't know where you're getting your news, but it makes no sense. Makes no sense. I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna continue. But okay, Zero said that in the last part of my previous comment, I meant you don't have any choice. Sorry, my keyboard made a mistake. I don't have no choice for what? You didn't have any choice for what? All right. It reduces their bill. I don't know. I just don't understand why. Why it's so bad to reduce the wage? There's nothing wrong by cutting costs. And especially for people that you don't need in the team or people are not performing. What is wrong by cutting costs? Low wage or low wage or high wages doesn't mean that you're gonna win. Manchester United being the highest wage in the league for years. How many they don't win? They don't win the Champions League. They don't win the Premier League for years. I don't know what that has to do with performing on the pitch or getting injured or being injury prone. I just don't get your narrative here. Unless you can, I have a link for you. If you can come here and like sell us your narrative, I can accept that. But I really don't know what you're trying to. Are you one of those Johnny disciple that always see the negative? It's always bad, the new owners this, the new owners that. So I don't know. At least you need to make some kind of sense, you know? What you're saying need to make some kind of sense with proof. You're talking about Fofana, he's fit now, and Maresca is lying and he's trying to get him out for money or whatever. I don't know what that has to do. Maresca been crying and saying, man, I love this guy. He's the best in the world. I want him. You know, this is the kind of players that I want and whatever, one-on-one. And then all of a sudden, oh, I'm not going to play you. I'm just going to lie that you are injured. And I don't get your conspiracy theory, bro. I just don't get it. Unless if you come and explain to us clearly where you're getting your news and how the owners are trying to save money by not playing Fofana. Because they still freaking play him 200K every single week, even when he is in the bed. How that is helping the team. And even if you want to get rid of him, you want him to play week in, week out, so his value can go up and up. So you can show people like, hey, he's fit. Look at this player. Buy him. Buy him. That's how you sell. You don't sell people by benching them or faking injuries because nobody want to play an injury-prone player. I don't know your conspiracy theory when it makes zero sense in an intellectual level. It's going to be for Chelsea good, Maresca good. If you want to get rid of a big player like Fofana and you get money and you get the wage out of your way and he's fit, play him. Show the people that this is our John Terry. This is our Van Dijk. Bring me money. Come buy him. Nobody in their right mind now is going to buy Fofana because that brother is a broken ass. Like he's absolutely destroyed by injuries. So me faking more injuries means I'm going to keep this guy in the club for 7 years and paying him, even you want it or not, you're going to pay him 200K every single week because he has a contract. So your conspiracy theory make zero sense. Come on, bro, you better than this. Use intellectual thinking behind the narrative. People's Republic, go ahead.
He should have spoken to me if he wanted conspiracy theories. I would have given him a nice one, but even this one he's gone too far on this one, I think.
I don't know. He's pushing like he's fit and Maresca don't want to play him and the owners want to save money. How are you going to save money? You keep on paying him.
Contract is a contract. Doesn't matter.
Contract is a contract.
It's a contract. It's on paper, so you can't escape. If he plays, he does. If he plays, he doesn't play. He's injured. 200K, 200K a week. 200K a week. There's no escape.
Oh my goodness!
And only if you sell him, only when somebody's stupid enough to pay, let's say 40 million or 50 million, and then they go and pay him. And if somebody buys him, they're not going to pay him less than 200K a week. They're going to pay him probably more. So there's nobody going to buy somebody who has a history, his injury history. I don't know how many years going back, broken legs and hamstrings, and I don't know. You can go on and on. And plus another thing. If let's just say, just for argument's sake, our friend there was correct. After 4 weeks, by miracle, he's fit. If the manager played him from the beginning, there you go, play. I would say sack the manager, because this guy is going to get injured again. You're supposed to play him 20 minutes in a Carabao Cup or some UEFA something where there's not so much pressure, where he can find his fitness, his match form, his confidence, mental strength. You know, when you've been injured like that for a long time, mentally, maybe physically might be half okay, but mentally you are very, very weak, and you need to build you up slowly, like they do with Reece James, build you slowly. You don't just throw somebody in there, okay, you're fit, come play. He's just going to get injured again after 15 minutes. It makes no sense, that theory. I agree with you 100%. He has to have more intellectual thinking, and some have to have more meat and potatoes with that narrative, because that is just nonsense.
Nobody in their right mind now is going to spend 20 million on Fofana. Why?
Nope.
At least the only way Chelsea can get rid of him is if he's fit somehow, and you send him on loan by paying half of his salary. He's on loan, free loan, and then half of his salary, you're still paying him money even when he left your club already. Nobody is going to
like with Sterling.
Like Sterling, yeah, that is another example. We still pay Raheem Sterling 350k a week, but he's playing for Arsenal. Arsenal are paying him 100k. Chelsea is still paying him like 250 every single week. That is a contract. And you coming here to convince me that Chelsea are faking Fofana injuries so they can get rid of him, so they can save money. What kind of money can you save from this guy? For 7 years, you ain't saving any dime on this brother. It's a contract in football. It's bloody money that he's gonna get, even if he spent the rest of his life in the hospital without kicking a ball. You still pay him his money. So you have to double check your
today. The Premier League, the FFP Premier League, they released their annual report for 2021 to 2023, if I'm not mistaken, and there's no clubs facing sanctions and bans. And the only reason why Chelsea escaped is because they sold the hotels to themselves. Remember that deal there? And United, the same thing. That guy, Sir Jim, you can say what you want, but he did all the cut. He cut costs, no tea ladies, no parking, whatever. I don't know, whatever crazy things they did United. And if we didn't do this cost, why do you think we haven't bought any players? They're suddenly now thinking FFP, and we can't afford to bring in more players because we at the limit, the financial limit. Yes, maybe he's got a point where trying to cut costs, but I don't see how you save unless you sell him, unless you sell Vega, unless you sell 3 or 4 other players. Then obviously the wage bill goes down, the cost goes down, and then you're very stable. But this one here, it's this other. You keep him on the bench. It's Chelsea is losing because if he doesn't play, obviously his value is going down. But then again, if you play him, he gets kaput. He's out again for another 6 months or something.
6 months, yeah. But I understand also Fofana need to be positive, right? Like he's put on social media, like, guys, I'm feeling good now. I can play even today. It doesn't mean that you are healed, because the doctors can see everything. And you, with the history that we know, that's why the doctors are very, very careful and say it could be the rest of the season. They wanted even a surgery to that guy. That's how bad his hamstring was, and the guy refused it. He was like, no, man. I know my body. I'm gonna just treat it naturally. And you don't know. You can wait for 6 months to heal hamstring naturally, and you come back, and then you pull it again the same game. The first game you pull it again, and then you go through the surgery that you refused to begin with. You wanted to heal it naturally because you refuse the surgery, and then it's not healing. You have to go through, and then you wasted all this time. This guy is just a freaking waste of money, bro. It's been 3 years at Chelsea Football Club, 2 years in the hospital, or even 2.5 years in the hospital. And you're going to tell me that he's...
Together holding hands with Reece James.
Yeah, James even is good, because James can come. James can come for few games and and do something. Fofana is like the entire season. James, the problem is gonna come here 5 games, 10 games. Sometimes he's gone. But Fofana the entire year, bro. Didn't even
But-
kick the ball the entire year.
But they've been holding hands. They've been holding hands, James and Fofana, in the hospital recovery.
And I don't blame them. I don't blame them because injuries are just it's just mother nature. You can't blame people for getting injured.
But if you look at if we're honest here, if we look at the way Fofana plays, he's a very reckless. He's full in, always in. He doesn't think about his body. He doesn't think about his health. He's always, commitment, 1,000% commitment. Sometimes you think, why? So it's not really necessary to do that kind of tackle. You got to look after yourself. You can't always every single one. You must commit your total body. Sometimes you got to use your brain a little bit, so you don't get injured. That's his problem. He has no filters. Everything is all in. Sometimes you have to think, okay, this is not my battle. I will let the other guy, my colleague, cover me or something. But this is that's what I'm saying. My point is that sometimes you have to think. There's a day tomorrow. Isn't that what they say in French? There's a day tomorrow as well, and not everything is today. But you see, Reece James, you can see he's now realized there's a day tomorrow. So all this running up and down the wing like he's been possessed by the devil or something. That is sort of like calmed down a bit, and now he's defending, and this Maresca style of football, you don't really need to be that crazy because we play in the front foot. The ones who do all the real hard work are the front forwards, and the midfield. Poor Lavi and Caicedo, those guys, Jesus, I don't know how they stay fit because the amount of kilometers they put in for the team is incredible.
So let's answer to a few questions again. We still have 10 minutes until the beginning of the game, and I will take a break and come back at halftime. And Mr. Marge host Trend TV still popping his conspiracy theories here. Do you agree that we are trying to reduce wages moving forward? Of course. So what is the point? Why that has to be like a bad thing? It's a company, and we were paying people over the money that they deserve. Kai Havertz was on 300k. Timo Werner was on 350k. Aubameyang almost 400. And you have bloody Raheem Sterling 350k. Now until today, Ben Chilwell got 200k a week. Fofana got 200k a week. What is the problem with you? Like you are going out of. So what is the problem by reducing the cost? We have Cole Palmer who signed a contract based on his performances. He was on 90k. Now we increase like 120. What is wrong? It's not like if you are in a big money and then all of a sudden you are a superstar. Being on big money doesn't make you a good player. So what is the problem while reducing that? I don't care if we're going to get rid of James or Tosin or whatever who is in big money and we bring a better player that can stay on the field and perform better and get less money. First of all, the players, nobody on earth deserve the kind of money they are getting. There are people who, some of them never even went to college and struggle for 7 years, failing college like me, and I'm making minimum wage and they are making for kicking a ball. Nobody deserves that kind of money. Even let me finish. Even if I forgot what I was going to say. Even if they reduce their money, you reduce their money, they're still multi-millionaires. You can. What is your annual incomes? Those people got it in 1 week. Why are you complaining about we are reducing? What is the problem reducing money for people who just kick the ball? They have their own personal businesses. They have the deals from all kind of companies, the shoes that they are wearing. They're paying them tons of money. The perfume they put, the soap they wash, every single thing is monetized to them. They got those Rolex watches and everything pretty much for free. They fly in private jet all the time. And you're going to complain about you not paying them billions, and then you complain about we are trying to reduce. What is your problem with reducing money in a football player? I don't get it, you. Okay? I don't get you. And let me read this. This is going to be the last comment that I read before I go to People's Republic. You don't appreciate how Fofana carried us on his toe. A big miss. I don't appreciate. Did I say that I don't appreciate? I don't know if you're just looking for a fight or you're looking for attention. I didn't say I don't appreciate the guy. You are the guy who have been pushing that the guy is fit, but somehow conspiracy theory, Chelsea and Maresca, they are lying to people. They want him out. So they lie to people he's injured so they can sell him for big money and reduce the bill. So I don't know what we're talking about here. You are making up stories. I didn't say that he's not a miss. What I said is responding to your conspiracy theory.
And that is why, and that is why they didn't bring Victor Osimhen, for the same reason, for the wages, because the FFP and all that, they couldn't afford him. Basically, they can afford the transfer, but they can't. They have no room, space for the FFP. So this is why they didn't bring him, Osimhen. Everybody's saying Osimhen, but
another problem. Money doesn't mean success. You can bring whatever cost, whatever money. It doesn't mean that he's gonna do good just because he's on high wage. No, it doesn't mean anything. You have to do it at Chelsea, and most of the time at Chelsea, low-key signings been doing good for us than high salaries like. Break the bank for Torres. He won us the Champions League for sure. Get credit, but I'm trying to make a point here. We brought people like Falcao, Pato, big names, big money. What they did at Chelsea, nothing. So for you, there's a correlation between a lot of money and quality. It doesn't work that way in today's football, right? Brighton, they bought Caicedo for like less than $1 million, and after a couple of years they sold him for 115 million. All right, it doesn't mean that quality. So for you, they should have gone there and pay 300k a week for Caicedo because he's quality from Ecuador. Makes no sense, my friend. I think you are just more interested in fighting, and if we take egos away, I don't know even what you're talking about anymore. People's Republic, go ahead, because we have 4 minutes only left until the game starts.
Watching this game with what Caesar talking about, Dortmund with Leverkusen. It was 3-0, it's now 3-2, and there were 8 minutes to go. And I see your friend Eric Ten Hag is in the stands watching. And they're talking about him maybe becoming, if they fire the manager.
The new Dortmund coach, Ten Hag, he's in the stadium.
I don't know if he's new coach, but he's there.
Yeah, he's been linked with Dortmund for a while now.
Because this new coach here is struggling, the young guy there, for Dortmund. So Dortmund, this is one of those strange teams. So they tend to give managers, unproven young guys. They all seem to get a chance of this job at Dortmund. They're very brave. They've had some good managers. Even the one which took him to the Champions League last year, I don't know why he stopped. I think they should have stayed. He was a very good manager, but this Alonso, he's still at Dortmund. I think he likes it there at Leverkusen, because there's not so much pressure. Imagine he goes to Real Madrid, Barcelona, Liverpool, or wherever, one of those big clubs.
I think he's going to replace Carlo Ancelotti.
You think so?
At Real Madrid, yeah. I think Ancelotti is tired. Physically and mentally, probably need a little bit of rest before he got to a national team like Brazil or some other stuff. I think he's not been helped. They have a lot of injuries in pretty much every position now.
They got smashed again by Barcelona.
And one of the reasons, because they don't have any defender left or any left back or any right back. He has to accommodate with players who are not specialists from those positions. So if you look at it from a different perspective, it's like they let him down. They didn't sign quality, in places that they need it the most. I think they are waiting for Saliba to run out his contract so they can get him.
You sure? Saliba from Arsenal.
Yeah.
Since when's the last time an Arsenal player played in Real Madrid? Is it there?
Boy, there is always a first time for everything.
Just trying to think in history. A big Arsenal player that went to Real Madrid.
There are many of them, but I don't have the mind to do research or cheat from Google right now because we have 2 minutes to go. But I can find few players that went there. But even if it never happened, and then it's gonna happen this time, the way I see, that guy is gonna have 2-year contract left next summer, right? And then we know how it goes. Mbappe is playing for Real Madrid. He already started the groundwork, just like Bellingham with Trent Alexander-Arnold. We know how Madrid works. They're gonna work with you for 5 years. Say, hey, bro, don't sign a new contract. You're gonna play for us, the best team in the world, and then you see a player, oh no, I'm not gonna sign, I'm happy here, I'm just focusing on game by game, and then they put you against the wall. 2 years left. The player don't want to sign a contract. You are obligated to sell so you can have more money. If you push, you might have to let him go on free or very, very cheap. So I think Saliba, watch out. He's going to end up by going to Real Madrid.
So that means Arsenal will get no money transfer like Chelsea with Rudiger and Courtois. Will be the big
and
losers.
especially this season, if they don't win anything, they have to win the Champions League or the Premier League in order to encourage them to say, hey, the project is good here. We won the Premier League. We brought some very good players, attackers, goal scorers. This team could win more trophies. Beside that, if they don't do it this season, believe me, few key players are going to start thinking about their future.
Okay. How many key players? But that means, by the way, before you go, I was watching the other day and I was shocked. Arsenal Fan TV, Don Robbie. I didn't realize his daughter, she's now one of those people who's also complaining, one of the contributors. And she's very, very good. She speaks very nice and she's very smart young lady. You should watch her. You'll be thinking, what? She sounds
I
a bit
know
like
her from a long time. It's not the first time. Robbie's wife and Robbie's kid used to be part of the show a little bit long, a long time ago, like 4 years ago. So they kind of, so I know them, but I will watch that after that.
I never saw the wife before, but the daughter I saw is very impressive, very smart
Robbie
young
got
lady.
a very, very beautiful wife. She's good. She's smart. She talks very good. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Yes, sir. I'm going to check in. I want to watch
Okay,
it.
so the game started. People enjoy the commentary and come here at halftime when we smash them. Like, how many goals we're going to score in the first half? I don't know yet. Come on, you Blues, man. Don't let me down. Let's just do it. Okay? Let's do it.
Magic feet from him on the halfway line, hits the walls around us at Stamford Bridge.
I don't want to speak too soon. A minute and 23 seconds in the game.
That is too soon. Whatever you're going to say, it's too soon.
But Ben, there's something about the way we're playing. There's a purr. And I know you look for things in games. There's a real purr about us, Ben. And so there's so much to describe again. I can't go through it quite quickly. But there's a lovely ball that's been played by Acheampong. in to Enzo that's trying to play it into Jackson. He's slightly overplayed it, but the truth is, if he gets the ball on point, Jackson may well get his first touch away. It's been a good start, Ben. Am I getting too excited? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying. It's 2 minutes in, but I take your point. We'll keep you updated, folks, by the way. Tonight, you don't need to turn over to anything else. 2 other games happening right now, also in London. Down the road, Brentford, Man City, and West Ham, Fulham is also happening. And Forest, Liverpool is a slightly later kick-off.
Just look at Palmer, Ben.
Yes.
Palmer is really high. I mean, really high alongside Jackson. And you're looking at our midfield 2, 3, whatever it might be. Casado and Cucurella haven't moved from their positions at the moment.
He's just stepped in right on cue. Casado. Now David Brooks is down.
Don't.
And Marc Cucurella is coming forward.
No, play on.
And Robert Jones has not blown the whistle. Jadon Sancho coming down the left. Enzo Fernandez, by the way, has stopped to check on David Brooks and he's waving. Enzo Fernandez is waving quite sportingly here. Bournemouth's best player, and they've had a lot of good ones of late, David Brooks, and everyone knows the journey he's been on with health, certainly not footballing injuries. He's bumped into Cucurella. Do you think? Don't think he's looking for an elbow, do you? We're just seeing the replay.
Ben,
he's still down. Is it a bang on the head?
Ben, I don't know. I'll have to see it again. But my instincts, I'm quite cynical.
You're thinking he's wants VAR to have a look?
Either way, the referee has the ultimate control. If he feels as though something needs to be stopped, then stop the game. All right? Rob Jones is the referee. He's bumped into Cucurella, he's gone down. I don't buy it, Ben. I think what's made me the cynic in the last 15, 20 years is watching Chelsea in the Champions League, watching us play against Barcelona, play against Real Madrid, these teams where they will use what the referees are allowed to do and what they're not allowed to do, therefore trying to put the onus on the players. I don't doubt he's been bumped. I'm not saying he's not, but you know what? It's not the Chelsea players' job to put the ball out of play.
No,
it's simply not.
And they didn't, in fairness, and Rob Jones didn't call it. Bournemouth fans, you can hear applauding as he stands up. He's going to come off, maybe a little dazed, I don't know. It's going to restart, by the way, down on this near side, the Chelsea left, with Marc Cucurella with the ball in his hands.
I think on that
for a throw-in.
On that occasion, because there is so much communication between the assistants, in my day they're called linesmen, if he sees something, there is a collision with the head, there is enough communication between the assistants to tell the referee, therefore to stop the game. None of that happened, play on.
Well, the fourth official down there, who's listed here as Andy Davies, has just been being spoken to by David Brooks. Anthony Iraola, the Bournemouth boss, up and in the conversation too. Meanwhile, Lavia in the centre circle, and Caicedo to Enzo Fernandez, dead centre, 35 yards out. He's well tackled. Oh no, he's not well tackled. He's fouled apparently, and it's a free kick. The foul from Tyler Adams. He's the sort of extra midfielder they brought in tonight.
Ben, for the first time we've seen Caicedo come into the middle of the park, and that allows Lavia to play into Enzo to get high at the pitch. Yeah, it's a foul. It's a good decision.
No, it's a foul by Lewis Cook, actually, yes, not by Tyler Adams.
Ben, you and I, unfortunately, wherever you sit on the pitch, around the ground, there is always going to be an angle that doesn't give you the true representation of what we've seen. And Ben, where we are tonight, actually, has fooled us slightly. I agree with you, but however, Rob Jones is right. Free kick. This is, by the way, this
10
is
yards
Palmer,
outside.
Palmer Brighton, Ben.
Very similar.
It's identical, Ben.
It's a few yards right of centre.
It's identical.
Mark Travers, all in yellow, in the shed end goal.
He can't go the other side, can he? Mark Travers is going to be thinking about this.
Mark Travers is pretty central in his
and
goal,
he's
actually.
He's off his line, Ben.
He's off his line and very central. Cole Palmer comes up and he does curl it, and Mark Travers catches it at chest height.
Yeah, same corner, not enough width, not enough pace, not enough direction on it, and Travers reads that. The fact that he's off his line gives him that extra yard, doesn't it, to consider?
Yeah. Nodded back towards Cole and all the way back to Robert Sanchez in his turquoise kit, the Matthew Harding end, and as we have seen so much more recently, he goes long. It's a bit, I don't know the percentage, I don't know if you can find that kind of percentage, but he has gone long, I'm going to just say now, 3 times as much as he used to.
Yes, that's something that we all noticed 2 or 3 games ago. There's always a time to play. There's always a time to go long. I don't care who you are, how good you are. There's always a time to change up what your instincts are. By the way, that's brilliant closing down from Cole Palmer.
It wins Chelsea a throw on the right wing.
Taking it quickly, Ben, as well. There's an urgency about this, there's an energy at the moment, Ben.
Yeah, it's been a
Isn't
good
there?
7 minutes from
Yeah, it
Chelsea.
has.
They look, I mean, of course, you'd always demand that your team be up for it, but there are starts where they look more up for it than others. This is definitely one of those. There is purpose about this Chelsea side.
Look at the Casado where he is, and also Achampong goes out to that right-hand side.
Yeah, it means you can't have a high turnover, which there nearly was one there as Palmer plays it to Noni Madueke down the right. He's managed to control it, although he left the ball behind. He's gone back to collect it now. Noni running at Milos Kerkez, who has defended the situation
He's
pretty
decent,
well.
by the way.
Well, there's talk about everybody in the league looking at him.
Ben, he's decent. Kerkez, anyone that's seen Kerkez, he is a solid left back in the true sense of the word. Going forward, offers a lot. Defensively, solid. Really good left back.
Chelsea linked with him actually, Jason, as
Ben-
well.
Ben-
yesterday,
Ben-
I think, and well, mind you, yeah, I know what you're going to say. We're in for everyone, in theory. Little nibble on Cole Palmer, was it on halfway? Yes, Chelsea free kick. Although actually the main one seems to have been that they're thinking of him as Andy Robertson's replacement as Liverpool. That's the one that hasn't gone away. Little nibble on Cole Palmer here, right by the far touchline, halfway, just trying to come through the back of him. Tyler Adams.
Adams goes. He stamps. That's not the right word. He just treads. There you go, Benjamin. Thank you very much.
Here's Levi Colwell stepping out and passing straight into the central midfield area, and that's Dean Hussein coming forward. Another player linked with Chelsea this morning. I noticed actually Dean Hyson.
Yes.
The young centre back who they got from Roma, and that Juventus want him as well.
Dutch heritage.
Yes. Dean Donny Hyson
Scored away at Manchester United.
He's got a couple of goals, and he was stepping into midfield there. Zabani doing the
Brilliant
same,
there
and he has been
from
dispossessed
Jackson.
by
Brilliant.
Jackson. Cole Palmer centre circle, but running forward, plays it down the left channel. Jadon Sancho will get it. Left edge of the box. We know what he normally does here. Exactly that. Back to Palmer, who goes for a cheeky, chippy lobby thing, and it just bends wide by a few feet in the end of the far post. He was going for such a dinky donut there, wasn't he? He was trying something.
Ben, is this a shot or a cross?
No, he's trying to chip the keeper here.
Do you
Jason.
think he is?
I think he's trying to think that.
He's got it wrong.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, you're right.
Look at his
right.
eyes.
Ben, you're 100% right.
He's gone for that. But
He has.
anyone else
Yes,
who say it's
Ben,
a bad cross?
Ben, 100% right. I need to see it again. It's one of those where he's trying to dink it over the goalkeeper into the side netting. There's not enough pace on the shot, whip and all of that. But listen, we're nearly 10 minutes into this game. It's been a good start. But I think that Iraola will be not unhappy with the way that his side have started and dealt with this, and now there's a little bit of possession with Bournemouth.
And have it on this near side underneath us. It's James Hill, former England under-21 international. Played a bit at that level with Noni Madueke once or twice. Celia Zabani into Hyson on the centre spot, and now Tyler Adams. He's another player who we thought we were going to buy actually, and that whole will go for every central midfielder available summer when Caicedo arrived. And
look at our shape, Ben.
Yeah,
look how deep we are.
It goes almost like a back six with Noni Madueke and Jadon Sancho, the flanks.
It's not often we see that, Ben.
No, that was very a lot of deep players. Bournemouth in possession, but only just inside the Chelsea half. Now the big switch comes. Little deflection takes it to Jadon Sancho on the edge of his box, and a little layoff from Enzo is good. Cucurella to Jackson, right in front of Andoni Iraola in the technical area here.
It's nice. It's good play, that.
Lavia, who perhaps a little rusty, and that's to be expected in his 45-minute showing at the weekend against Morecambe.
Josh Achampong trying to get Semedo. Yeah, just trying to get beyond him, and I don't know whether he loses his footing or he steps on the ball from where we're sat. It's difficult to see.
It's Cucurella on Brooks, who is making the point again. A little nibble there, so that'll be a Bournemouth free kick. And red and black playing from left to right, goalless here and goalless everywhere at 11 or 12 minutes in. Brentford, Man City and West Ham, Fulham.
It's almost a 4-4-2 we're playing, Ben, you know that? Or a 5-3-2. I'm looking at Cole Palmer. Cole Palmer's role right now.
Sometimes he really goes up like a second striker, but often he drops. I think it's pretty free, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's the
Jackson.
Brilliant.
He's got away from Zabani, followed him up to halfway, and he's breaking through, and he's rolling for Palmer. Great ball, onside, puts the keeper on his bum. Lovely little dummy that just delay momentarily to make the keeper move, and he passes it into the back of the shed end net. Chelsea 1, Bournemouth 0. Do I even need to tell you how loved he is here? They're standing at Stamford Bridge again. The main man has scored another corker. What a pass, by the way. Nicholas Jackson.
I was just making the point about we're playing 2 up front. Cole Palmer is so advanced. The Jackson can afford to drop deep. Let me tell you now, if you had to design a perfect goal between the two, this would be it. Jackson is brilliant. He sucks players in. They've got numbers back, Ben. Honestly, they are so well. They've done nothing wrong. It's all about Jackson. This is brilliant hold-up play, brilliant centre-forward play, brilliant link-up play, brilliant finish. Honestly, I can't describe this goal. Jackson's role in this goal will never ever be credited enough because of the finish from Palmer. He perched the keeper on his backside. Travis hasn't got a clue what's going on.
No, that is brilliant.
He hasn't, honestly.
It's slow-mo, it's wonderful, folks.
It's so good. And I was just saying about the shape of our team, Ben. There is a 2 up top. Listen, formation change. They always change, depending where the ball is, who's got it, where you've got it, how you've got it. Nicholas Jackson, honestly, it's about you, my friend. It's about you. That is superb centre-forward play. Then it's like the link-up. The run from Palmer, I promise you, is brilliant. Then it's the vision. Ben, if this was the other way round, we would be crediting Palmer, not Jackson. I promise you. The pair of them, well done. I'm going to give Jackson all the props for this goal. Brilliant play between the pair of them.
Meanwhile, Bournemouth have a free kick in the left channel. We played 14 minutes here. It's the first goal of the night anywhere. And it's 14 for the season for Palmer, all Premier League. In comes the free kick. Caicedo volleys it so hard and high. The ball's gone out of my vision, comes down in the Matthew Harding fans. Right, heads on. Bournemouth corner, far side, left wing at the Matthew Harding end in there, red and black. But Jackson took it halfway, turned, lost his defender who'd followed him up there, and then a disguised pass. But folks, as Cole Palmer is coming into the box, almost level with the penalty spot, running in a straight line at the keeper. He goes to shoot with his left foot. Mark Travers fell over to his left, then he rolled it in past him. Lewis Cook is going to take this corner, right-footed. They are hanging back largely, apart from Antoine Semenyo, who's in there on the keeper. It's a terrible corner. Jackson has cleared it. Actually, straight back to Lewis Cook, though. Back whence it came, and they'll all still be up there. But they've been pushed all the way back to Kirkes, and in fact, further back to Travers.
I'm still trying to get my head around Jackson's involvement in that goal.
It's just brilliant centre-forward play, Jim. Brilliant.
But then it's the pass, Ben.
The touch, you would expect there was a Palmer-esque pass to Palmer.
If it was the other way round, if Palmer had done that to Jackson, we'd be talking. Honestly, you need to see this goal. You need to see this goal. It's so good. We're playing a 4-4-2, Ben. We are. Look at Palmer. Look what he is. Look. And then we are, Ben. And I was just saying that before the goal went in. Look at Palmer's role. He's not a 10. He's not playing behind Jackson. He's playing alongside Jackson. That allows the fact that Jackson can go deep. Palmer can again then enter the space that Jackson has left. The goal illustrates that beautifully.
Bournemouth have the ball on the halfway line. Congested in that centre circle area. Here is Zabani, who has just been shown a clean pair of heels by Nicholas Jackson. He passes it into Django Ouattara, and Chelsea have won it. Lavia scrapping away and winning it and just driving up the middle, and he tries a similar pass actually for Jackson. Similar kind of ball that Jackson did for Palmer.
Needs to keep running. The run from Jackson's good, but the pass from Lavia is poor, but he needs to keep going.
Yeah, the Bournemouth defenders were backpedaling for a start. Now they're attacking down the left. Bournemouth, low ball in. Acheampong cuts it out. Bournemouth throw on the far side. 16 and a half played at the bridge. You're listening to the official Chelsea app with Ben and Jason, and it's 1-0 to the Blues here, 0-0 in the other two matches, both in London, that kicked off at 7:30 tonight, with Forest Liverpool to come as an 8 o'clock kick-off, and lots more pressure games tomorrow, including the North London derby. Full midweek programme in the Prem.
I want to hear from Rescott how we're lining up, but look at the shape. Look at us.
Yeah.
Look at us. This is not the 4-2-3-1 we've become accustomed to. Palmer is definitely a second striker.
It looks as 4-4-2 as they come. Dixon and Speedy.
Yeah.
Although I don't think, well, I suppose that doesn't quite work, because Jackson would have to be Speedy, because he's the sort of slightly Mardy one, isn't he? And that doesn't then work.
No, but it's just that, it's not that we're a wide two. The front two are wide.
Well, whatever the shape is, and
No, but it's
I think
fascinating.
it is.
It's
but
fascinating, Ben.
I do also think it does change when you do and you don't have the ball, and when you have free spirits like Cole Palmer, it can look like one thing 1 minute and something else the next. But Django Ouattara has just, for the first time, done a little bit of something to give Levi Cole a problem, and he's fouled him. It's a long way out. Bournemouth free kick, but not too far from Maresca.
Ouattara is a player. There is no doubt about that. Their front three. Ouattara, Brooks, Christie as well. Don't
Clive when he plays, which he normally does. He's the top scorer.
Yeah.
But Ouattara's got 3 in the Prem, and he just scored 2 more at the weekend in the FA Cup. Django Ouattara. They've got another free kick here in the middle of the Chelsea half.
Semenyo's another one, Ben.
Milos Kerkez is down. Yeah, Semenyo's looking good. I was reading today he was born in Chelsea. Matt and I were speculating as to whether that is at the Chelsea and Westminster Hospital, or just, I don't know, en route to trying to get there in a lay-by or something, which did actually happen to a friend of mine, incidentally. Right outside outside Village Stores.
I know Village Stores very well, Ben.
In his,
I've been going there since I was 11.
In the car, I suggested he named the child Didier. He got quite cross. He doesn't like Chelsea very much. 19 minutes gone. Another Bournemouth free kick here, but a long way out. They are lining up, and that looks way too deep. Straight at Sanchez, who catches that 10 yards away from the nearest Bournemouth player. They haven't threatened him at all yet. Doesn't mean they won't. Remember, 8 unbeaten in the Premier League. 5 wins, 3 draws in that run. And they've beaten on merit good teams and bad, if you know what I mean. It's gone all the way through to Travers back there.
Yeah, just looking at, so the ball has come out to this left-hand side, our left in front of the east stand, to Colwell. He's gone back to Sanchez. Achampong has made so he now becomes the wide right back. Casado's now inverted. And it's the pass that he's tried to make to Noni Madueke. Noni Madueke has made a run in behind, but it's one of those runs. I'm making a run, I'm not sure I want it, but I might want it to feet, and the parent just didn't quite, that telepathy that you look for that builds up over years. Beckham with Neville, for example. Make a run, I'm making a run there, I don't want the ball, I want to come to feet.
Bournemouth passing it out from the back. Tyler Adams comes to split his centre half, so he looks like the middle of a back three, and he passes this way towards Zabani. Red and black, short sleeves but gloves on, always a curious combo, and then thumped forward pretty uselessly by James Hill under a little bit of pressure from Sancho, and it's back with Sanchez. I should say, by the way, win this tonight, be within a point of Forest, who play later, that could change, and a point of Arsenal, who play Tottenham. But this is why people get a little bit hysterical about things. The other day, Chelsea could have gone top winning at Goodison temporarily. A couple of weeks later, after all their woes, Chelsea are 2 points ahead of Manchester City. A little bit of pressure on the ball here, but Lavia and Caicedo play their way out nicely enough, and Bournemouth went for the press. Referee has to jump out the way. Enzo Fernandez, they've played it out beautifully. It's now with Jadon Sancho on the left channel, and he's running into the box. Sancho still going, went for goal. Zabani gets the block in. Lavia.
Brilliant build-up play. I have to say, the pass from Sanchez I was a bit worried about, but he managed to work a way out.
Yeah, it was a tight one, that. Noni Madueke curls a low, left-footed ball in, cleared by Zabani. Cole Palmer nicks in there. Chelsea will rebuild again. Left channel. Oh, Jadon Sancho missed control, took his half the ball. Bournemouth throw.
It's one of those, because we are, and I watch Sancho. He's got so much grass in front of him. He's made his mind up early. It's the right thing to do. He's come inside. It's a cut. Who blocks the shot?
Yeah, the shot is blocked. But curiously, I didn't see anything wrong with it. But James Hill is off, and Kluivert is on. I think that's a tactical change.
Yeah, you could be right, Ben.
I really do, because they put an extra midfielder in tonight. James Hill has been playing effectively on the sort of right wingish. Yes. No, he's walked up the tunnel though. But anyway, Kluivert has come on. That is absolutely not like for like.
You're getting pulled off after 22 minutes, Ben. You're not happy.
No, either way. But I have to say, I didn't see him struggling with any limp. Did you?
No.
But maybe Iraola's thought, I need to change this.
We will see.
I always think it's good when coaches do that if they're doing it tactically. I think it shows good.
But also, Ben,
and it tells you how good Chelsea have been. And he wants to try and change it. Semenyo running away and still going. And referee says no foul there. And Chelsea come forward now. Attempted foul, certainly by Christie on Enzo Fernandez, but he kept on running down the channel for Jackson. Towards the byline at the shed end. Bournemouth get their tackles in. Cucurella read that brilliantly. Got it back to Enzo. 35 yards out. Oh, what a pass into Noni Madueke on the penalty spot. He turns, he shoots. He absolutely should have passed to Nicholas Jackson. The pressure remains. It's Sancho in that place he loves to be. Tight. Cole Palmer has a swing. Kluivert just got a toe to the ball first, so Cole Palmer kicks fresh air.
This is a dangerous...
That's a frantic 2 minutes, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
And it's not over yet, actually. Yeah. Oh, now it will be. Cole Palmer, too keen to win it. Tackles from the wrong side, and it's a Bournemouth free kick.
Yeah, this is a very, very dangerous part of the game. Even though we're not quite 24 minutes into it, they made a change. It would not have been inconceivable to see us get the second goal there. It's brilliant play down the left-hand side for us. Because they've had a little bit... We'll have a look at the shape change. There's a piece of paper, Ben, that's about to come on the pitch. Palmer's still down, by the way, Ben.
Yeah, and this is tactical from Iraola.
Palmer's down.
Cole Palmer is sat down. He's got his hands on his ankles.
Yeah, he gives the foul away.
He doesn't look worryingly injured to me, just in case all of you are beginning to panic.
He tries to nick it.
Yeah, and he's absolutely fouled him, but I can't really see.
No, I know, but they
little ankle twist.
They worry me more than anything else, Ben.
Yeah.
The truth of this game is that Bournemouth haven't turned up.
No, they have not.
They've not turned up.
At no point have you been scared. Well, the only point...
Ben, I'm looking now.
Well, is that Nkunku?
Nkunku, who's
just having a little jog with a bib on, mind you, and so is João Felix.
Yeah, speculation rife about Nkunku at the moment.
Well, he's a player who is good enough to play lots of games for lots of teams,
Ben,
so that's always going to happen when you're not getting a look in at Premier League level.
The problem you've got if you're in Nkunku or Felix is that your best position is occupied by one of the best players, not just in England right now, but the world. Right? Cole Palmer, right? The last 12 months, there ain't many better than him. And now we're going to look at the goal. Jackson, honestly, this play and the pass from Jackson, honestly, Ben, I can't tell you how good all of that is. It's brilliant from... he just puts Travers on. It shapes up to shoot, and it's like, no, I'm not. And he puts the keeper on his backside. But Jackson's role in that, honestly, it's so good. I hope that gets more recognition than it probably might not, because Palmer scores the goal, but.
He's just, I know that he does the celeb that he often does. Funnily enough, he didn't that time. He looked genuinely overjoyed. He wasn't playing it cool with his ice cold thing, but
because he knows the role Jackson's playing.
Correct, and he ran straight to him. But he does have, because it takes ice in the veins in metaphorical terms to do a finish like that. Cause that's the sort of one you do in training, right? That's the one you do if you're mucking about with your mates.
I don't even know if you do that in your mates, Ben.
But you know what I mean.
You might try it.
That's one you might try because. Yeah, amazing. Just looking to see. He's back on.
He's back on,
and we'll keep an eye on him. Obviously, it's the one thing we will worry about. Having said that, he's picked up one little injury since he's been at the club. We played 26 minutes, and Sanchez and Cole will have the ball at the back, and we restart now.
So the shape of the team changes dramatically. It's a brilliant ball, by the way, from Sanchez into Sancho. That's brilliant play.
Up into Jackson again. Let's see how he holds it up here. Into Sancho again. Oh, lovely nutmeg on Lewis Cook, and then another one on Ryan Christie. Into Romeo Lavia.
Oh, brilliant play.
There's confidence flowing through this Chelsea team. All right, Cole Palmer out. Oh dear, shocking ball.
How dare you, Cole Palmer, be the one? Was a brilliant piece. What a lovely piece of creativity down our left-hand side.
Right underneath us here, folks, by the technical area. Pops it through the legs of Lewis Cook. Ryan Christie comes along. Did it go past him or through him? Oh, the replay people have not shown us it again, the second one.
He went through his legs.
Was that not a little pull? It was a little pull on Enzo. They're not actually handling him very well. I've noticed them try and foul him a few times. Enzo, basically, since Lavia got that starting run, and Enzo maybe shook off that groin injury, or, I don't know, sharpened up something, or attitude. I think he is a 20% better footballer than he was before Lavia was in instead of him. Thoughts?
The key to Enzo is Lavia. And I know that it's a lovely header from Cucurella into, it's not a foul, into Jackson. He's got to be stronger there. He's shoved off the ball.
Brooks slips. Enzo Fernandez cuts in, but gives it back. And that's a neat looking flick. David Brooks is going to be snuffed out by Lavia. Brooks is complaining about a high boot again now.
Yeah, the key to Enzo, when you think about the game that we played against Crystal Palace, about how the midfield, so we didn't play that inverted fullback, we had Gusto and Cucurella. The pair of them sat deep. And what that doesn't allow Enzo to be as high up the pitch. There's lots of little niggly fouls at the moment. I don't really want to pull up every single one, but Enzo's been part of the last two or three. What that allows Enzo to do, when you have that inverted fullback, as we're seeing with Caicedo now, Ben, it allows Enzo, because we've got that extra man in the midfield. When you don't play that, you're literally a 4-2-3-1 or 4-2-4, and that space in the middle of the park. That's what you think about the goal they scored, Crystal Palace, nick the ball off Cole Palmer, all of a sudden they get into us easily.
And here is Enzo Fernandez in the left channel, able to receive a ball that zipped into it. He's lost Christie again. Christie cannot handle him. Enzo Fernandez shoots, and Travers, well, it might have just been going wide, but Travers tips it further wide anyway. It's a shed-end corner on this near side, the Chelsea left. Enzo Fernandez is fitter, though. Maybe that's partly in mind as well as body, Jason, but he is pulling away from opposition midfielders in a way he did not do in his first year and a half with Chelsea.
Oh no, there's no doubt that the injury that had, the hernia, the operation, was restrictive. But what this does, imagine if you turn around, Ben, you lose the ball, and you've got to turn around, you've got Caicedo and Lava behind you. It gives you that, it's like an insurance policy. It allows you to be a little bit more aggressive, be a little bit more gung-ho, and that's exactly what we just saw there. It is a corner to Chelsea. It's going to be on our left, their right, as we defend, right in front of the shed.
And it's going to be Enzo to take it, right-footed, in towards the near post where Achimpong was, and the last touch was actually whoever was trying to mark Josh Achimpong, so Enzo's going to have another go down there in front of those Bournemouth fans.
So Achimpong is about 6'3", right? He must be thinking, don't make me stoop to flick this on. Okay, help me out. I'm a giant. If you want to play, we played it short, Ben.
Yeah, he played it short, and everyone was looking at the back to Enzo. Another low ball in though. There was plenty. I like that manoeuvre, you know.
I know, but
they didn't execute it.
Ben, the cross from Enzo, it's a P-roll.
It's coming at shin height, I'm afraid. Honestly, it's gone all the way back to Robert Sanchez. Now, we've played half an hour here, folks. Chelsea 1 up. Bournemouth have not threatened at all. And Cole Palmer has somehow drifted right over here to, I guess that's probably from the corner. He's just sort of, well, he's underneath us in a kind of left wing back role. He's just picked up the ball now, and he's played to curl it in behind for Jackson. It goes all the way through to Travers, and he rolls it out. And this is still the only goal of the night. All 4 games now running in the Premier League. And
Palmer's okay, by the way, for those that were concerned, and I'm guessing everyone listening to this.
Yes, everybody of a blue persuasion.
Yeah, but Bournemouth at the moment, they are miles off it, Ben. They're miles off it. However, it's 1-0, and if you're a Bournemouth fan or you're a player, backroom staff or Iraola, you know that Chelsea we have this tendency to be in a position of strength, yet somehow manage to...
Well, last league game, Jason. Crystal Palace did nothing for the first half hour, just like Bournemouth have tonight. They did nothing. Then they had that little spell, didn't they, before half-time. Chelsea hadn't got the second and third, and we all know what happened. And Nicholas Jackson has talked himself into a yellow card,
Honestly.
which he used to do a lot.
Honestly.
Or is it for the challenge or the challenge plus the talking? He's sort of trodden on the back of Ryan Christie's heel.
Ben, he didn't get the booking for that. I watched him. He didn't get the booking for that.
It's for the chat after.
He got the chat after. And this is something that I'm going to go personal here, he's got to sort this out.
His last one of those was a year ago.
Ben,
so he did sort it out, didn't he? Do you remember he stopped when he got to 9?
100%.
And he's just done it again. And 8 of his first 9 yellow cards were for dissent.
But then this is an issue that he has with himself, with the referee. And you've got to control yourself. Picking up a silly yellow. Honestly, it's just not worth it.
Caicedo didn't give Achimpong the best ball, but you know what? He did well with it, and now Caicedo has released Madueke, streaking down the right, perfectly weighted. He's got Hussein with him, and it's now 1v2. Madueke's trying to go around all of them, and he has. Brilliant from Noni Madueke. Oh, he's pulled it back to Jackson 5 yards out. On the bounce, he's got underneath it, he's put it into the shed. Fans instead of the shed net. Noni Madueke, the strength power there after the Caicedo pass and Achimpong. Everything about the build-up's brilliant here. Jason, if this ends up in the back of the net, that's an even better goal than the first.
Ben, but it doesn't.
No.
It doesn't. That's the problem. It's a brilliant piece of build-up play. Achimpong, Caicedo, Noni Madueke, and then Jackson. Ben, it's such a poor technical finish. I'm looking
at his
leany
back. It's a side foot up
I'm looking
in the
at his
air.
arms. I'm looking at his body. I'm looking at him. It's a terrible finish, Ben.
Now, over there in the West Stand, they are getting a little bit upset about a challenge that has just put Enzo Fernandez on the floor. And Rob Jones has just called a halt to it. Now, what's happened here? Oh, right. He's gone for a header at waist height, and he may or may not have been caught by Semenyo with a boot near the head, and then actually Semenyo's arm did.
There's nothing in that.
There's nothing in that.
There's nothing in that.
I don't even think that's a foul.
No, there's nothing in that.
Has he given it as a foul, or did he stop it because it was a head injury?
No, the problem.
Well, we're all cynical, aren't we? Yeah,
there's nothing in it.
No.
But the truth is, Enzo stooped down to waist height. That's where you expect the ball. You know, you can't. I don't know what Enzo wants there. We got the free kick. Move on.
1-0 here, 0-0 Brentford, Man City.
What a brilliant run this is.
Striding out the teenage defender, and I will be asking for a yellow card for Semenyo here. No, he's got. Hang on. No, we're going the other way, Jason. What's happened here?
Oh, referee, it's a terrible decision. Achimpong's away.
But how is he saying that's a foul the other way? Because he's grabbed the ball with it. Oh no, he's changed his mind again.
It's
What's
a
going on
Chelsea
here?
free kick.
Hang on. He's picked up the ball and he's now walking back. Now wait there.
It's a Chelsea ball.
No,
has to be.
Hang on, Jason. I think this is going back to be a drop ball because he didn't start with a drop ball for possession after the stoppage for the Fernandez head bonk. I think that's what he was. I was just watching him explain it. I could be wrong. But
so
he's walked it back.
He's recognised his own mistake.
Yes, he's gone back 20 odd yards. So it can't be about the Achimpong thing. And Chelsea will now knock it.
Do you know what, right, Ben? We all make mistakes. If that's the case, fine.
Yeah, I think that's what. If you look, because it's nowhere near where the incident was, so it couldn't have been about that. Jadon Sancho is just tackled by Maresca. I'll just tell you quickly, West Ham 2 goals in 3 minutes against Fulham. West Ham 2 under Graham Potter, Fulham 0. 0-0 Brentford, Man City, and Forest and Liverpool have just kicked off. And if you're coming in late to the Chelsea app tonight, we've got 10 minutes left in this first half. Chelsea have been really good. Bournemouth have offered nothing as yet, but bear in mind what happened at Palace the other day. And Cole Palmer scored a brilliantly taken goal that was brilliantly made by Nicholas Jackson, who has since been booked for dissent and missed a sitter. That pretty much sums up the first half. That's a neat little touch. Is that a cheeky trip from Levi Colwill? It has not been given as such, so that's okay. Yeah. Milos Kerkez had surged forward. It's now back with Robert Sanchez.
But Ben, the last 10 minutes, scrappy.
So scrappy.
Oh no!
Oh, Sanchez has gifted it to Kluivert, their top scorer. He's into the box, angles tight. Ouattara goes for the cutback. It's still not clear. Brooks, Kluivert, shot, hits the post.
Sanchez again, giving the ball away cheaply. Honestly, he can't keep doing it. Brilliant from Jackson.
Jackson is torn away from Brooks. It's 5-on-4. Jackson goes for goal and he hits the post as well. Both teams off the lower near upright and out again into play. What an extraordinary passing.
What am I watching here?
It was 5-on-3. That's an amazing minute of football.
Not even a minute, Ben. It's that 15 seconds. Sanchez cannot play that ball in there to give it away. It could have been 1-1 in 15 seconds, less than that 10 seconds later. It could have been 2-0.
Django Ouattara cut it back. Chelsea didn't deal with it. And then Kluivert off the two identical shots from the same range, both off the upright and straight back out into play. Absolutely crazy.
I'm sorry. You cannot play that pass in there, Ben.
I mean, to be fair, Jason, he hasn't done it for weeks, and he won't do it now. He's gone long. But it's interesting. We have talked about it a lot, Jason. Since the double error against Brighton, it's noticeable that he hasn't been doing it. He got away with one slightly earlier, didn't he? He gave Lavia not that great a ball earlier, but he did well to get it to Caicedo.
By the way, Jackson's hold-up play at the moment. Sanchez recently has been good, but that pass that he makes, wowzers! It's the best players, and this is a truism in football. The best players make the best decisions. Jackson again,
left channel, running at Zabarnyi. Loose ball falls for Enzo Fernandez. Cole Palmer, 30 yards out, dead centre. Now Noni Madueke on the right corner of the box gets it onto his left boot. Crowded out there, back to Palmer, who shoots left-footed. He's on the dive there, Travers, but it's a pretty comfortable parry away. It'll be a corner at the shed end on this near side as we look. The Chelsea left with 6.5 to play in I'm going to say, it's a typical Chelsea game. This actually fairly madcap.
Yeah, the game has opened up. I got to say, I think Travis should save this, Ben.
It's comfortable. He could probably catch it, to be fair. I don't know why he hasn't caught it.
I don't know why he's not caught it either. Cole Palmer there, his face suggests everything to say, yeah, I could have done better. Chelsea got... I can't... This first half, Ben, has gone so quick. We're talking 6 minutes till half-time, plus what the referee decides to add on.
Another Enzo Fernandez corner. Forest 1 up against Liverpool, West Ham 2 up against Fulham, Chelsea 1 up here and goalless between the Bees and City. Enzo Fernandez puts it in there. Travers with a not convincing punch. He'll be hoping this doesn't come to anything, obviously, but it'll be his fault if it does, because he should have caught that shot. Caicedo has it far side of the box. Lavia is kind of the last man, and it's come back to him, and now actually the last man, believe it or not, is Cole Palmer. Now, Jadon Sancho, left channel. He never crosses from here. He usually comes into just inside the box and tries something tricky, and he's rolled it to Palmer, who goes for the first time cross. It's defended, and the touch from Ouattara means another corner.
Good pressure.
There's been a lot of these left wing corners for Chelsea here.
Good pressure. Palmer's all over the place at the moment. He predominantly on the right hand side of Jackson, but he has popped up on this left. Enzo's come across. We are now on the 40-minute mark. 5 minutes plus whatever the referee decides to add on.
And there's been a little bit of nonsense, so there will be a bit to add on. It's been typically lively. The Chelsea subs are down there in lilac bibs, warming up and watching Enzo Fernandez at this corner take the corner, although at the moment Enzo Fernandez has got his strapped hand on his hips because the referee, Rob Jones, is having a chat with, well, there is quite a bundle over there, and as ever, he'll have a word with two of them. And they'll go, yeah, but he's doing it, and then they'll just keep doing it, and it's all... I don't know why they bother. Let it happen and whistle if you see a foul.
Now, the problem,
you know what I mean? Let whatever happens, and if the defender fouls the attacker, give a penalty, or the other way around.
There can only be a penalty when the ball is kicked. That's the problem.
The ball is kicked now by Fernandez. That's a little bit better from under the goal line. It's a header not very far clear. Palmer on the half volley. And
no idea.
Did he control it with an arm?
Idea. The referee's in.
He's blown there as Cole Palmer's hit the shot.
Yeah,
what am I missing?
No idea, Ben. No idea.
Is it a goal kick or a free? Well, whatever it is, Mark Travers has put the ball down. So
yeah, okay. So he's seen a foul. I think he's waiting to see if Bournemouth can get away from it, but Anyway, 41 and a half nearly on the clock.
Clive at first time, good ball. David Brooks right underneath us on this near side for Bournemouth, the right wing that is for them in their red and black. They've had one very big nearly moment, and that is absolutely it. Chelsea could have had 2 or 3 more. It would immediately put me in mind of the last Premier League game, Jason, and that is why no one here will be counting any chickens, I'm sure, at Crystal Palace. This was similarly dominant. Now Jackson, it's 2v3 and he's running at Zabarnyi again. Slide him in, he has. Cole Palmer to the edge of the box. He's got a bit more company this time. Zabarnyi has pushed him wide.
Yeah, tricky one, that one.
Yeah,
Jackson's gone on the right hand side. Palmer's in support. They got numbers back, couldn't quite make it work. Chelsea still in good possession.
Sancho on the left corner of the box, now into the box. Sancho, he loves this position. He's gone for another curler. He always tries that, doesn't he? He knows he'll get 2 for company, and he tries a tricky little pass like he did the other day for Cole Palmer in whatever game that was. Ipswich? Can't remember. No, not Ipswich. And then, or he'll try the little bender around the defender. Lavia's won it. And he's just keep going. Well, instead he's given it to Noni Madueke. Right side, just allowed a little bit of a Tyler Adams challenge in. Tyler Adams is saying to his central midfield, how has Romeo Lavia been given the ball like that?
There's a chasm of space.
It's literally
Can't believe
no one near him.
Yeah, they do well actually. Noni Madueke doesn't quite bring it in. Tyler Adams there just gets a toe in, and Noni Madueke shows a bit too much. The truth is, we actually wasted a chance there. The ball goes into Lavia. Lavia has got acres of space. Corner's been taken, Ben.
Enzo Fernandez, right-footed cross deep towards Jackson, defensive header on it, and then a hooked volley, not very far out, and then Noni Madueke went for something. It's come back out to Enzo Fernandez now. Cole Palmer, far side, left foot curling, great ball in, should be in from Jackson, twice should be in from Jackson, he's missed both. Nicholas Jackson has done the assist of the season today, got booked, and missed 3 sitters, and hit the post. What a ball from Cole Palmer.
This is it. I can't tell you how good this cross is. I'm trying to find the words. So,
well, he did it the other day.
The best
for someone.
The best way to describe this is that those that watch Arsenal is Odegaard, the way that ball. But this is with pace, direction. Jackson's got to score. He puts his hands to his mouth. He misses 2 chances. If he doesn't score tonight, Ben, and we don't win this game, I know he set the goal, and I'll give him huge credit for the way that he set Palmer up. But that link-up play between the pair of them, Jackson has got to then repay the credit. Jackson puts it on a plate for Palmer. Palmer scores. Palmer puts it on a plate from Jackson. You've got to repay it. Oh dear, it's gone quiet around Stamford Bridge because...
Well, everyone's talking about Nicholas Jackson.
That got to score, Ben.
Was it, I'm going to say, someone will be screaming at their device, Brentford, Mark Cucurella, the ball from Palmer into him at that same end the other day, a ball just like that. Mark Cucurella just arrived and won the header.
Yes, he did.
And that was a Cole Palmer from a left-footed ball from that right channel, a bit like Ziyech used to look for Ben Chilwell, if you remember, when he started well under Frank.
By the way,
Lavia, edge of the box.
Here we go
now
again.
The breaks up. There's so much space in midfield. 5 added minutes, and Caicedo fights off the challenge, and Enzo Fernandez has now got some space. Coming forward again. Jackson in the left channel has it. Mark Cucurella, underlapping run. Make a different one. Take the defenders away from him, Cuckoo. And a few groans because Chelsea have actually gone backwards.
Yeah. Anyway, we'll recycle. Non-automatically got space on the right side. Caicedo there is at walking pace. Levin's got space in the middle of the park. They've got the shape now. They've got that 4-3-1-1, if that's what you want to call it. Bit of space though for Enzo on the left.
I think Bournemouth look pretty ragged, and they look like they could be hit quite easily by a team that's happy to chuck some bodies forward on the counter, and we know Chelsea will do that. In number, we saw a 5-on-3 break earlier.
Yeah, we're inside.
We've had our first of our 5, by the way.
All over Sancho got the ball at his feet. Chelsea fans not happy. Do you know what, Ben? We're 1-0 up, and I get the frustration actually from the Chelsea fans because
I'm going to say this should be game over.
Yeah, this should be game over.
This should be at least 3-0 already.
And this is a feature of our season. This is a problem that we've had. The Crystal Palace game. We ended up drawing it. This game is far from over. Sanchez has just had nothing to do other than just. But, the ball from Sancho, giving the ball away. Lavia picks it up.
It's all right, it's cleaned up at the back.
They've got men involved. If we can get beyond this press here, we're in.
Lavia looked like he was being fouled. Chelsea free kick.
That's a booking, ref.
And Rob Jones is not.
He's been kind there.
Lavia did well to get away. Oh, hang on.
No, it's a booking.
Yes, he is.
No, it is
he
a
has
booking.
now got the card out for Ryan Christie, who's done a few of these already.
Yeah, and do you know what? I'm glad for that, because where we're sat, we can see the shape of the team and exactly what it looks like if Lavia gets beyond Christie. Christie knows it. I've been in that situation. You feel naked, Ben. I need to get clothes on. I need to somehow hold on to something. And you do. You hold on to a player desperately because...
borrow his clothes as such, trying to pull the shirt off his back.
Yes, but that feeling of, oh my God, if they get beyond me, I'm in massive trouble here.
I should just say, we talked about Palace the other day. Palace here was the same. 1-0 up and drew one each.
There's been a few, Ben, over the years.
Over the years there have been millions, but I just thinking in terms of this team, both Palace games it happened.
Yeah, but I'm talking this.
Finished 1-1 after totally dominating them at 1-0 up. Enzo Fernandez up to Jackson again. He's still in his own half, but Caicedo is bursting beyond him, and he tried to play a ball in behind into space to Palmer, and that was on. Yeah. He just didn't get the pass right.
Yeah, it's there.
It was there.
You're just waiting, aren't you, for the next pass, the next ball, and that 4-4-2. I would love to hear what Maresca's got to say about this team shape, because when we're in possession, it's so difficult because everyone, and we all do in the media, Ben, fascinated about team shape, who's playing where, who's doing what, what's their role. But realistically, you've got Palmer and Jackson up top, Ben. I don't care what anyone says, that's who we are. And there's a forward in the middle of the park. You can see it now, right? The shape, right? Yet when we win it, all of a sudden, Sancho goes high and wide one side, Nottingham goes high and wide the other, and then you've got Enzo sitting alongside Lavia. And then you've got Caicedo coming inside as well. The reason I've stopped is a free kick that's going to be given to Kluivert.
Kluivert just inside the Chelsea half. We have played 4 nearly of the 5 added minutes at the end of this first half. Goals from only the home teams tonight. No one away has scored yet. No goals at all down the road at the G-Tech. Still West Ham 2, Fulham 0 and Forest 1, Liverpool 0. That one kicked off half an hour later than the other 3. David Brooks is going to take this free kick. Now, for goodness sake, don't concede here right on half-time. Brooks plays a good-looking ball into Zabani, who has a free header and nods it to Caicedo. It's nodded back in, up in the air by Colwell, who wins his second header. Scrappy, and then Enzo Fernandez smashes it on the half volley, and Jackson could turn this into fight ball with Lewis Cook. It's awkward and it's bouncing, and Zabani's headed it back just to Travers before Jackson stole in. What a half Nicholas Jackson has had. 3 sitters, a card, a post and a great assist.
Mixed bag from him. But by the way, yeah, they deal with that well. It's just a lump forward, but Enzo lumps it forward with purpose. He knows Jackson get on the end of it. It's not just hit and hope. Get rid of it.
Whistle's about to go here, folks.
So.
Bournemouth have it at the back, and indeed there is Rob Jones' whistle. Well, it is always entertaining here. The cameras go to Cole Palmer. He is shaking his head as he walks off here, possibly like the rest of us, knowing that Chelsea should be far further clear. But we've seen a wonderful goal. We have seen a lot of chances. We've seen a lot of Nicholas Jackson for good and bad tonight. But somehow Jason Cundy, it's still only 1-0.
Yeah, the 1-0 scoreline I'm happy with, but I'm not going to lie, there is a bit of fear about it. The fact that how well we played, chances we created. We could have been 2 or 3 up right now. It also could be 1-1, Ben. You know, if you know, the honest appraisal is that they had a chance, hit the post. Sanchez has been good recently, but gives the ball away, and within seconds they have a shot that could have made it 1-1, and that really does not reflect the way the game has gone. Football never change, Ben. It's about what you do in both boxes, how well you defend it, and if you don't defend it well, the opposition, if they do better than you at the other box, you can see chances. And at the moment, we've created those opportunities. The middle of the park, we've dominated completely, right? Which more often than not, if you dominate the middle of the park, you go on to dominate the game. Not always the case, because possession doesn't mean chances. We've created chances, dominated the ball. Those chances, those opportunities have not been converted to goals. And even though we thoroughly deserve to be going 1-0 at the break, the game is not over, Ben. If you're Iriola right now, the team talk is right. Listen, this can't carry on. We need to be better. And there'll be a better version of Bournemouth in the second half. Make no mistake about that. What version of Chelsea is going to be better than that? Because I think we've been good, Ben.
Yeah, just one that finishes the chances. I was listening to your radio show last night, and your colleague, who was Jermaine Pennant, if I recall, was saying, he was talking about the Arsenal fans saying how we deserve to beat Man United and deserve it. On that basis, the two of you were making the point, you know what, if you don't take your chances, you don't deserve to win it. Now, have Chelsea been the better team, just like Arsenal were against Man U? Yes. Have they created loads more than the oppo did? Yes. But they haven't been taken. It should be 2, maybe even 3-0, maybe even 4-0, but it's not. And so, like Palace twice this season and 1 or 2 other games, Chelsea have had the fingers burnt by not taking the chances. What a typical Nicholas Jackson performance. So many brilliant things in there, and 1 or 2 that make you want to scream. I'm going to bring Tommy Langley in a minute, and I will just leave you for now by saying it's half-time, Brentford 0, City 0. West Ham 2 goals in no time at all early in that half at home to Fulham. Chelsea 1 up here on Bournemouth. All those kicked off at 7:30. This one here included, and they are halfway through the first half at the City ground. As it stands, Nottingham Forest going to within 3 points of the top of the Premier League table.
Wowzers.
That is extraordinary. Jason, over to you.
Ben, thank you very much. Tommy Langley's going to join me in a second. Yeah, just to let you know, guys, know what that means for the top of the table. We need to win this game. It's been a tricky festive period, no question about that. We all know how things have played out. We currently sit just that 1 point behind Arsenal. Tommy Langley has joined me. Tommy.
Hi, Jace.
Good evening.
Good evening, mate.
Give me your thoughts, please, on the first half.
The beauty and the beast, Nicholas Jackson.
Honestly.
Wow, I mean, for the goal, he does magnificently well. The timing of the pass, the pace of the pass, give Cole Palmer the fact he could just dummy the goalkeeper and slide it into the corner. That's the beauty. The second part of beauty, he shrugs off defenders on the halfway line, creates an opportunity for himself, hits the base of the post, comes out. Then in the 6-yard box, he has 2 chances, 2 fairly simple tap-ins, and he can't finish them. And I feel frustrated for him because he's been superb for 90% of his game. But you know, as a striker, you've got to stick the ball in the back of the net. People will remember the build-up for the goal from Cole Palmer. Of course they will. But you've got to stick the ball in the back of the net. And he looks a little bit nervy. He looks a little bit lacking of confidence. And it's so sad because his general play has been very, very good. But overall, Lavia's bossed it. Caicedo's bossed it. How are we not 2 or 3 goals up? And we go back to Christmas, Jace, you and I discussed this. 2 games, in the last 10 minutes, we're 1-0 up. We've got to finish these teams off.
Tommy, honestly, it feels like I've had this conversation with... The reason why, because we have. I just had it with Ben. I'm sure you just had it over there with Matt. We're going over old ground here because you've just basically repeated exactly what myself and Ben have said in the first half. Don't take chances. The game is still very much alive. My fear right now is that I think we've seen a very, very good example of what we are as a team. We're not the finished article. We're not the best team in the country, but you know what? There are moments when we look electric. Yeah. We break teams down, we create chances, don't finish it. It's only 1-0, Tom. Yeah. Are you feeling... I'll tell you how I'm feeling right now. That we can drop points this time.
Yeah. And let's be totally honest, I like Bournemouth. I think it's a very good football club. I think they play great football. However, they've not turned up tonight so far, and they can only get better in this game. They can only get more possession and more chances in the final third. Robert Sanchez has not had one save to make, other than he tried to give them a save when he passed the ball out from the back again, which is
yes, I think that would have been travesty.
It's driving every fan mad.
I know that is That he's got to iron that out of his game. It can't carry on. We saw Brighton earlier in the season, very similar position. They scored. On this occasion, they hit the post.
Yeah, and we got away with it. And but that aside, you're right, Jason. You know, we are a very good side, and some of our football is electric. If you're coming here as a neutral, we are playing such good football, such exciting football. People get on the ball, and you know something's going to go, and it's been really good. But that frailty, Jace, that you and I are both feeling, and a lot of the fans in the stadium will be, after what's happened, especially at Christmas, you know, you're going 1-0 up, 10 minutes to go, we end up drawing or losing the game. And we don't want that to happen today. Bournemouth, as I said, have brought nothing to this party so far today. But you know in the second half they're going to get opportunities.
Yeah, the second goal in this game is absolutely crucial. If we get it, you sense that there's a mountain to climb for Bournemouth. However, if they get it, the fragility that we have shown already this season, because we are a young side, it really could haunt this crowd. Because, and I use the word haunt deliberately, because if we don't take 3 points here tonight, Tom, I don't know how I'm going to feel tomorrow morning, because it will feel that football's a game of taking chances. I said to Ben in the first half, it's all about what you do in both boxes. If you defend your box well, and the other end, you take your chances, you'll win the game, and vice versa. At the moment, we're doing all right one box, we're doing okay the other. They've actually done terrible in one box and had nothing in the other. But the truth is, it's 1-0, and they may well get that opportunity. I want to talk about individual performances. Caicedo coming into the middle of the park, we dominate. You mentioned Lavia. That midfield, we're playing like a version of 4-4-2 with Jackson and Palmer up top. And then when we win the ball, then you've got Nonimadu one side, you've got Sancho the other, then you've got all of a sudden Enzo joining. Sometimes you have to think, we got 11 on the pitch, we got 12 or 13, because how quickly we move through the shapes.
And the pace of our passing through the lines has been magnificent. I mean, Lavia picked up a position, I think, late in the first half, but where there was no one round him, but it was the quality of the ball into him that gave him them 2 or 3 yards. He pinged it into him. His first touch was good. He finds himself running at the back four. We've done that so well, Jace. You know, our passing's been crisp. Our movement's been great. You know, you talked about Caicedo, you talked about Lavia, Cole Palmer, who's obviously fantastic. You know, his goal chances apart, I think Nicholas Jackson's had a very good first half. But as I said, he needs to stick the ball in the back of the net.
You know what, Tom? You're absolutely right. But it can be overshadowed because his day job, as you know, as a striker, put the ball in the back of the net. Whatever you do outside the box, it's a bonus. Where you earn your corn, it's inside the box, inside the 6-yard box, and let's go. He could have had 2 or 3 today already.
He should have had 2 or 3. I mean, he certainly should have had 2. I mean, I'm not going to criticise the last one which hit the post and went out, so you know, which he made himself. But he certainly, the 2 chances he had, he should have finished. Even the header, he missed the rebound, but the header's got to be better. He's got to beat Travers from there. He's got a great angle, and he was onside. The ball again from Cole Palmer was majestic. He's just picked out that far stick. It's magnificent.
Honestly, we'll not see a better deep cross from those areas all season. It's inch perfect. Has to put the finish onto it to make it worthwhile. Tom, just looking at the bench, too early to say right now, but is there anything going through your mind?
Well, I'm looking down there and I'm seeing Reece James without any tracksuit bottoms on, and he looks as though he's warming up. So I don't know if we're going to convert, and maybe just maybe he'll give Reece James 45 minutes here, because I think Lavia we've got to protect, we've got to wrap up in cotton wool. So maybe, even though he's had a very good first half, it looks like Reece James, as I said, is stripped. He's got his tracksuit top on, but he's certainly not got his tracksuit bottoms on, and maybe he'll go back to his conventional right back and we'll play Caicedo in that Lavia role. But you know, as I said, at the moment these 2 guys in particular, got to wrap them a bit in cotton wool and hopefully not get any more injuries.
Jason's gone for a lie down after a typically manic Chelsea half and a manic Chelsea commentary from Cundy. Yes, Reece James is an interesting one. Yeah, Lavia obviously not a part of the European squad, Tommy, and that's an interesting one, because what we haven't seen, even when he has been fit, is he hasn't ever really done weekend and midweek, and that you totally understand. But the point you make, 45 only on Saturday. Yeah, easing them both back in, and The only thing that will worry me about this is that I feel like Bournemouth are likely to be better in the second half, Tom, and we have seen this game a few times.
Yeah,
we were better than Fulham for a while, we were better than Palace in both games, led for ages in both games, should have been further ahead in both games and drew both games.
There's too many sucker punches, Ben, and we haven't got the job done. We haven't fulfilled our real ability, because today we should be 2 or 3 goals up, and Jason was sort of digging out Jackson a little bit, although as I said, I think in his general play he's been excellent, but he's there to score goals and he hasn't done that today. But overall we've been very, very good. But look, Bournemouth are still very much in this game, and I made the point to Jason exactly what you just said. They are in this game and they can only get better. They can only improve, because they've not really turned up in that first half. They've not been the Bournemouth I think we've seen all season in a lot of games where they've been excellent. They play free-flowing football and they've been very staid in their game today. They can only get better.
Well, Felix and co are warming up as well. I wouldn't expect to see them. I mean, the way Chelsea have played, that was more than good enough to be a couple of goals clear. It's another one of those games that encapsulates Nicholas Jackson for me, where he does 4 or 5 things you think you are a monster of a striker and no one can handle you when you're like that, and then he does 4 or 5 things that make you want to smack your head against a wall.
Well, I used the term Beauty and the Beast, and he was beautiful at times and he was a beast at times, and I feel for him, because as a striker sometimes you lack that confidence or that ability to sort of settle yourself down as you're going to strike the ball, and I think that the first chance he had, which was a volley, went high, so you can sort of understand that a little bit. But the second one, he's got to score with the initial header for me, because I think Travers is there, but he heads it straight at Travers. The rebound comes to him, then he can't get his feet in order, and that's because I think he's lacking confidence. Normally you just take a stride and tap it in. He's having a little tap, and he end up tapping it wide on the near post. I feel for him, because I think he's been very, very good, but he needs to stick that ball in the back of the net for his own sake, Ben, not just the Chelsea fans sat around.
And because Cole Palmer's streaking clear of him at the moment in that particular race. Right, Tommy, I'll let you have a break. The Chelsea players are back out, and Romeo Lavia is amongst them, so he's definitely playing more than 45 as I look at the number on his back, which is the number 45. No sign of Bournemouth just yet. But Noni Madueke doing a bit of a warm-up. Cole Palmer is enjoying himself and grinning as usual. Just one of those playground footballers. He's like Joe Cole, but even better. Joe's here tonight, incidentally. He's part of somebody's broadcast team. Bournemouth just starting to edge out of the tunnel themselves. And can't see if they're making any further changes, but I doubt they will, folks, because they've basically got 6 kids on the bench plus Cliver, who's already come on. It was an injury, incidentally. It's a thigh injury for James Hill. Kind of just worked out, I suppose, in a sense for Iraola, because his team were being pretty outplayed. The fact that he lost James Hill gave him a chance to actually change it tactically anyway, and so he brought on Cliver. It was a thigh had gone for James Hill, we're hearing. And Chelsea are going to kick off this second half. The Blues playing from left to right then. Get the second goal.
Well,
get this done, because it should be already, and it's not, and we've had our fingers burnt. But anyway, here we go. 45 to play at the Bridge, with West Ham 2 up, Brentford 0-0 with City. Those are kicking off their second halves now. Forest half an hour in, 1 up against Liverpool, and the ball down the right for Noni Madueke to have a chase, and Zabani is across and puts it out for a throw. So the Blues attacking the Matthew Harding end, and underneath us to our right, Noni Madueke has the yellow ball in his hand, and he's going to give it to Caicedo. You would think so. Well, we know we don't do 1-0, even though we did there, Jay. That's the only one this season. The 1-0 away at Bournemouth, the only 1-0 win. This team doesn't do 1-0s generally. It didn't last year either. There was only 1 in the whole of the last Premier League season. There's only been 1 in this one. Lavia heads it towards the edge of the box, and now Caicedo has won it in the right wing position. He's got to the byline, he's pulled it back, and he goes through a crowd of players, including plenty in blue shirt, and Sancho will go out to the far side to pick it up. Caicedo is a right winger, a central midfielder, a right back. He's whatever you want him to be, sometimes all at the same time. That ball, though, however, is past him, and Kerkez has popped it forward to Semenyo. Iraola is waving his team on, and Kluivert looks like he might just get behind Achimpong, but he hasn't. And it's pulled back, and Levi Colwell on the edge of his 6-yard box stabs out a foot and manages to effect a clearance of sorts.
Well, Ben, there's an example as why that second goal was so important. Looks like we're going to get it, and then we don't. What has Rob Jones seen here?
I don't know, but he's seen quite a lot tonight that hasn't been immediately evident for the rest of us. Enzo Fernandez with the foul on Christie's, a little bit late to the party there. Those two have been up against each other a lot in this game. Are you okay, my friend? Have you just had a sneezing fit?
I've just had a sneezing fit, Benjamin.
Excellent.
I do apologise. I'm back.
Right. Nobody heard it. I've just brought it to their attention,
yes,
which is really unprofessional.
Thank you.
Milos Kerkez slides in the Bournemouth free kick. It's headed across the face of goal and then nodded by Zabarnyi, but harmless, low and well wide of the shed end net. So Robert Sanchez will pick the ball up. Well, he had one big scare, and it was self-inflicted, Sanchez, and he was beaten by the Kluivert shot that came back off the upright. That is it. Well, Bournemouth will be there for attacking their fans, who have got the a chunk of the shed end away to our left.
Well, they're playing at the moment. They've got 5 on the edge of our box, strategically positioned. 5.
Were they doing that in the first half, Jason?
No, they weren't.
I don't think they were.
They weren't. They weren't doing that.
Interesting.
It's a great ball from Josh Ettermore into Caicedo. Brilliant piece of play. Referee,
foul.
Give the free kick.
Surely, yeah. Semenyo pulled him back.
Honestly, I'm sort of a million miles away from booking that, by the way.
No, there's a cynical element to it. Chelsea have got on with that free kick, by the way. Centre spot, Enzo Fernandez. Head up. And plays it into Lavia, who took that well, and then has been dispossessed by Kluivert. Kluivert running at Colwell up the middle. Little dummy. Here comes Semenyo. Was that wrong side? I think that's going to be a penalty. It is. Daft challenge, don't make it. Just didn't need to do it. Lavia got robbed. Semenyo on the burst, and I think it was Moises Caicedo, was it not, who decided to try and win that ball. We say he wins so many 30-70 challenges. He tried to win that one. He didn't.
Penalty. No doubt about it. No complaints. It's a penalty. All ends up. No doubt about it. Well, we're going back to earlier this season. Sanchez saved the penalty. If there's one good thing about this,
Evan Nielsen, was he saved from at Bournemouth.
Ben, we give the ball away. The ball into Enzo, from Enzo into Lavia. It's not a great ball, but Lavia doesn't cover himself in any glory at all.
Well, his first touch was good, but then Kluivert stole in, didn't he? You're right. He I don't know if that's a sharpness thing, Jay. Remember, he's just had 45 minutes back. No, I'm with you. It wasn't a great ball, and it wasn't the most helpful pass, but still. Now, Kluivert's going to take it, and remember, he became the first player ever to score 3 penalties in one Premier League match earlier this season. Robert Sanchez standing on the edge of his 6-yard box. It was Evan Nielsen he saved from at 0-0 at Bournemouth early in the season.
Went to his left.
This is Kluivert with the Bournemouth fans in anticipation of celebration. This will be another one of those sucker punches if it goes in, or maybe Sanchez can do it home and away. Up comes Kluivert, and in it goes. Bangs it in hard and high. Bournemouth celebrating the shed end. 5 minutes into the second half.
There we go.
That is why you take your chances. It should have been 3-0 Chelsea at half-time. It's 1-1 now.
Here we go again. Right. So the evidence is in front of us. We have still got 45 minutes of this game to go. 50 on the clock plus 5. What are we all about? Who are we? Who do we want to be? What does this Chelsea Football Club look like right now? How do we now perform coming out of the disappointment? In all honesty, I didn't think we'd keep the clean sheet then. I felt we had to score 2. Right, nothing changes now, and we kick off again. Who are we, Ben? Come on, with a real Chelsea Football Club, stand up, please.
Everything about tonight suggests there'll be chances And plenty of them, and probably for both teams, now that Bournemouth have got their tails up. Now we want to see a maturity. Kluivert going through, steaming through, and it's going to be a yellow card.
Yeah, it's a poor challenge.
Lavia,
poor
who was
challenge
late
from
to the
Lavia.
party.
I think there's an element of disappointment about giving the ball away led to the penalty.
I wonder, he's had the 45 at the weekend. He's definitely caught Kluivert there. It was just too sprightly for him. He's been involved in that penalty. He's had 45 at the weekend. He's had 45 more tonight.
An hour maybe top. Listen, we will see. But these next 40 minutes plus could really shape who we are as this team. Are we a team that creates chances, gives up chances, concedes goals, limps away with another draw?
Well,
or maybe limps away with nothing.
Well, yes, I take your point. Kirker's in and Sanchez will just catch that. So no worries about the free kick. We played 7 minutes now. Hang on a minute. Cucurella is rolling over as they ran out. David Brooks and him again coming together.
I didn't see it, Ben. My eyes were on Sanchez.
It's Mark Cucurella, so I think, well, there's always something going on around him. Rob Jones has called it to a halt. I should think he's bumped into him just as the two of them did. Do you remember 3 minutes in, the same thing happened the other way, wasn't it?
Well, we'll see.
Watch as they run out here. Cucurella. If there's any arm from David Brooks, he might be in trouble. We haven't seen a proper replay of it yet, folks.
I don't know David Brooks, but I'll be absolutely stunned if he's the type of player that throws an elbow into Cucurella. He's gone down.
We're going to watch him again here. Sanchez bowls it out. No, he's almost left an arm out like more of a clothesline, actually, than an elbow. But anyway, I don't know if they're looking... Well, if they are...
Do you know what?
There's something in that.
Do you know what?
But you see, Cuckoo rattles people. And he's
that
rattled
is
David Brooks.
Really, I got to say, Ben,
I wonder. He's going to look at it.
Honestly, I've just had a look at it. He could be off here.
Clothesline.
He could be off here, Ben.
Well, if he's going to look at it, he's off.
Honestly, when you see it, he stuck his arm around his neck.
No, he's
off, Ben.
It's a clothesline. Anthony Iraola is doing his thing. Mark Cucurella winds people up.
He's off, Ben. He's off.
I think he's going to get sent off.
Ben,
I don't know if he should be, but he's going to. He winds people up and he wins games for Chelsea in different ways, doesn't he?
He's off, Ben. He's off. He's off.
Well,
he stuck his arm around his neck. He's away.
He's hooked him on the run.
He doesn't need to do it. He's off. I'm telling you now. There's no way. Rob Jones is not sending him off.
Wound him up all game long, and he's done his bit for his team here, Cucurella. Jason is telling the fans around us that he's going to be sent off. It hasn't happened yet. He is looking and he's looking, but they don't send him over to the screen unless they change it. I think it's happened twice ever that the ref hasn't changed his mind.
He's not seen it.
No.
He can't have seen it.
No.
He can't have seen it.
The
reason he's over there is because he can't see it. He's off.
He's still looking and looking and looking. And it's going to be a...
He's a red card, Ben. It's coming.
David Brooks has been wound up by Cucurella all game long.
He's off, Ben.
Robert Jones, no, he is not. He has yellow carded him. Now that I find fascinating. Reckless rather than dangerous or violent conduct. Does Mark Cucurella's own reputation precede him there, or indeed David Brooks's? I think on balance he's a lucky boy. I expected to see the red there, and I'm not surprised at all here to see the change that we were talking about, Jason. Just Lavia off, Reece James on.
I'm stunned that he's not off Brooks, by the way. Absolutely stunned.
I wasn't even sure, by the way, you could give a yellow card on review. You're checking for violent conduct.
You can't review a yellow card.
No.
Maybe you can give one. I don't know.
You could decide. Okay, because I mean they've sent him to the screen because they think this might be a red card offence. So because he didn't see it, he can deem it's a yellow. That's why it is. So right. Anyway, we didn't get that call. Let's have a look at Reece James here, Jason.
Yeah,
in his orange boots, he's on.
Reece James is at right back. So basically, what's that? Reece James at right back. Casado's gone into the centre of the midfield alongside Enzo. Reece looks like he's the one that's more likely to come in midfield. Therefore, how does that? Cucurella can do that job. We haven't seen him do that job today.
Reece has just dropped in short there. I was just watching his movement. Oh, Achapong and Caicedo nearly gave it away. Here comes Cucurella, 50-50 with Hyson. Ball out of play, far side. Right, after all that madness, there's certainly an edge now. And guess what? Marc Cucurella started the fire again, and he's got the ball in his hand thrown. I tell you, Fulham have got one back early in the second half against West Ham. It's half-time at the City Ground. Forest 1, Liverpool 0, and it's still 0-0 between Brentford and Man City. That's the least likely scoreline of the night. Cucurella in possession, halfway line, far side, plays it down the left for Jackson to chase, and it's a safety first, ball out of play from Hyson.
Hyson has opted to go. I thought he could have gone back to Travers there, Ben. He opted
Yes, he's just passed it out, hasn't he, into the hoardings.
Yeah.
Just safety first. And it's very tight in there. Enzo Fernandez wins it sharply. Oh my goodness, Travers! Nicholas Jackson hit a low right-footed curler from 18 yards. It was a simple dive to his left, and it squeezed under Travers and dribbled wide of the post. Nearly an absolute shocker.
Well, it would have been a howler. Enzo wins the ball in the edge of the box. It's a speculative effort from Jackson. I'm not sure he even expects it to I think it's one. Take it early. Travers makes a right pig's ear of it.
Corner.
Fumbles it behind for a corner.
Palmer's going to take it near side as we look. The Chelsea right. Honestly, these games this season, there's barely been a dull one. Well, basically there was Goodison, and that's it. Everything else has been a roller coaster. Enzo Fernandez in the right channel. Everyone's still up for Chelsea. Levi Colwill still hanging about the far post, wanting a delivery. I don't think it's going to come though. No. He better get back in position. Reece James is last man here. We don't want to turn over this because Kluivert will be quicker than him. In fact, Reece James has it in his own half now. Didn't play from a few minutes at Arsenal in that 1-1, Jay, till the weekend. It's a long old time without him, and it's great to see him on.
Yeah, so Reece is playing the inverted fullback. Josh Achapong is alongside, as we've seen all evening, alongside Levi Colwill. He's the one that inverts. There's no width. Palmer's come out to this right side. Lovely little back heel into the ref. Give the free kick. Ref!
Not being given. The East Stand is going berserk.
Yeah, me
Play
too
on.
as well, by the way. It's gone through the back of Reece James. It's a free kick, referee.
That yellow card for Lavia absolutely nailed down the substitution. But I tell you, folks, before he got booked,
by the way, free kick.
He sent Reece out to warm up.
Best space for Enzo.
Enzo Fernandez, middle of the half. Here comes Caicedo, 30 yards out, dead centre. Cole Palmer to his right, and now beneath us, Noni Madueke with the 11 on his back. He is running him. He's running at Kirkes, he's beaten him, he gets to the byline, he cuts it back, the defending's good. The volley from Marc Cucurella on the penalty spot has nearly gone into the Matthew Harding upper stand above the JT captain, leader, legend.
Look at Enzo Maresca clapping, praising the team. Really good play, high energy. We need now this urgency about us. There's all of a sudden we've gone from cruising 1-0, could have been 2 or 3 up at half time. Within minutes of the second half taking place, we've got 1-1. Now there's an energy about the crowd. There's we need to take 3 points here, Ben. We absolutely need to take 3 points here.
Kluivert on this near side pops it through the legs of Reece James, and Kluivert with a good looking ball out to David Brooks, who maybe shouldn't be on the field. Little back heel from him. The right wing cross is blocked out by Cucurella for a Bournemouth corner at the shed end. Exactly an hour played at Stamford Bridge. It's a cracking contest now, and it's one each.
It is one each, and you don't know which way this game's going to go, Ben. I'm really hesitant. No, I'm not. We win this game, Ben.
Feels like it still.
Ben, we win this game. There's enough quality out there. I've seen enough.
You're a brave man saying that on a Bournemouth corner.
I know. Well. I'll die on that hill, Ben. We win this game.
Far side, right wing. There's 2 over there for the short option. And David Brooks, as you might imagine, is getting it from the Chelsea fans as Bobby Jones comes to have a word with Caicedo. And Robert Sanchez is telling Caicedo, "Oh, go and talk to the ref because he wants to talk to you."
Rob Jones has got Chelsea players around him. Reece James, who's now the captain, obviously.
Yes. And he's saying, "Yeah, okay, I'll tell him. Yeah, don't worry, I'll tell him." Anyway, on you go. Right. And the corner can now be taken. David Brooks has received some tremendous abuse over there from the Chelsea fans in the shed lower on the east side. And still we wait for him to take it. And now he comes. And they do play it short. And they've got that wrong. Or have they? No, Cole Palmer there. All back from Lewis Cook. That's a clever ball. Brooks! Low shot. Sanchez blocks with his feet from a tight angle.
Too easy.
Imagine if he'd scored.
Oh, too easy. He's good player, Brooks. Too easy down that right hand side. They leave a 2v1 with Cole Palmer. They play it short and they dance around us down the right side. Cole Palmer thinks he's going to nick it. Jackson comes out. He's no good. What's happened? Oh, this is worrying.
Levi Colwell is down.
Do you know what, Ben?
Levi Colwell's studs have caught there. That does not look good.
He's up.
Now,
He's up.
well,
He's
he
on
is
his
sat on,
haunches.
I mean, hopefully, well, you mentioned it, he's still 21, isn't he, Levi? When hopefully your joints are rubbery, but his studs caught in the turf. That looked quite jarring the way he went down there.
I think his knee might have caught in the ground as well, but he's up on his haunches, if there is such a thing. Tosin is warming up.
Tosin is warming up. There's no Dizassi on the bench tonight. There's a Renato Vega. Enzo Maresca sat down, just stroking his stubble, thinking, how is my team not over the hills and far away here? If you're joining us late on the official Chelsea app, welcome. It's been typically madcap in Chelsea fashion, and it really should, and this is no blue spectacles on it, should have been 3-0 Chelsea at half-time. It is 1-1. Levi is up, and he is walking quite gingerly on that. I am not sure about that. That is not the walk of a player who I think is going to be running back on in a minute, Jason. Do you see how he's moving there?
Hard to tell, but he is...
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
the weight, how little weight he's putting on it, but maybe he's just really easing himself back. I can't see what Steve is saying via his little talk back there.
There is no give on these pitches anymore, Ben. There's no give on the pitch. When you land on the pitch now, there used to be a time where the pitch would give. You could slide. I know they do the knee slides, but that's off.
Yeah, no, that's about surface water. That's not about the. Yeah, that's not about the actual solidity of it. No. So right now, Chelsea a man down, and I think Tosin's coming on. I think Tosin might well be coming on. Robert Sanchez in no hurry to get rid of this ball here. And now Anthony Iraola saying to the referee, "Oh, what about time?" I've just seen a purple bib disappear at pace. I can't tell you for sure that it was Tosin, but...
There's an issue about Bournemouth right now.
Well, yeah,
as well.
no, hang on. He's coming back on. Levi Colwell is running back on. Enzo Fernandez has won the ball. How's he... Well, I'll tell you how he's moving in a minute, because there's suddenly a bit of space. Enzo, play the ball to Noni. He does. Noni Madueke down the right, attacking the Matthew Harding end. Madueke, one-on-one with Zabanji. Checks back. Goes for the byline. Corner to Chelsea.
That's okay. Yeah, ball to get players back. Do it really well. Brilliant ball in from Enzo. On the inside, Palmer comes deep. Noni Madueke goes. As Palmer comes into the space that Noni normally is, allows Noni to go higher up the pitch. Plays it inside to Enzo. 1 and 2 touch. In it goes. He takes on the fullback. Maresca, is it? He takes him
Cole
on.
Palmer is going to take this. He's just replacing the ball down there in the quadrant. Didn't quite like how it was
taking
sitting.
it short, Ben.
He's taken it short and got it back from Enzo. First time ball from Palmer. Loopy towards the penalty spot. Achimpong got a head on it, but his volley clear, uncontested by I think that was Dango Ouattara there for Bournemouth. He's barely had a kick there, centre forward tonight. Dango Ouattara.
No.
It's all the way back with Sanchez.
No, don't speak too soon. Chelsea. Honestly, football. That's why it's the game that it's a ball into Levi Colwell. His first touch is poor, and then he plays a second touch into Jackson. Chelsea are chasing, gone all the way round. Kirkes all the way back out to him. Chelsea's pressure is good.
Tyler Adams under pressure from Enzo.
Good tackle.
I'll just tell you, this is football. I cannot believe this is even possible. But Manchester City are level with Chelsea on points as things stand. They've just taken the lead down the road at Bournemouth. You think that period they had of 3 months, football is crackers because right now it's 3 points out of 15 for Chelsea. Man City win a couple, and all of a sudden the two clubs are level on points right now on 37. Chelsea better off on goal difference, but a long way to go here. But ball in the right back spot, and suddenly there's a ton of room for. Well, they're both leaving each other a lot of space at times. Tyler Adams here in an ocean of it, gives it to Kluivert, who has been their best player since coming on. The best player even with those who did start the game, and he wasn't one of them. Dribbling in the box, he's gone down, not in a fouled way. He's lost his bearings.
Haven't seen much of Sancho.
No, and I was just thinking exactly that, Jason. He's coming away now from Ryan Christie, who couldn't touch him because he's been booked. And Cole Palmer's pass for Noni Madueke is a mile off, and it's back with Mark Travers here. Noni Madueke closing him down.
The game is open.
Yeah,
and
it feels stretched, Jason.
Yeah, it is
I cannot believe this is finishing 1-1. I can't believe it's 1-1 now anyway, but I can't believe it's finishing that way. It just doesn't feel possible, does it?
No, but there's a looseness about our midfield since
both midfields.
Since Lavia's gone off, Ben, there's definitely a. I don't know. It's a brilliant ball. Oh, Noni Cole. The game feels too open. Look at the midfield, Ben. Well, look how open it feels. And I'm talking both teams here. All of a sudden, Brooks is finding yards of space. What's happening here?
Semenyo has just roofed it at the near post out of absolutely nothing. He gave Achampong the slip, and he smashed Bournemouth in front. It's just like Fulham the other day, from behind to in front. Shed end celebrations. My God, he has hit that like a rocket, and somehow it is Chelsea 1, Bournemouth 2. I cannot believe my eyes.
Too open, the game's too open, Ben. I'm just saying how there's so much space in the middle of the park. Semenyo, he was the one. It's a brilliant goal, but there's so much space in the middle of the park. We've lost our shape completely. This comes from their throw-in. They've gone back to the halfway line. I can't believe what I'm watching. I honestly, by the way, it's a brilliant goal.
It's a hell of a finish. I wouldn't blame Sanchez even though it's near side.
No, it's a brilliant goal, and it's.
I mean, when they're in a tight angle, they say the only way you can score there is if you absolutely smash it.
Okay,
and
Ben,
he has.
Ben, this game now, there is still bags of this game left. We have got to show our teeth. Who are we? I keep saying this. Who are we? 1-0 up.
But it will continue to be cavalier.
Well, the game is, since Lavia's gone off, the control in the game has completely gone. You often hear Maresca talk about controlling the game.
It's going to fall here for Enzo, edge of the box. Jackson from a similarly tight angle. It's a big block by Hyson, and a goal kick is given. I want to just say something while we wait for Travers to take this goal kick, Jason. When you're saying there about it getting stretched, you know how we've talked about it being a young team that can get very up and get very down. When it gets a bit harum-scarum, they will go a bit. And because Bournemouth equalised, it then became, right, cavalier, let's go. And that loses you that control in midfield, I think, don't you?
The game has become a lottery. It feels like a lottery now. It feels like this could go anywhere. Well, this was at 1-1. Now it's 2-1 them. I've seen this game against Fulham. History's repeating itself again.
Tosin is going to be coming on. I wonder if that.
I don't know. I
wonder if that would be for Achampong.
I don't know if this is going to be for Ben.
Well,
it's a great ball by the way.
He did just get beaten for that goal, but I don't really think. Anyway, Enzo down the left. We'll worry about that in a minute. Jadon Sancho. We've got 25 minutes probably left to play here as we approach 70. Jadon Sancho back to Cucurella. Tosin is definitely going to come on. We don't know who for yet. Fourth official is down there with his board. Achampong gives it to Noni Madueke. I don't think the youngster's done anything wrong particularly. I mean, maybe defensively minded people like you might tell me he could have done more on Semenyo for that goal. I don't think you take him off as a punishment.
No.
I'd be thinking more about making sure. Well, let's see. Reece James, centre spot, coming into midfield. Good pass. Caicedo in a ton of space. Where are Bournemouth now?
I don't get that pass.
No, it's a long ball out of play, right back throw.
I don't get that. We're a mess. We're a mess right now.
It is Achampong.
Yeah, we're a mess.
Straight swap at the back. And which just gives me time to tell you that West Ham have made it 3-1 at home to Fulham. Graham Potter having a good start. And City 1 up at Brentford. Means that Man City are above Chelsea by a point right now as things stand. Tosin Maybe we need one of his long rangers, deflected or otherwise. 2 goals here at the weekend for the big defender in the FA Cup.
I feel a bit
so do I, because I feel.
I'm not...
maybe you expect it as the teenager. Okay, it'll probably be me, but I don't think he's done anything wrong. I think Chelsea have lost control of midfield since Lavia got booked and robbed. It's now on Enzo to help out Caicedo, and Bournemouth were about to think about a breakaway, but they got there by foul means. Chelsea free kick just inside the Bournemouth half. 71 played. 1-0 City away. 2-1 Bournemouth here away. West Ham 3-1 up on Fulham, and it's half-time still. Nottingham Forest 1, Liverpool 0 amongst this full midweek programme. Right now, 2 points from 15 in league terms for Chelsea after all of those successive wins. Cole Palmer, though, always a threat. Haven't seen much of him or Sancho or Jackson this second half.
No.
Caicedo,
and that's fair, Ben.
You know what I mean? The whole lot of them. We've seen more of Noni than the rest of them. Now, good run. Sancho, cross country. Reverse ball in towards Palmer on the penalty spot. It was a little too tight. Zabani has cleared it, and then tossing on the head on the halfway. Cucurella's going to have to go all the way home. It's a little bit short, but Sanchez will get there. I say he'll get there. He took a touch, though. Goodness me. Semenyo. Reece James wins it. Muscle. Caicedo wins it. Always proper fight ball out there now. We've still got 20 minutes left. I think that's Django Ouattara who's down. Sliding challenge by Levi Colwell. This feels like the world is on this game.
Yeah, but the game, Ben, there's no control, Ben. Maresca talks about control every single post-match.
But I don't think we control games almost ever, Jace.
Ben, rarely.
This team doesn't control games. I think it's too immature to control games.
Ben,
they get too excited in all directions. They get too down when it's down, they get too up when it's up. There's that immaturity about it. I'm only talking fine margins here, but don't you think? They get a bit gung-ho. Okay. Oh, we're playing well. Let's all bomb forward. Oh, we're under the pump. Let's all bomb forward. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but there's more to that. Since Levy's gone off, Ben,
there's no wise heads.
No, there's not. But
we're back underway.
So Bournemouth now. This is the way you want to. Obviously, you want to be there, but it's now. What have we got? And I can't believe the opening 45 minutes of this game that we find ourselves with half an hour to go, 2-1 down.
But the thing is, Jason, you can't believe it because we were talking about it constantly in the first half. Because this happened the other day at Palace. Should have been 3 up, didn't get there, got done. This is another one of them. Caicedo in the middle of the park for Chelsea. Gives it this way towards Tosin. Oh, Tosin's taken his eye off the ball. Out of play it goes for a Bournemouth throw. To the left of Anthony Iraola down there. They have beaten Man United, Man City, Arsenal and Spurs this season. 4 big scalps. And it was they that lost it late at home to the Blues. Remember the substitutions that worked so well. He brought on Sancho and Jackson, Sancho and Nkunku, and they combined well for that winner. Brilliant goal down on the south coast early in the season. Mark Travers, long ball up to Semenyo, who at the moment is the match winner. 6 Premier League goals for him already.
Yeah,
in
our
good form.
influential players can't get hold of the ball, Ben.
Kluivert clips it towards Semenyo. And the second ball is won by Chelsea. Well played, Caicedo. Brilliant. Enzo into Palmer, but then he's lost it. Even Cole Palmer can't keep hold of it at the moment.
Yeah, there's no control in this game at all. There is our best players, a front 4, whether it be Noni Madueke, whether it be Sancho, whether it be Jackson and Palmer, no control. No, they can't get hold of the ball, can't keep hold of the ball. But again, the ball goes at Jackson.
So hurly-burly. Put out of play by the sliding Hyson. Left wing throw for Chelsea. Sancho in a hurry. Gets it. Dribbles towards the box. He's in the box, Sancho. He's still going. Zabani hacks it clear from underneath his feet. And it's out of play off Colwell. It's a Chelsea... Not off Colwell. It's a Chelsea throw.
Taken early.
Taken quickly. Here goes Sancho again. Enzo Fernandez. Left-footed shot is blocked by Hyson. Oh. It's surely coming.
This is how you're going to end up 3-1 or 2-2 right now. That's how this game is shaping up. And the game is now, it's hectic. Chelsea, it has to be that way for us.
It does, and I feel the hectic nature. I've got a feeling Chelsea are going to get a penalty because Bournemouth are diving in with challenges like their lives depend on it. Someone's going to clip someone. Tossing under a bit of pressure, meanwhile, at the other end, goes back to Sanchez, who's closed down by Django Ouattara, who gets it away well. Brilliant layout from Palmer, who gets it back from Caicedo. Palmer takes a bit of a liberty, and Ryan Christie thought about fouling him. Actually, the foul has been given, but not a yellow card offence. He has already been booked. Chelsea, of course, getting on with it. Breathless stuff. Jackson down the left channel, tight angle, goes for goal. Travers has pushed it straight back out. No one's there.
It's not
Johnny Madueke there.
It's not a shooting chance.
Or Enzo. Someone's got to get there.
Ben, it's not a shooting chance, I'm afraid.
But he hasn't got a pass on.
No, he needs to hold that up and wait for the cavalry.
Yeah, you think put the foot on the ball and wait.
Ben, it's not a shooting chance for Jackson. Going away from goal on his weaker foot. Hold it up, wait for the cavalry.
It's not that far off the sort of angle that Semenyo's just roofed it one, but I think he's more left-footed. So there's that to be said. Mind you, actually, Madueke on this near side wins it. Enzo Fernandez tries to pop it through to Palmer. Zabarnyi wins it, clips it out to Brooks on that far side. It's him and Cucurella again. Tell you what, there'll be some talk about that non-red card if Bournemouth get any form of result here for David Brooks.
Too easy there.
They played it, they switched it well. Yeah. Semenyo down the left now for them. Kirkers has come to help him. Bournemouth just knocking it about. Clivert. Chelsea rattled certainly, but still looking dangerous. And Kirkers won't get on the end of that. That'll be a goal kick.
Well, the clock's against us, Ben. 13 and a half left on the clock.
And Manchester City are into the top four by a point. They now lead at Brentford 2-0. Right now, 9 points behind Liverpool. They're not out of that title race. And the restart finally happens via Levi Colwill. Cucurella storming up the left. Oh dear. Looking for Sancho in field. It's so easily cut out by Lewis Cook. Long-serving, hard-working central midfielder. Bournemouth in their red and black. 12 minutes and stoppage time away from a famous win here. It would not be their first. We have lost to them in the Premier League years.
I remember Eddie Howe coming there, Ben. Eddie Howe, I think it was 2-0. I seem to remember. You might be able to tell me.
I remember Glenn Murray scoring a big winner for them at the Shed End.
Yeah, 2-0 I think it was. Under Eddie Howe.
And there was a 4-0 there when it was Sarri.
Yeah, 2015
David Brooks
here.
ran the show. He's on the ball here, Brooks. Should he be on the field? It's all right, Chelsea have won it back. He's bonked into Cucurella again. Reece James has it, coming out from outside the box. Good use of the body, away from Semenyo. And he passes it to Noni Madueke, who's coming back from an offside position. Free kick Bournemouth in the left back spot. Noni Madueke's got to be sharper than that.
He's got to now start looking at the bench. He can't carry on. Neto, why is he still not on the pitch yet? Something's got to change. 12 minutes left. He's not gone to the bench.
Pedro Neto, right on cue, Jason, is going to come on shortly. I can see the number 7 shirt and João Felix as well. I can't believe I'm saying this, but Cole Palmer has been unbelievably quiet, and the few times he's had the ball, he has misplaced every pass.
Ben, he's not
superhuman.
Take him off. It's fine.
It's not beyond
It's okay.
Yeah, of course it is. Yeah.
No, people talk about Palmer. We know how good he is. But you know what? The game's going against us. Something needs to change. It's the top end at the moment. They're all over the pitch at the moment. We're second best. But we need a goal. Something's got to change.
Cucurella, full of energy as ever. Up that left wing he goes, and he passes to Jadon Sancho. Chops back in field and then gives it to Cucurella, who gives it back to Jadon Sancho. João Felix definitely coming on, and Pedro Neto. I should think Noni Madueke will be making well. I wonder who the other will be. Maybe it is Sancho, maybe it is, dare I say it, but you know what, the pelters he will get if he brings off Palmer and Chelsea don't win. What's he doing taking off Cole Palmer? That'll be on your phone-ins. 80 minutes exactly on the clock. The whistle has gone. A Bournemouth player is down. It is Brooks, I think, and we will see this double change now for the Blues. What numbers are going up? João Felix is going to come on for Moises Caicedo. And Pedro Neto. I imagine Noni Madueke, Jason. We got 10 minutes to maybe win them all. Yeah, it is Noni Madueke. Right.
Something had to change, Ben. we're at that stage. It could have happened 5 minutes earlier, to be honest with you.
West Ham 3, Fulham 2, Brentford 0, Man City 2. Those kicked off at the same time as this one. Forest still 1 up. Nottingham Forest 1, someone else 0 will be the scoreline I think I will take from this season. It's like the most memorable one. Let Man City back into this, having let Bournemouth back into this, if you know what I mean. Daniel Jebison, who scored an FA Cup goal at the weekend, is about to come on for Bournemouth. As the header back to Sanchez is okay.
We're sitting here, Ben, with 81.5 on the clock, and we're losing this to honestly, football, we know the dangers. I've seen and watched, played too much football to know.
Well, you know who's going to get it after this if it does stay this way, Jason? Jackson, isn't he? On the phone-in shows and on the chat forums, it's and on social media, because he's had 3 sitters and hit the post in that first half. Brooks off and Jebison on. Scored his first Bournemouth goal at the weekend, Daniel Jebison. They came from behind then, but that was against West Brom in the FA Cup. They've done it tonight. David Brooks, controversially, yellow carded when we thought it might well be red.
It looked a red from my point of view, Ben, but look, the referee's gone over. I think you have to accept and respect the decision from the referee and move on. He makes the calls. He's had a look at it. He's gone to the screen. That's fine. I'll accept it.
Well, go on, Brentford. Wissa's got one back. 5 minutes to play there or so as well, like here, and we need the odd favour, especially when it comes to Manchester City at the moment. Good layoff from Jackson into Felix, but he didn't make it stick, and Hyson
bit off the
plays
cuff,
it out.
isn't it? Feels a bit off the cuff, Ben. Do you know what I mean? It feels a little bit like playing balls into areas now where you're kind of hoping players are, as opposed to expecting them to be. Oh, ball given away. Palmer's away down the right-hand side.
Cole Palmer running down this right. Tyler Adams trying to catch him and can't. He's quicker than you think, Cole Palmer, because he doesn't look like a sprinter. He cuts back, left boot, curls it, looks too deep for Felix. It was a bit. To ask even him, a good technician, to control that. That was a tough one. That was a tough one. And Mark Travers is going to take all this time. Ball out of play here for a Bournemouth throw. Underneath us, right next to Enzo Marescu's out there in his dark blue puffy coat.
What a terrible second half this has been, Ben. I have to call it. For as good as the first half was, and it was good.
Yeah, no,
and it could have been better.
It was brilliant.
It's been
the football was great, the energy was great.
Terrible second half.
And the chances created were many. And in the second half, chances have been thin on the ground. I'm just now trying to think.
No, nothing. There's been nothing to speak of.
Oh, it's given away. Jefferson should shoot. He didn't. Should be 3-1. It's only a corner.
Terrible.
And Tosin has got a huge block in there. If we can nick a point or even all 3 out of this game, that block there on the Cliver effort.
The ball's gone down their right-hand side. Cucurella gives the ball away, and it finds its way there. Is it Cliver it finds its way to? The shot comes in, comes from Cliver, comes off Tosin. Could be 3-1. It's been a mess. The second half has been a mess. No, there's no other way to describe it. Hardly threatened.
No.
Could have conceded 2. Could have conceded 3.
Far side, right wing for Bournemouth in their red and black. The left-footed corner comes in, and Sanchez grabs it. Now bowl it out. He does. Jackson. Bournemouth had a lot up, considering how late it is. We're into the final 5 minutes. Nicholas Jackson still travelling. 30 yards, 20 yards. Cole Palmer, edge of the box. Oh, dribbly cross.
Why is it always, Ben, that in a situation like that, the defensive side always outsprints the attacking side? What? Look at this. How has it been allowed that they do this, yet
and get 8 back and only 3 get? Well,
I don't quite understand the logic of that. I do, because you don't want to concede, but You want to score, you're 2-1
you
down.
find a bit extra, maybe, I don't know. I know, I take your point entirely. Jefferson with some pretty good hold-up play, actually. He's done very well there, and he's given it to Kluivert, who pops it out wide, far side to Django Ouattara. Ouattara cuts back onto his left boot. He thought about having a shot there. Marc Cucurella's robbed him. Well done. Enzo Fernandez into João Felix. He's got to keep it. Draws the foul challenge. Well done, João Felix. Blow the whistle. Oh, and then he's wriggled away. Now, in fairness, I can see why the referee has blown there. It then might have been a handy advantage. That was actually, that's a bit unlucky for the ref.
Well, then I think the referee needs to appease them, then make a booking then.
And now, are we going to see a card? Jackson off the ball, pulled over.
It's not a red. It's not
going to be a red. Hyson is going to be cautioned for it. He might have got free, Jackson, but it's certainly not a clear, obvious goal-scoring opportunity. Or I've forgotten what the words are. Yellow card for Dean Hyson, who we might be cheering here before too long if this goes on. I'm just having a look at the replays. Tangled with Jackson as Jackson tried to run through. So it's a free kick here. It is fully 33 yards out. It's a tiny bit left of centre. It's right. Surely you go for far post tossing. You go for tossing and Colwell far post. We might need another Marc Cucurella diving header here.
He's not scoring from here. So we're talking somewhere halfway, nearly halfway between the edge of the box, and the halfway line. Maybe 7 or 8 yards closer to the edge of the box on the left-hand side as you look at the Matthew Harding end. Palmer's over it, as is Reece James. The referee is over it. Is Reece
87 and a half played. Cole Palmer clips it in. Tossins header! Tipped over and wide by Travers.
Oh, I saved it, was he, Ben?
It was. It's one of those that look spectacular. He'll now lie down for a bit and pretend that somehow he's heard him. No, he's got up.
It's one of those. It's on target. It's a good header, but it's a loopy one. And it's one of those that if he doesn't save it, you're going, what is he all about? However, corner, right-hand side. Pedro Neto's over it. The referee's trying to now manage what's going on inside the box. Travers, by the way, I can't believe Travers is going to be on the winning side here. That's the most astonishing part.
Right.
I can't quite get my head around. However, he is, as we speak.
Where's Cole Palmer? Lurking at the back of the D is Cole Palmer, because Pedro Neto is going to take this corner down beneath us to the right, so the Chelsea right wing at the Matthew Harding end. There's a cluster waiting at the far post for Chelsea, but kind of 6-yard box edge. None of them are anywhere near the keeper. And the referee is going back to speak to them again. We've got 90 seconds left of normal time. Will we get this back? Whatever this delay is. He's talking now to Lewis Cook and to Nicholas Jackson. Behave yourself, please. Nothing silly there. He's on a caution, remember. In comes the corner. Oh, it's awkward. And it's coming out towards Enzo Fernandez, who's missed the ball. He's missed a 50-50. Tyler Adams could be on the break here. It's okay, Reece James got a piece of it. Although Bournemouth might still be on the break. Oh, hang on, offside. That'll do. Chelsea free kick, halfway line. 1 minute of the 90 left, plus whatever is added on, and there'll be a fair bit of it because we had the long VAR check. And we had the worry over Levi Colwill.
Yeah, I mean, we're in desperate territory now. Desperate, I say desperate, and I use that word deliberately. We haven't looked like scoring in the second half. We really haven't.
Doesn't mean it won't happen, but I take your point.
They look like it, Ben.
Well, more worrying me, Jason, at the moment is the theme. Led here against Fulham, lost. Led against Palace, let it go. Led here tonight. That is a problem.
Yes, it
Never
is.
mind 3 points out of 15. It's how. If you're just edged out, that's one thing. But these are, in all those games, Chelsea being the better side. At the moment, we're talking about 2 points out of 9 from those games, all of which Chelsea were in front in. So 9 out of 9 becomes 2 out of 9.
Yeah, worrying times at the moment.
Reece James, Cole Palmer, there you go, 8. Is that 8? It is. 8 added minutes, that brings a roar around these parts. And Reece James storms over halfway. Kluivert can't catch him, then he can catch him, and he did get the ball. I don't think that was a foul, even though the Chelsea fans do. This is Semenya down the left wing. Is he really going to go for the corner flag with 8 minutes still to play? This is where he scored from. He's played it into the legs of Tosin. And Milos Kerkez down by the Bournemouth fans there is trying to shield it. And Tosin's just picked his pop. Really? Foul. In that case, that's daft. Brentford have equalised in stoppage time against Man City.
I'm not sure it's a foul, that, Ben.
just by the corner flag. Chelsea 4th, Bournemouth 5th as it stands.
We won't last there long, Ben. We're there. We're hanging in there by our fingernails, and if you think about where we were.
Pulled back towards Adams. Right, Chelsea have got it. Where are you looking, Levi Colwill? He's looking to his left, far side, Marc Cucurella. Enzo Fernandez bends it this way to Cole Palmer, right by Enzo Maresca. Was that not a handball? Well, then Cole Palmer's, tell you what, probably been the worst half he's had in a Chelsea shirt. As Kluivert goes for a shot from 30 yards out, it's over the bar. Still got more than 6 minutes here, but unlike other games, Joe, it doesn't feel like a goal's coming. Other games haven't they, when we've needed one late?
Ben, I'm just...
Hang on, Jackson, little bump on Zibanejad, it hasn't been given. João Felix, into the box, right-footed shot, parried by Travers. That looked like a goal might be coming. Don't give up, mate. Here's Jackson. Left edge of the box into Enzo Fernandez. Cucurella, he has a bang. It's well closed down by Django Ouattara.
Well, the Alamo now's coming. Bournemouth back in. Oh, the ball's been given away by Enzo. We've been terrible second half, Ben. There's no getting away from it. I can't cover this in it. I can't. We've been terrible second half, Ben. We have. Honestly, I'm willing us to get this equaliser. And the way the game has gone, we don't deserve to lose it. But you know what? Second half, we do.
Yeah, well, we talked about deserve a bit at half-time, didn't we? João Felix with a brilliant piece of skill. He's fouled right on the edge of the D. Right on the edge of the D. Now, Cole Palmer, you have had a great first half and a poor second.
What was left? What did we say? Was 6?
We got 5 minutes plus a bit more now, so it's probably 5.5.
There's a chance. This represents a chance. We're about 4 or 5 yards.
Wouldn't it be just him to turn up now and do this?
Well, that special players do special things, Ben.
They do, and he has done a lot of special things, including tonight here in the first half when Chelsea was so good, should have been out of sight.
Palmer's over it. Reece is over it. I don't know how much Reece has done of taking free kicks in the last 2 or 3 weeks. Can't imagine it's too much. It favours the right footer because of where it is. It's just in front of the Matthew Harding end. It's, what are we talking about, 6 yards outside the box?
Yeah, by the cut of the grass it might even be 5. About 10 yards left of centre,
right.
5 yards left of centre.
It favours the right footer because Reece is over it. It's slightly as you look at it. So it favours that top, as you look at it, top right.
Reece hits it! Yeah! 2-2! In the 5th minute of stoppage time!
Come on, boys!
Come on, the captain's goal!
Come on! Come on!
Brilliant free kick!
Come on, Reece! Come on, boys!
We lost our way in this second half, and we found a way back into it.
We're back in this game, but we are! We're back in it! Come on, boys! There's time! There's time! Come on! Drills it down to the bottom left-hand corner of Travers. He just drills it in there. I can't believe the space is there. It's a brilliant free kick. Bounce off the inside of the post. Come on, boys. There's time.
There is. Oh, and now, having told me there's no way we're scoring a goal, you're saying we win it.
Come on. Honestly.
It's been on all along. Reece James is one of our own. Right-footed curler. Clipped the post and into the back of the Matthew Harding end net. Brilliant free kick. I think that might be his first goal since Milan.
Ben, Manchester United here last season are the shades of it. Going into injury time losing. Can we come out of it with a win? Come on, boys.
2-2 here, 2-2 down the road, full-time Brentford Man City, 3-2 West Ham, 1-1 between Forest and Liverpool. Only 4 games, but it's all go. Milos Kerkez for Bournemouth here. 2.5 minutes left of stop it. Well, actually, it'd be more like 3. Kerkez has slipped. Kerkez has slipped. Here comes Neto. Oh, he's passed it out of play. Right by his coach. Bad place to do that, mate. Bad place to do that, mate. And now there's some time wasting going on. Right, I'm saying we got 2.5 to play here. 2.5 to play. What an extraordinary game of football. So good in the first half. Should have been in the clear. So bad in the second. Looked like losing it. Now it's a point each. You probably wouldn't have bet against there even with 2 minutes left. Been another goal in it somewhere. Extraordinary. If you want entertainment this season, folks, you watch Chelsea matches or you listen to them with me and him. 2-2 at Stamford Bridge. The ball underneath us in the hands of Milos Kerkez in the red and black of Bournemouth, hurling it down this near touchline, the Bournemouth left wing. Here's Semenyo, who thought he was going to be the match winner. I suppose he could still be. He's got into the box. Tosin sticks out a leg. Bournemouth throw by the corner flag.
Oh, dearie me, Ben. I couldn't see it scoring, mate. Honestly, I couldn't see it scoring. We've offered nothing second half.
Well,
but
you said it, special players do special things.
Well,
when he's fit, Reece,
yeah.
we know he's special.
Well,
and well done, he said, I'm having it, not you, Cole, because it's a right-footer's free kick.
Yes, it was. It favoured the right footer. It's that last-minute drama. We had it against Man United last season.
Well, Chelsea got to get the ball off Bournemouth first. It's going to go back to Travers here. Jackson running like it's the first minute, not the 98th. Travers launches it up the middle, long. The header is won by Tosin. Then it's hooked in behind. Don't forget about the back door just in case. Sanchez has it. Robert Sanchez in his hand, and he bangs it long towards Sancho. Him and Felix get in each other's way, but he's done really well, Jadon Sancho. I reckon we got a minute to play. 97.5 played, but we've had a goal. We might even have a minute and a half to play. On this near side, it's Neto. Don't go backwards. Can't do it. Good ball. Enzo Fernandez loses out to Kerkez. It ricochets back to the halfway line. Bournemouth just want to cling on to a point now. They thought they'd robbed all three. They weren't in this contest. Then they were winning
it. There's still time. But whatever's going to the referee's added on. We're in, added on, they've added on. Ball left-hand side, Cucurella. Who's in the box? We need bodies in there.
João Felix now, 25 yards out, puts on the brakes. It was his trickery that won that free kick. In comes the cross, low, awkward. Hudson slices it behind for a corner. At the Matthew Harding end in the 99th minute. Could this be like Man U?
Ben, I've been saying that.
Man U. Oh my goodness.
Boy.
Right, sorry.
Look at the...
Is this what I said? It's Tosin. Why is he going over there? Why is Tosin going over there?
Don't know. I don't know what's going on.
He's gone to tell someone to not take it, and Reece James is going to go over and take it.
Right, everyone's in the box. Sanchez is on that. This is it. This is it. Whatever happens here, this is it. It's win or nothing.
I'm getting away from him because he's going to kill me. If the goal goes in here, it's going to be absolute bedlam. Right. Good delivery again, please, Reece. He curls it in. It is a good delivery. I think that was a Chelsea head. It's going to float out of play. 99 played. Why are people leaving? It's not over yet. It might be in a second.
Well, we've got out of jail, Ben, in a game we should have won. It's unbelievable for me to say that.
It's still 3 points out of 15.
3 points out of 15. We're treading water. We're not even doing that, Ben, at the moment.
Well, I mean, the first half was brilliant football. The second half's been pretty awful.
Feature of our season, I'm afraid. Going into Christmas and coming out of it. That's who we are. That's who we are.
And there's the full-time whistle. Extraordinary game of football. Absolutely extraordinary game of football. Chelsea brilliant in the first half. Should have been 3 up. Jackson superb and infuriating in the same game. He set up Palmer quite brilliantly. There will be, and there is right now, deliberation going on in the centre circle between Cole Palmer, Moises Caicedo, Jadon Sancho and the officials, and I'm sure that is about David Brooks, who did not get sent off when he might well have been. Controversy there. Bournemouth got level through the penalty given away by Caicedo and dispatched by Justin Kluivert. Then they went in front when Semenyo